Hello everybody, welcome back to Middle Earth, and it's kind of literal this time once again because I figured I would just kind of keep hammering away at some of these Moria dwarves here. I've got these printed out, and actually we've got another Vault Warden team, so we're going to try and hit these guys some more. Actually is a different pose. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was, but it's definitely different. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry, this is so much later. I thought maybe I could start at 8, then 8:30, and then it was just message after message after message, and then it wasn't 8:30. Now it's 9:18. So sorry this is so darn late, but we'll try and do the Vault Warden team here. These are from Medbury, and I might try to do this Azog over here. See that? Because well, I want to do some wintry basing effects on this, which could be very fun. Might snip this stuff off of here though. When I go to do the effects, I just realized that I think I was doing this as part of a basing video, and yeah, I think we can maybe snip off some of the basing stuff. Landrest, how you doing? Sorry I didn't get a chance to give you a heads up first. Just so many messages going back and forth. It was hard to kind of keep track of what the heck was going on. But well, here let's look at our results from last night. So that was pretty cool. Obviously, we're going to be doing more of these landscape things, right? I have to say, it's pretty wild painting these recognizable scenes like this. Can't wait to do another one of those. And hopefully this Thursday we can do one more. I was almost wondering if tomorrow I might paint some more landscapes or something like that, just because there's zero prep involved, right, Landrast Armored Wolf? We did have to prep the palette over here just to get the fluorescent paints out there. Got the usuals with the radiant stuff, the turquoise, the blue. Oh, wait, we don't have the violet out here. So, even after all this, I still didn't have all the stuff out here. Where the heck did that radiant violet go off to? It's hiding around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. There we go. Let's get this over here, like so. I knew there was something that I was forgetting. All right, good enough. Good enough. Just gonna start hammering in some pre-glazy type stuff here. How's about? Do we start with the? I'm gonna start with the not so fiery stuff. We got indigo. We got Van Dyke brown. Mix them together. Whatever. So Landrast, I hope that today was all right. I hope that today was okay. Believe it or not, that thing actually the appointment was for 3. We didn't even leave the house until probably 5 or 10 minutes after 2, and we were actually pulling up back to the house before 4 o'clock. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I ain't gonna complain, let me tell you. Hey, Mr. Cheshire. Nice to see you. So, Mr. Cheshire, did you get a chance to see what we painted last night? Basically, what I'm actually going to do is just start, well, doing many more of these, not necessarily just on stream, but I'm just going to start painting a bunch of these, and we'll just, people like them, we'll just start selling these, right? I mean, there's a certain sense of satisfaction in selling 2D art again, which has been, what, 20 years since that last happened? So there's kind of a certain sense of, little sense of redemption there that we can actually maybe sell some of that stuff. And plus, well, we need the funds anyways, so why not? Why the heck not, right? Need the funds. Kind of neat to be able to do that again. So, Mr. Cheshire, I hope that things have kind of things are going okay there for you as well. But was that last night's stream? Yeah, that was last night. Tonight's Friday. Yeah, yeah. Of course, totally losing track of what the heck day it is. I don't even remember what year it is right now. Look at this, Grey Wolf and Bina. Hey Bina, how you doing? So Bina, I don't know if you just saw the painting that I just flashed by over there. Is it, another one of our landscapes of Middle Earth? And I think I sent you pictures. Yeah, Grey Wolf, I already sent you pictures of this here. So just a broader view of Minas Tirith here. It was another one of those kind of exercises in sort of muted colors when you think about it. I actually boosted this. This was not quite that warm of a green, that intensive a warm green. I kind of boosted that a little bit to pull it forward a bit. Hey, Abadu, nice to see you again. So Bina, I hope that you're Friday treated you well, and well, it's most definitely Saturday for you, very early on a Saturday. I actually meant to start this sooner, but well, there's been some things. But thanks again, everybody, for keeping me company last night. Although Bina, I guess those later start times, like what was it? Last night started at after midnight. It's almost 12:20 my time when it started. So I know for the Europeans that makes things a heck of a lot easier. Look at this, we got a pun expected in the house. We got pun expected here, which makes me want to say hello, hello. Oh, this is Nighthawk. Can you hear me over? Yes, yes, from Allo Hello. Absolutely. I really did enjoy that TV show. I mean, it's an older one. It's an older one. It's from the, what, the 80s/90s. And everybody, please give Unexpected a follow too while you're at it. While you're at it, do that. So again, Unexpected, I hope the things are kind of okay for you there. Hasn't been too nuts. And same for you there, Bina. And Grey Wolf, I'm guessing that you're still trying to recover a little bit from your physical labor. Speaking of recovering, Megan's still trying to recover from last week. Hey Quiz, I forgot to ask. Of course, you know I do this every weekend. Do you have a game of 40K set up for this weekend? Yeah, Bina, I can completely understand that. There's no way that I go to sleep when those are happening for sure. So glad that that's all kind of out of the way, and you can just kind of enjoy a little bit of chill time, right? Boy, pun expected. Sorry to hear about that. Now, oh gosh, just how difficult. I mean, does it make it practically impossible to do any painting, or can you at least do maybe a little stuff, maybe a little prep work or whatever? And Megan, I mean, either one of those would work, but that first one that you showed me, uh, to me, it's an improvement over what the thing was. I mean, I know you didn't want to have to deal with that, but to me, it makes yours now completely unique. Because if it's a cast, right? Oh no, you print it out too. Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry about that. Just spacing there. Well, it's still unique because otherwise you would have had to resculpt that, right? Jack Knight, Arda Michael also in there. Well, pun expected. I'm sorry to hear about that, but I am sort of glad that you can kind of keep the ball rolling there. That maybe obviously nowhere near what you wanted to, but at least somewhat there. You know what? The heck with it. I'm gonna go ahead with this here. So this is from Khurzluk Miniatures. This is their Azog. And speaking of Azog, or speaking of Khurzluk Miniatures, sorry, I think I've got, well, I forgot 2 crew members. I'll have to try and print those out later tonight. But the Khurzluk Dwarf Chariot and Ballista, I'm going to try and, well, either do painting videos on those and or live sessions on those guys. So Deck Knight, nice to see you back. And for the folks that didn't get a chance to see it yet, this is another one of our landscapes of Middle Earth that we painted last night. We even have what we call Gandalfax. Yeah, that's what this is Gandalfax right here. And then a little bit of Minas Tirith. Well, pun expected. Are you still able to stream at least maybe, I don't know, an hour or two or something like that before you just say, okay, guys, I'm out, before you have to start tapping out? More Van Dyke. Yeah, a little of this, little bit of that. So again, it's going to be a big pre-glaze fest here. I don't even know if I'll be able to fool around with this very much tonight, even if it's just to pop some lighter colors over the top of the pre-glaze. I'm just trying to create something where I can let the pre-glaze set on those other guys there. Hey, Paint Liquor, how you doing? Thanks for joining us here for the first time. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. So again, this is from Khurzluk. What's the last thing? Oh, we just, oh, here it is. So we just painted one of these, and basically what I want to do is have another base where we can do the snow effects, right? So we can do the crushed glass snow on there, because, you know, we love doing that kind of stuff. And of course, what we're looking to do tonight is we've got, well, one of the things we have is a Vault Warden team. So this is what we're looking for is doing that. And here's another, there we go. So that's what we're looking to do with the Vault Wardens there. Hey, cat herder. Oh yeah, thanks actually thanks for mentioning that. So this is, yeah, well, on Monday of last was it no Monday of last week, we ended up having to bring Kathy to the hospital. She didn't get home until that Friday, and then today we were just doing the first of the follow-up type things. And obviously, well, you, insurance is insurance, right? Ironically enough, if I had all of the premiums back that I've had to pay over the last, what, dozen years or something like that, I could have just basically handed them a bunch of $100 bills and said, here, keep the change, instead of having to, well, pay more, of course, for that privilege. But that's why we got this thing going down here, because that kind of that's a little fun thing that popped up last week. So Paint Liquor, I hope that you're doing good. Do you have any sort of big painting plans for the weekend at all, or just maybe actually getting to play some games? And actually, now Grey Wolf, I know you had those the travel things that you had to do. Do you think that you're maybe kind of set up a little bit better now, just in terms of knowing the game? If maybe you've had a chance to just check out a few bat reps or something like that, to maybe not get caught by surprise, which I hate, because there's no way you can memorize all the stupid, uh, well, I would say Codex's army books. That's not going to be the case for Song of Ice and Fire, but I just hate getting ambushed that way. Like, oh, you didn't know about this special rule or this special thing? Ah, well, I think I've told you about 20 times, right? How much I don't enjoy that. Don't enjoy getting ambushed rules wise. I hate that. And it's not like I don't try to study the stuff at all either, right? All right, time for some makeup sponges. Oh wow, we don't have a ton of them here. So cat herder. Now, well, on the plus side, we have actually gotten a chance to get back into the 2D art. Wow, look at that. See, just a couple of minutes. Look at the difference that makes. Wow, look at the difference that makes, and the adhesion that we get here. And there's some folks that just kind of say, wow, you had me at pre-glaze. Yeah, that would have been good enough. Or you just put a few little highlights over the top of that, and people say, it's good enough for me. When we were doing the latest episode of the Army Painting series, I did the pre-glaze on the reds here, and I wiped it away with the sponges. And I could just imagine when people see that video, what, tomorrow or whatever it is, there's a little thing that's gonna go off in their head and say, you know what, could I just stop there and say, the heck with it, that's good enough? Well, you know, we try to do that all the time with the Army Painting series, is just try and reach as often as possible sort of a demarcation line where you could say, you know what, this is all I got time for. This is good enough. Now you can already see the difference, right, in wiping away that pre-glaze to what we had before. Yeah, Grey Wolf, it was different when I first started learning the game. There was what? There was Lannister, Starks, Night Watch, and Frey Folk. That was it. When I first started learning the game, Baratheons were brand new. Targs, well, I guess there was Boltons, but they were just, it was like flayed men and a couple of extra units, and the doggies. That was it. That's all the new stuff there was. Now there's thousands, there's 20,000 new units and 14,000 factions, and it's too hard for me to keep track of it all. I know that might be a wee bit of an exaggeration, but it kind of feels that way. It must to you. You know what? We haven't had a chance to mess with this kind of in a more general standpoint here. Oh, thanks, Bina. Thank you so much. Thank you so well. Actually, being if I have too many of these at once, I might have to do that, right? Because you can't buy this stuff, you can only rent this, right? Thanks so much, Bina. Appreciate that. And look at that. We have the ball is rolling. Thank you so much. Now this stuff, Bina, did you get a chance to see the latest color theory and reds video? Oh, here it is. These guys. I know we were talking about it. Is this the nap? This is the Napthol. So it is a cooler color. Hey, Sarge, a nice little shamrock shake. Um, so basically, what was I trying to say here? This stuff seems to have staining properties. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Here's the test. So, Bina, check out this stream if you haven't already seen this. Check out this because we used this as part of our pre-glaze, and there seemed to be, no kidding, there seemed to be actually a little bit of staining power with this. Now, of course, I don't know if you can get these there. I think someone said maybe you can. They found an outlet for them, but that was really different. I wasn't expecting that at all. And thanks, Sarge. Looks like I need some more of this right here with a shamrock shake there. Oh, Grey Wolf, it looked like you were digging your own defensive trenches right there. Um, it was almost like all of a sudden your house was more of a hill fort or something like that. And you were building up a defensive barrier. Now let's see what happens with this. Again, I don't really know how this is going to play out. I am going to throw a little Egyptian violet in. No, Van Dyke brown. So this is the Napthol and that. I just want to see what potential staining we get out of this. No time like the present to experiment. Wow, that's pretty rich and dark, isn't it? Wow, look at that. That's pretty doggone dark. I mean, no big deal. That's kind of what we need. But so Sarge, this is your 15-hour day today, right? This is your 15 hours, I believe. So hopefully we can keep you company during part of it. I know you'll be lurking and working and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully we can keep you company. You know what? I better grab me some of that brown matter. So this is just a little experiment here. I figure, you know what? If these are, well, you know me, I don't really care if stuff matches 100%. Anyways, it's no big deal because nobody's going to notice. No one's ever going to notice. Seriously, not kidding. Believe me, that's my experience of stuff that I've done. Nobody notices that there's a slight little difference. All right, let's get this one too. Well, Grey Wolf, that 1-to-1 scale terrain. Ironically enough, Grey Wolf. Well, one of the reasons that we're doing this is because the money that I was trying to raise and save was supposed to be for essentially me trying to rebuild part of the garage, like literally myself just somehow try to rebuild it. Oh, hey Blades, thank you so much. Sorry this is later, but at least you might get a chance to hang out a little bit before it's bedtime. Hey, Greenleaf and Lethal Shadows. But you do have tomorrow off. So Sarge, is it just going to be literally recovery tomorrow, or do you think you might get a chance to do something fun tomorrow? Whatever that is. Something more fun than what you're doing at the moment, right? Pretty much anything. Lethal Shadows, I think I might have sent you a message. I think I did. We were there and back again. And again, we're not waving any victory banners or any of that kind of stuff. Wish we could, but it was definitely. I'll take it for sure. Way better than when we were heading over there. I'll take that for sure. So for folks that again didn't get a chance to see last night, this is what we painted. We're back to our landscapes of Middle Earth. And don't be surprised, I might actually be painting a bunch of these not on stream. And spacescapes, right? I might be painting some spacescapes just as I'm working on other miniatures, whatever. I might be painting some spacescapes, not necessarily on stream or in videos. So don't be surprised if those start to pop up. And thanks again, Blades, for the bitses, and thank you so much, Ninja Kitten, for the sub. Ninja Kitten, how you doing? Hey, no, I'm not him. Nice to see you again. Oh, geez, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to send you a message. I was literally trying to just send messages all over the place. So, no, I'm not him. How you doing? Of course, we're still looking forward to all of the new Easterling stuff, right? And I can check out my and now that he's all dry and he's off the thing and everything, we got the sealer on him and stuff. Boy, this is really fun. Can't wait for the new guys to get here. That's for sure. So thank you so much. No, I'm not him. Appreciate that. Glad that you're doing good there, Ninja Kitten. Now, oh well, okay. Thanks for the heads up there. I didn't see that. I just gonna get this. Just gonna get things ready. Just in the off chance there. Okay. Oh, thanks, Letha. And of course, well, everybody. So Lethal Shadow is based on what we learned when we were experimenting on your figure here. So this is from Lethal Shadows Gaming. Lethal Shadows doesn't just do printing service; they also do their own sculpts, of which this is one of them. The Blood Queen, right? And you know what? Here, let me test something here. Well, check that out. Hmm. Yeah, Lethal Shadows. I might. Who knows? I don't know about tonight or tomorrow, but I think I might be able to film the blood effects video that goes along with this, because this is yeah, this is oh yeah, that's dry. Yeah, this is ready to go, Lethal Shadows. So we'll be able to do the video on that. I think we've just learned so much about how to handle some of these colors to make them not take forever to dry. Oh, thanks, Blades. So Megan, now that was a 3D printed. Those were 3D printed bits that you used there, right, Megan? Or were those? Because of course I looked back at the message and instead of saying 40K bits, it said 40K butts, and I'm like, well, I'm not quite sure she wants to use 40K butts to try and fix the ear of that dog, but there you go, right? Let's see. So I think we're caught up. I think we're caught up. Um, yeah, Grey Wolf. And you were saying, because you've been using the 1 millimeter thick magnets. I think all I've really ever used is a 2 mil. Now, I don't mind if there's a little bit of a height thing, right? Because, I mean, just to be able to do this, right? And I'm upside down, shake the heck out of them, right? Doing all that. Well, it looks like Pun Expected popped that hype train into existence. He's like, I'm not afraid. Hey, wait, where's my guy with the shield? Whoa, whoa. Not even the guy with the shield's going to prevent this. Look at this. Look at this. There it is. Boom. Hype train. Hype train. Hype train moving along the tracks. Thank you so much, Pun Expected. Appreciate that. And everybody please give Pun Expected Painting a follow. Oh boy, now let me see. let me see what oh, here it is. Here it is. All right. I got it ready. I think we're going to get there. I'm pretty sure we're going to get there. So thank you so much, Pun Expected. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, I think we'll now Pun Expected. Have you actually tried any of these Richesons here? I think you heard me talking about how this potentially has some kind of staining property, which well, we're going to find out. Well, we can confirm or deny it in I don't know, in about 2 minutes or so. Blades, thank you so much. That might just do it, Blades, right? That just, I think that did it. Yeah, that just did it. So, let me just finish getting this on here, because we want that to set, right? And while that's setting, well, we want to have a little sound. We'll have some sound, but instead of that train, we got this train instead. That's this train right here, hype train. That's a cookie, but it's still a whole bunch of hype. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Blades and Pun Expected. Hype train time. So thank you so much for. It's kind of funny because I wasn't expecting hype trains. I was not like, oh yeah, that's right. Wow, look at this. All right, for the folks, this is shocking right here. This is really shocking. Of course, it's not all just staying on there, but for a red that's relatively opaque. Look at this. I didn't. This is not something I ever thought would happen. So you learn something new every day. We just learned something right here. I mean, it was kind of apparent when we were doing the Lethal Shadows gaming figure. And again, I think Lethal Shadows did post their link in the chat. So please go check them out. If you don't see a figure there, you say, "Oh, I hope that they would have these guys or that particular Patreon thing." Just message them. Just message them. They can try and work it out and maybe get you the sculpt of your dreams. So this is the Richardson, Naphthol red medium right here. So Pun, this is the stuff, remember Grimm was talking about? Obviously, geez, we haven't seen Grimm in forever. Hopefully Grimm is going to be doing okay. So Blades, that is, it's from Richardson. Now, normally, wouldn't be super thrilled about this. Basically, the idea is that this was a highly regarded paint company, which was then bought by somebody else, run into the ground. I guess the son or the grandson or whatever of the original owner bought the stuff back and is trying to kind of rejuvenate the paint line and give it respectability again. So this is the actual paint on the label, kind of like what you see with Williamsburg. Now, this is way cheaper than Williamsburg. Bina, the one thing, so there's a lot of safflower and linseed oil in here. So these will take longer to dry and they are going to be shiny for a while. Now, of course, you combine them with the radiant paints. That's why this is drier. That's why this is dry, because we use a lot of the radiant colors with it. And it's also cut down on some of the shininess. You can still see there's some shininess. We'll be hitting it with the, well, it doesn't matter. We're doing blood effects over it. It's going to all be shiny with the blood anyways. But that did help this to dry a lot faster. So that's kind of the one thing that's a little bit of a downside. Oh, geez. No, I'm not him. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. Look at the, oh, here, wait. We should do this, because I just wish it would play this sound. Don't know why it doesn't do that. It should, but it just, I don't know. Twitch is twitchy, right? Thank you so much. No, I'm not him. I really appreciate that. That's, well, that's going to go a long way immediately. Yeah, oh yeah, that's going in immediately into that kitty, and well, that'll be on a piece of paper headed to Loyola Medical for sure. So thank you so much. No, I'm not him. I appreciate that. Bina, there, yeah, Naphthol red. So yeah, unexpected. Oh gosh, what are some of the other colors? Now, Bina, I think I did a dark sword video with the Richardsons. This was also pretty nice. I don't think it was the same as a Williamsburg, but this was also pretty nice. This had a relative, what is this, Indanthrine blue. This had a little bit of staining properties to it as well. Now this it's opaque, right? Most ochres are not opaque. But again, the downside to these is that on their own, sort of like the Scale 75 paints, these are going to be more opaque and, or sorry, they're going to be a little bit shinier. What is this? Oh, this, I wasn't super, I like the Gamlin Asphaltum better than this one. I mean, it has some possibilities to it. I might try and use those again, Bina, just to see. Hey, Blurs of War, nice to see you again. Wow, geez, Pun, you're gonna have to let me know how that works out. You got Indian yellow powder. Jeez, I don't know if has anybody tried making their own Indian yellow yet. I know I haven't. Hey, Greenleaf, you haven't tried that, have you? Hey, Dave, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Dave. Appreciate you joining us again. And hey, Happy Heretic, nice to see you too. Okay. Now, this is the painting that we did last night, and I'm just going to start doing more of these and spacescapes, but not necessarily just on stream. I'm going to be doing some of it offline. I'm going to be doing some of this offline just to try and get these going, because I have to say there's a certain satisfaction in being able to actually pay some things via the 2D art. Wow, look at this. Well, we were doing all the stuff with the dwarves. While we were doing that, see how this is set? None of these are staining colors that are on. Well, there's a little indigo. Gee whiz, look at this. Wow, that's really. I mean, some of it's coming off, but these are. This is the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Touch of the brown matter up here. Now this figure is from Khurzluk. This is not from Medbury. This is not from Medbury. This is from Khurzluk. And for those that didn't hear at the very beginning, I actually have printed out the Khurzluk Dwarf Chariot, the Iron Hills Dwarf Chariot, which everybody hates so much. Only if you play. Wow, look at this. Look at that. Hey, Blades. Thank you so much, Blades. I appreciate that. Let's see, the Culture Hustle High Chroma Pigments. You know, upon it's almost as Bina says, mango powder. Happy Heretic. Yeah, we did do one of the follow-up things today, and well, it was kind of the first. What would you say that the first upbeat thing in a couple of weeks? So we'll take that. We will take that as a victory for sure. And we'll take that as a win. So yeah. I'll probably try and do like a Facebook post maybe tomorrow or something like that, just to kind of fill people in. Blades, I'm gonna have to get me some more of that for streaming tomorrow. Which you know how much we don't like our medicine, we don't like to take it, but we just do because, well, you know how it is. I mean, it's best if you take your medicine. Here, you know what we haven't played with? No, I'm gonna take this. I'll mix it with the Fanchon Red. So that's our homemade fluorescent orange there. So, you know, Pun, I mean, how do you feel in general about the, wow, look at that. And what is, the Stuart Simple products. I'm just kind of wishy-washy. Crazy Wolf, thank you so much. Well, shouldn't be surprised. Shouldn't be surprised that Crazy Wolf would also join in. And, well, so here we go. We've got ourselves a Crazy Wolf. We got ourselves a nice big old White Warg with his own might and fate points. It's like, of course I got might and fate points, man. Come on. Could you just get this dude off of my back? Because, I don't know, he just calls a little too much attention to this whole deal. So thank you so much there. I really appreciate that, Crazy Wolf. Thank you so much. Here, we'll pile in a little more of this here. Right along there. Like so. Hi, Tim. Or Tina. Nice to see you again, Tina. Boy, it's been a little while. I hope that you've been doing okay. And, well, I hope you got some fun plans for the weekend. Actually, I hope everybody's got some fun plans for the weekend. Well, maybe plans that are a little bit more fun than Grey Wolf. Because Grey Wolf, so Grey Wolf, again, it's almost like your mate, what is it, a Mott and Bailey? Or is it a Hillfort? Maybe you're just, well, no, are you really up on a hill? So if you're not really up on a hill, I think you're doing a Mott and Bailey then. I think we'll call it that instead. So O2 large. The chrome paint is kind of neat. Yeah, see, Pun, because I'll get that commercial, right? Where he's putting that stuff on the spoon or pouring that stuff out, and it looks all neat. But what the heck can you really use it for, right? Wow. Well, Happy Heretic, how did you like your first battle so what, since high school there? Yeah. It's kind of funny, Grey Wolf. I was just about to ask you if you wanted to post work in progress in the chat. I'm kind of programmed, aren't I? Let's see. Now, so Blades, it's not Canada Day, is it? Blades? Because, well, we all know that Canadian Thanksgiving is in October, but I'm sorry if Canada Day is approaching and I'm spacing on that. I do apologize. And if it is Canada Day, well, happy Canada Day. Well, RJ, you'll have to let me know if you're ever able to find that and you're able to try it out. I'm curious to see what the heck you find there. Ah, so it is July 1st. Okay. Ah, Victoria Day. Okay. So thanks, Greenleaf, and everybody else. Sorry, this is going to sound really weird, but I'm more attuned to Australia's National Day, Anzac Day. So that's kind of, I'm a little bit more attuned to that. So I apologize for not being aware of that. Well, now I am. And just remind me when it gets to be July 1st, because I will have, well, my brain is worse than a sieve under the best of times, so I'm sure I'll just space on that. Wow, look at how hard that was. Yeah, that was really tough, wasn't it? I'm exhausted. I'm totally spent after this, because, it's not like this would be a great way to get through an entire dwarf army, would it? In, shall we say, very little time? Perhaps almost no time? Blades, I try to remember those things. Just, well, it's well, out of courtesy for all of our friends and stuff like that, to try to remember that, so you can wish them well on their special national days and holidays and such. Really want to be able to do that, but there gets to be kind of a lot of them. We'll have to see if Kathy knows when the Netherlands has their national day, because, well, all of the Dutch that she's been doing. Uh, so, hey, pun expected. Do you think? What is that thing? A Muller? Because Greenleaf, I think you would be able to offer a little bit on that. That the Muller helps you shrink those things down, or not shrink them down, but crush those down into smaller bits there. So thank you so much. No, I'm not him. No, I'm not him. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Wow, it's kind of weird. No, I'm not him. I just saw, oh, well, I saw Kathy's name and she has a sub, courtesy of No, I'm Not Him. And thanks everybody again that has contributed, like No, I'm Not Him, Crazy Wolf, and Bina. And look who's in the chat. Achilles. Nice to see you, Achilles. Blurs of War, pledging allegiance to Gondor, which means, it's like, hey, where's my dad? It's like, he used to be around here. He's kind of creepy though. Man, I hate it that he keeps dogging Faramir. It's like it's not his fault that I took the ring and gave it to a cave troll. Wait, what? Who said that? Who said that? Not me. Didn't give it to a cave troll. I think we're. I have a Mauler. Doesn't seem to matter for the. Now, pun expected. That, see, I love. I absolutely love that. I love putting the coffee grinder to work. Now, let me see what we got here difference-wise. So you can see where we're at here, and where we're looking ahead with our yellows. But I want to let that set for a bit. But we did learn something. I think we can confirm. Of course, now I've totally buried it. Where the heck did I put that stuff? I had it out here just now. Is this it? No, that's not it. Here it is. Here it is. For whatever reason, this apparently has some staining properties to it. And thank you so much for all of the gift subs. No, I'm not him. I appreciate that. So yeah, look at that. That's let's get one of our smaller filbert brushes here, and let's try and work in some cooler tones here. Hey Dano, how you doing? So Dano, I think we just learned something, that Naphtho red, that has some staining properties to it. We just experimented with it. Now of course we experimented on this one right over here, right? We experimented on this one, and we found that it does have maybe some staining properties to it, but I think we just confirmed it here. So that would be the Naphtho red, and again, that is from Richeson's. I keep going to call it Richeson's. Hey Trash, how you doing? It's nice to see you again too. Not gonna put any lights on that. No light colors on that. We're not gonna do a whole bunch with lighter colors on this anyways. Maybe we'll just stick with that. So we're pretty much going a little more indigo, I think. Bit more indigo. It's kind of dirty. It's a dirty mix. So Dano, nice to see you. So Dano, yeah, here's the painting that we did last night. Another one of our landscapes of Middle Earth right here. And Trash, I hope that you and Mrs. Trash are doing okay. Which I just keep thinking of all the people in chat like, Mrs. Trash? Why are you doing that? But I hope that you guys are doing well. And Trash, have you had a chance to do much painting of things since we last had a chance to hang out? Ah, I thought so. I thought so, Trash. So Blades, I think when it comes to what would you say, paint brands, pound for pound, I'm always gonna like the Williamsburg. Gamlin actually has a lot of really nice colors that I use all the time. Winsor Newton has as much of a nostalgia to it. I think you've heard me talking about that in the past, right? I've told you that I painted watercolors back in the day, and I used a fair amount of Winsor Newton watercolors back in the day. So there's a little, I have to say, a little nostalgia when it comes to the Winsor Newton side of things. So yeah, Dano, I think we can confirm. Now, of course, Dano, I don't know if you can even get your hands on the Richardson stuff because it may be only U.S., kind of like the Marion Streets, right? Wasn't it the Marion Streets that you either couldn't get them outside the U.S. or it was really, really difficult? All right, so we're starting to really establish that source lighting, aren't we? So Trash painted some stuff for Nightheart. That's cool, Trash. I hope that that was a lot of fun. Now here, let me get some of this brilliant yellow pale. Uh, maybe some Van Dyke brown mixed in with it too. Well, that's cool. Oh, that's cool, Blades. Yeah, the Williamsburg stuff, it just has that extra intensity to it that was really, really spectacular. The staining colors in Williamsburg, oh my gosh, they are really staining. So yeah, and I don't know, Dano, if it's, I keep forgetting that it's Naphtha Red Medium. Naphtha Red Medium. So I don't know if there's a difference, if you had Naphtha Red Light or Deep, is that going to make a difference? That I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you that. And thanks again to Crazy Wolf, to No I'm Not Him, for all the folks that have contributed to the new hospital fund here. So that is really appreciated. And of course, Bina, thank you so much too. For Bina got the ball rolling. Bina was the first one in there doing the getting that ball rolling. So thank you so much, Bina. Appreciate that. Here, where are we at here? I just want to get back to my right scene. So Green Fairy, it might, well, you saw this one being painted. Now, this was the first time I had a chance to combo the Richesons with regular stuff, especially the Gamlin. Speaking of Gamlin, those Gamlin lighter colors there, the Radiance, and I think it cut down on both the shiny and especially the drying time, because if this was just the Richesons, this might still be wet. This is all dry, so we can do our blood effects over the top. And again, for the folks that don't know, that is a Lethal Shadows Gaming miniature. Lethal Shadows Gaming, really, really high quality painting service. Super strict quality control on what they print out and what ends up being sent to you. So if maybe you don't have a printer or something like that, and you say, oh my gosh, printing's not an option for me, might wanna check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. So everybody say hi to Kathy in the chat, because she's in the chat. All right, look at this. So this is 44 minutes in, and we're just about to start putting some lighter colors on this. So that's 44 minutes in with level 2 hype trains and all kinds of merriment going on. All kinds of merriment. Yeah, Dano, that's the Blood Queen, right? Lethal Shadows. Yeah, that's the Blood Queen. That is the Blood Queen. So here, let's start to throw some stuff on our White Warg here. Look at that. See all that darker color that's starting to mix in there. All that darker stuff mixing in there. This again is from Khurzluk. So Trash, if you got any pics of actually, oh, pun expected. If you have any pictures of stuff, I know it's your work time has been really curtailed by the wrist and everything else, but if you got any works in progress or something like that that you want to post in the chat, so that well, again, folks can know that they can follow you, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate, oh, Green Fairy, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know that's appreciated. You have a good night there, Happy Heretic, because, well, this is your working weekend, right? It's your working weekend, so, well, hopefully we'll see it tomorrow. No idea what we'll be doing tomorrow, actually. I just have no clue. Uh, we were just trying to figure out what today was going to be like. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Green Fairy. That is gonna, well, that's gonna go a long way. All of this really, really, really helps because it means, well, we don't have to crank out as many of these. Not quite so many. So thank you so much. That is appreciated. And again, thanks to everybody that over this whole last week has been there just to, asking, saying, hey, how's things going? Hopefully things are okay. Is there something that we can do? Just being able to have those messages to look at, seriously, I mean, just looking down at your phone and going, hey, look at this, there's some messages, or being able to type those messages, well, such as you can with a phone, that that has a huge, huge, huge positive effect. So we were talking about it last night, right? When you feel like you're kind of out on the end of that tree limb, and there's somebody with a chainsaw on the other end of it. It's like now there's somebody there with a nice soft pillow there for you to land on. So thank you so much. That has definitely sustained us over the last week. So, and so many folks were doing that all week long, putting up with message after message. Looks like Kathy's gonna head off to maybe head off to sleep. No, it's 10:05. Okay, it's later than I thought because well, we started this later than I thought. So look at this. We just blasted on there real quick, right? Super quick. We can still go lighter because here, I'm gonna take this. We'll squeegee out some of these darker colors right here. Now it's Happy Heretic going to sleep. Never mind. Never mind. That's just me losing track of my mind. Well, not much there to lose track of. We ain't got much. Maybe that's why we lose track of it, because there's just not that much there to start with. Now what we're going to do is, that's about as light as I want to go with this here. Then we have to start getting our lighter glowy colors in there. We might do a little side by side with these guys. I know I like to do that so people can kind of get a impression of what it is we're trying to match. What do we got going on here? A little more, see, that probably supposed to be leather, so maybe we won't go too much into the cooler bluish tones there. Can always, I don't know, throw some sort of a secondary glaze over the top of it. Some kind of pin line wash, whatever. Let's see, a little film noir. So Trash, what could be fun is, well, oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go like this and like this. So we'll set this up where we're at now, where we're going to be heading to, and well, that's pretty similar here. But I'm going to be curious to see what happens when we take away all the color. I mean, yeah, there's a difference in lightness, but you can see there's a ton more yellow over here. Wow, look at that. That's not really looking all that different, is it? And this is just literally what they brush over that. Oh, you'll get a kick out of this. Maybe we'll hold him this way, I think. Yeah, let's hold him this way. I mean, that looks a little lighter than this. Oh, okay. Check this out. Check this out when that comes back. Oh my goodness. Yeah, big old difference there, huh? Big old difference. So that's what we got to get going. That's what we got to get going now. So I think we've lightened this up as much as we want to. So, hey Sarge. Ostbot, thank you so much. Now, we've done a whole bunch of streams on these guys. This was the first stream that we did. This is one of our Saturday challenges where we painted, was it 9 guys in 10.5 hours? Not kidding. Those 9 dwarves that you're looking at there, all painted in about 10.5 hours. And that includes, yeah, this dude right here. See a little bit of freehand on there. So yeah, 9 dwarves, a little over 10 hours. Now what we're going to do, now I got me another one of these smaller filberts. See if we can start to lighten this up a bit more here. We're going to grab fluorescent yellow. I'm going to need a little bit of the Indian red into this here. I'll just go with brilliant yellow pale. What the heck? Chuck that in there. See if this is going to lighten things up just a smidge. Probably too, yeah, there was too much paint on that brush. Let's take some of it away. And go back into this here. And look how I'm holding this brush. Closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush, right? Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. No crushing the brush. Don't want to do that. I might need a little more orange in that still at this point. And again, I'm just gonna do that very lightly. You can see it's picking up that darker color. So what do I have to do? I have to go back over here. Gotta get me some fresh new object source lighting color. Can maybe get 1 or 2 more brush strokes out of it. Then that's it. Then I gotta come back over here, get some more. There. So Trash, did you get a chance to see, where did that one go? Here it is. So this was our first return to Middle Earth, our Middle Earth landscapes right there. Boom. And, well, we're going to also, again, try and do some spacescapes too, because, well, I love spacescapes. Who doesn't like spacescapes? Oh, thanks, RJ. RJ from Arizona A. Thanks so much, RJ. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That, well, I guess it means we might be able to hang on to a few more of the paintings, right? Thank you so much, Lich. Lich DeBurgo. Drop those coins there. And you know what? I still don't know why this doesn't work. It's been a mystery from literally day one. That is what's supposed to play. Instead of just that very generic kind of jingly coin sound, it's really supposed to do that. Of course, well, with all the Time Team episodes that Kathy and I have watched over the last week, well, of course, you run across a lot of Roman coins. So there, we got some of our... Well, it's a little closer now, right? Starting to get a little closer. We're going to start to boost this up a little bit more. So thank you so much, Lich. I appreciate that. No, I'm not him. You know what? We'll do it. We'll just... This is for all the folks that have donated so kindly here. He's like, I got the shield. I can fight this train. I can fight this. No, nobody can fight the Hyde train. There it is. That is for all the folks that have contributed. Subs, cheers, and donations. Thank you so much for all of those. Thank you so much. Actually, Trash, that keeps popping up on Amazon or Kathy's screen too. That was it called again? New Kids in the Hall. And we got Vlager Dragon in the chat. So everybody, please give V a follow. And of course, we're anxiously awaiting Kathy's first stream back. It'll be about a 14-hour stream, nonstop, no bathroom breaks, no food breaks, because of course, that totally makes sense. But no, hopefully Kathy will be able to get back to her stream schedule at some point next week. And thank you so much, Lich, for the... We'll get you this too.
So say we all.
because you're supposed to get one of those for subbing. I think it just on the renewal thing, it doesn't do that. So thank you so much. Let's appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, Megan, do you have, that was a 3D printed thing that you put on there, right? That wasn't a 40K bit because, well, I'm not up on my 40K bits, which sounds really weird out of context. But yeah, I'm not super up on those. And thanks again, everybody, for making that green line advances. I mean, we love the green line to advance. It's very, very welcome. And thank you so much for making the green line take over little by little, or some cases a lot. Everything equally appreciated. And thanks to Crazy Wolf, Bina, no, I'm not him, Lich and RJ, Green Fairy, everybody helping out with that. So it is a 40K. Megan, that bit, it just fits so well. It was almost like you printed it out, scaled it, measured it, and everything like that. It fits so perfectly scale-wise that there's no way I could have told you. If you didn't tell me that, well, a cat. So Megan, am I going to see any more pictures of that cat, or is that cat going to become an alley cat permanently now, at least for the next week and a half or so after that incident? Now, I think a little bit of something is warranted for that cat. All right, last one here. Again, getting our lighter, warmer yellow stuff. So I'll go now. First, a couple of questions. Oh my gosh, this thing is way the heck over here. How did it get over there? Are you using the? Well, I'm just gonna have to grab this bigger container right here. Oh, that's big. Which one are you using? Because the Mona Lisa stuff, well, this is really good stuff. Now, short of that, options are things like these. These are pretty darn good, I have to say. So AK and MiG, they're probably darn near the same thing, I would guess. And even now, where's the new scale 75? I've used this. This actually is not bad. These are all high quality thinners, not the nasty stuff there. Hey, Velfera. Suelco, less is more, and I think, who was it that just said that? It was Pun. Yeah, see, Pun just said less thinner, more better. So yes, definitely follow Pun's advice, because, and everybody please give Pun Expected that follow along with V. And let's see, hey Velfera, that was looking really good. Your freehand there, I know you were saying that it was a little difficult. I was liking the freehand that you did. So I saw that on Instagram. Actually, if you wanted to post that, Valfera, well, obviously your whole project overall, right? But talk to the hand seems to be working pretty good. Now here again, we're starting to lighten this up. See that? One brush stroke. Look at what I'm doing. Coming back over here, grabbing some more stuff. Doing that again, right? So RJ, gosh, I don't think I have. No, do I have some of that? I think somebody sent me some Gamsol. So RJ, I think somebody was very kind and sent me some Gamsol. So I'm going to give that a try. Probably an off-camera test, just because I think it would have to be more than just like me painting one miniature. I think it would have to be me painting a bunch of stuff in different situations, not just pre-glaze. So with the Gamsol, I do believe someone was really nice. It sent me a container of that. So if I can locate that, we'll do that. Let's see, 20 brushes everywhere. So Suelco, what we did here, we just did a very simple pre-glaze, right? And all this is quite literally. Oh, look at this. So all I've been doing is look at this. Now it's very much a dry, but look at how little, look at how I'm holding the brush here. See how light I'm holding the brush? So Suelco, it is something that's just gonna come. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. everybody in the chat can relate to. Oh man, there was that one miniature where things finally clicked. Believe me, there was. If you say that, you'll get a bunch of people in the chat that say, "Yep, it took a while to get to that one miniature where I just kind of went, ah, okay, this is the deal. This is what I should be doing." So be sure to be patient with yourself. Also, too, you might want to go with less colors like this, right? This is it's going to be a pretty darn muted color scheme, just like this one here. So simpler figures, right? Not a million colors, so you don't have to fight with color balance and all that kind of stuff. Just say, you know what, all I want to deal with is light and dark, right? You see, light and dark here, light and dark here, not much in the way of color. Big open surfaces, sort of that way on this one. So even the miniature that you try to paint, boy, it can have kind of a big impact as far as, I don't know, your comfort zone, comfort level with it. And just like Kathy was saying, especially if you're used to the acrylics, uh, give yourself give yourself some wiggle room. We're all our own worst critics, and we all would love to just be able to master everything instantly. Yeah, believe me, I sure as heck would. If I did, I would have way snazzier computer stuff because I would know how to do all that. But I'm super ignorant when it comes to that. So unfortunately, I don't. And well, that's when we rely on other folks who are very nice and help us out with that stuff. Uh, yeah, so see, Dano can, I remember Dano. Oh, actually, well, Dano, oh, I almost forgot. Sorry, Dano. If you want to post links to your Cults 3D page and some of your nifty sci-fi bases for 40 shmei, right? So Ostbot, check this out. So it looks like there's a lot of paint on the brush, right? Look at that. You can see that's all the paint that's getting on the miniature there. So we're not doing this. Look at that. Same brush, same amount of paint. However, brush stroke. That's the brush stroke, not this. So we could do that. But this kind of, wow, that really does kind of illustrate the type of brush stroke, doesn't it? Look at that. Very light brush stroke as opposed to this. Look at this. I can still get a ton of paint out there on there. All right, looks like Kathy's headed off to bed. And we'll say good night to Kathy. And, oh, that's right, she doesn't have a dog. She does not have the dog to put to bed with her. Usually she has the dog, but I think the dog is already asleep. Sambo's already asleep. But now Kathy's going to go off to sleep. And everybody wishes Kathy a good night. Yeah, like Bina just said, it's just literally touching it. So you can see there's a big old pile on the end of that brush. Look at where my hand is. If I'm doing this, yeah, that's not going to happen. However, so my hand is way back here. Look at this. Even though there's a pile of paint on that brush, look at this. Not a whole bunch on there, right? So this to me is the magic of Twitch, like personified right here, because you know, okay, I can flap my jaw about this stuff all I want, but what's really handy is to have other folks that have also used the oils, and they can relate their experiences and say, yeah, that's how it was for me, or things that they discovered. This oil stuff never would have advanced the way it has if it wasn't for everybody that's in the chat trying this stuff, testing it. We got Green Fairy and Unexpected getting pigments, trying to mix their own paints. If they're not doing that, this overall does not advance the way it has. So we want to say thanks to all the folks that have really made the oils advance so much faster than they ordinarily would have just by me. Couldn't have done that. I could have stayed up 24 hours a day every day and not been able to get 1/8 of the way as far as we are with the advancement of oils. It takes other people, kind of putting their thoughts into it, their ideas. So that's why we appreciate all the ideas and observations of everybody in the chat, because that really helps a ton. And I think we're all, like Pun says, gentle little brush kisses. That's your well, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. This here, well, first of all, I'm like a half an inch shy of the miniature. Second of all, here, leave this just a nice, relaxed. Oh, wait, wrong way. Not a little tiny touch of the paint there, right? That's all that it takes. And of course, we always have ourselves some kind of a blending brush on hand. Here's one. So we say, okay, we want to just take a little bit of the edge off of that brush stroke. Not doing this, we're doing this. Quite literally like a little staccato. Letting that paint get mixed together. Also taking away some of those obvious brush strokes, right? Takes away some of those. Thank you so much, No Paper. Appreciate that. He's like, well, there you are. He's like, what? A wizard is never late. Nor he was like, no, dude, you're late, man. You're like way too late because we're all dead. That would indicate you are too late. It's like, yeah, but I mean, like Balrog and stuff. He's like, still too late. Thank you so much for that follow, No Paper. Appreciate that. Okay, Silako, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. And again, hopefully some of the little tips and stuff that we've all been suggesting here kind of makes your next session a little bit easier, for sure. And just like Green Fairy says right there in the chat, you will notice, and gosh, how many people have already said that they've noticed, wow, actually, I can paint hours longer and I just don't feel quite so exhausted anymore. So that's kind of a big deal. Bigger than you might think. So I think, well, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much, and Valfera, boy, sorry this started so late. This started, what, almost 12:30 in the morning my time. We were doing some Bob Rossi stuff here. Oh, and especially over here. Valfera, you would have liked this because this was almost like a watercolor for, what would you say, like the first hour and a half? At least the first hour, it was almost like I was painting a watercolor here. It was literally that much liquid in the paint. So Artemichael's got a wee bit of the dad joke there, just a smidge of dad joke, chucking that out there. Speaking of chucking some things out, I'm going to try and do a couple of pin line washes in this area here. I'm going to say mostly Van Dyke Brown, possibly a little indigo. That's a little too much indigo there. I want it to be more Van Dyke Brown heavy. So say we all. Okay, Clover. Nice to see it, Clover. I know I just flashed that painting there. I don't know if you have had a chance to check out the VOD on that. So Green Fairy Studios is able to go like 3-4 times as long. There we go. All right. So yeah, that helped. And of course, the magnifier light and those, as we just again throwing a little bit of a pin line in there. Those out, well, they're actually wrist rests, right, to prevent the, what's that, the carpal tunnel stuff. But I just have those where my elbows are. Actually, oh, that's the other thing I gotta get. I gotta get me some more of those, for sure. So yeah, Clover, that was a very fun landscape of Middle Earth. I think we'll be able to keep doing those on Thursday. I think we'll be able to. All right, there we go. Yeah, we'll let this get darker here too. You must have dark to show the light, and I think you can see it. See how we wanna. Now here, I kind of intentionally put this as close to the edge as I could so I could have a little more light. This represents sort of the blockage here of the floor, preventing some of the light reaching that. So Michael, hopefully, I did print out the first stuff in well over a week's, like 2 weeks time. And I printed out the first stuff. I'm hoping that it all turned out. That's again that Khurzluk, the Dwarf Chariot that I believe is his. I think it's his July release of all things. No, that's his June release. July is Easterlings. Yeah, so that's his June release. We're gonna try and get some lighter colors on the base after some inline wash. Have some darker. So see how that's kind of sinking down into all the little crevices right there. And we'll do this. Now I'm gonna try anyways to see if we can have more of a Saturday afternoon start. Well, that would be later afternoon. It'd be no earlier than 4:30. Definitely no earlier than that. But not sure what it would be. It'll be something. Might just be 2D art because that requires so much less prep. Way less prep. Well, I'm glad that you're liking that bigger build plate, Artemico. Oh, that's the other thing too. Now, of course, because of all of this generosity right here, it also means, well, less time trying to do a bunch of 2D paintings to try and make up for stuff, which means then I can start doing that rebuild. And I did advise Kathy that there could be a lot of noise and racket happening on Sunday because I may try to begin the process on Sunday. No guarantees there, but we might be tearing everything down here to try and do that dramatic necessary rebuild. Look at that. See what that little pin line wash did right there? We need some dark in here. I think this is the matching. That's the matching shield. So you can see what it is that we're going to be after. What I'm trying to do here is let this stuff set for a little bit. Doing all the pin line stuff up here, so that can set while we do this. Then I can come back in here and do some of the lighter stuff like this. More of our pin line here for sure. Yeah, let's do a little more there. A little more there. Oh, and what constitutes a pin line wash, it's going to be different with every single color. These darker colors, like say a Van Dyke Brown, does not take as much. Now see how that kind of filled in some of those darker areas without me having to essentially do a line. Look at that. See how it kind of moves across? It literally defies gravity. Now I know that was a contrast paint is supposed to have capillary action. I mean it does, sort of. Basically for an acrylic paint, there's a bit of capillary. For as far as oils go, yeah, that doesn't really compare to that, which it's not going to because it still involves water. And of course, we know oil's thinner than water. It doesn't have that same tension point. So big difference. Again, taking the Van Dyke Brown, and we're just doing that little bit of pin line wash in here. Bam, like so. Down here. Yeah, so Dano Artemico, when we do get that Mono X finally set up, and I go into Cheeto Box for the first time, I'm going to think that I'm zoomed out or something weird is going on because that build plate is going to feel like it's 10 miles wide compared to the Sonic Mini 4K. And actually, well, Bina, I hope that, speaking of printing, I hope that your printing has also been pretty much trouble-free. And maybe you've had some fun stuff to print. Osbot, oh my gosh. I'm at least 2 weeks behind on printing, technically possibly even 2.5 weeks behind at least. And by 2.5 weeks, I mean typically my printer is going, well, 24 hours a day. Usually a pair of prints that are somewhere in the 3 to 5 hour range, and then an overnight print that is between 6 and 8 hours. So that has not happened. So as you can imagine, we're a wee bit behind. We gotta get caught up on that stuff. Get more pin line up there. Can see how that already starts to help separate some of these surfaces just by default. Photon M3, smallest of the new line, can print about double the old line. Wow, phew. That's impressive there, Michael. So Dave, fortunately, the way the basement is set up, there's almost like these. Even though it's open, well, there's some individual rooms, but I can basically stand within, I don't know, 3 feet of that printer, but because it's around a bend, I don't even notice it's there. If I didn't hear it printing, I wouldn't even know it was there. And of course, well, we've got the other thing that helps too is using the Soraya Simple Smoky Black, Dave, because that's not anywhere near as noxious as some of the other resins. And also too, because I'm just using regular rubbing alcohol, that also cuts down on the noxiousness. Seriously. I know other people have backed me up on this, right? That sometimes the alcohol can smell worse than the stupid resin. All right, look at this. So can see we've got our darks in place there. All right, now we have to start going back in with some more. Oh wait, nah, we'll leave Azog over there for right now. Here, I'm gonna try and get me some lighter stuff in here. Where's my? There it is. Okay, lethal shadows. Yeah, like well, the elf stuff would be huge. It's also huge, but that's the kind of organic stuff. But that, as like I was telling you, it'd be a huge help to be able to get that going. All right, I'm just gonna let some thinner set into this. Right, not gonna necessarily use this batch right here for too many things. I'm gonna start off down here though. See that? And that's also that's another thing that we're doing here. We're kind of stippling this on. We're not necessarily brushing it on. We're stippling like this. I can always come back if I feel the need to smooth that out or something. I can do that later. Now, Blurs of War. Of course, this is the other advantage of having that in the area that I do. And I know other folks, Arta Michael, I know you do that. I'll take a little space heater, and my trick is I will do a couple of things. I will actually put the resin in front of that heater, right? I'll heat up the resin to at least room temperature, if not a little bit more. I'll try and get the area warmed up. And then once you get the print started, so the resin is warmed up, the printer is warmed up, that area is a little bit warmer, that could just sustain blurs. You could maybe be able to print with that kind of resident heat that's there, and maybe every so often you turn on that space heater. Now, of course, that may not be an option for you, so in that case, definitely ignore everything I just said. But not this last winter, but the winter before that, it was in the -20 range for a while, and that seemed to work. Let me see. So I think we're caught. Oh, you're back, dog. From it says 5 months. Yeah, Ostbot. There's a bunch. I haven't even downloaded most of the May files yet. Yeah, I haven't even downloaded them, much less printed them, much less took them in the Chidu box and did the bill plates. So we are significantly behind. We'll try and get caught up on that as best as we can. So yeah, Dave, just kind of lucky in the way that the way the basement is sort of set up. Again, I've essentially got these little cubby holes. Now, the downside is that it's sort of a little cubby hole with not necessarily a ton of space for a beast like a Mono X, which is why I was trying to set up another printing area, or at least take some of the extra things out of that printing area, move them somewhere else. Now, here's again getting into some of the orange up here. Not too much over there on the helmet. Let me grab some of these. So you can see there's a little bit that we've done on the helmets, right, just to get a little bit of the orange up there. So Blurs of War, it was warmer on the equator of Mars than it was where Blurs of War lived. I do believe they said years ago that I believe at the equator of Mars in the dead of summer in a heat wave, it's about 51, 52 degrees. That would be Fahrenheit, of course, not Celsius. But I do believe that is your summer heat wave on the equator of Mars. Something along those lines. Oh, Dano, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Yeah. And of course, everybody, Dano has some really fantastic bases that he's been sculpting. And that's on his Cults 3D. So at some point, go check out Dano's Cults 3D. Rascal and Dio. So Dio, it's I'm not actually. Somebody could explain how that works. Not quite sure how it works, but it might be. I don't know if it's harder on your phone. I think some people say it's way easier on a desktop or a laptop than it is on your phone. So Rascal's got some 32 degrees there in North Dakota. That's a little bit of a temperature change there. All right, here we're gonna drop a little bit more of our lighter yellow there, so we're starting to get closer. Again, to our Vault Warden team result here, we can get warmer or lighter and warmer down here because again, it's closer to the edge of this, right? Now there are definitely some funky temperature spreads going on. Now I'm going to try and spread some of this light here. And let's see what I can maybe get here on our... Oh, is that... Oh, thanks, Dio. Thank you so much, Dio. I think she just went to sleep maybe about 15 minutes ago, but I will let her know. And thank you so much, Dio. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Dio. All right, Sarge. I think I should still be when you get back, Sarge. I think so. And Valfera, you're going to be heading out. So, all right, Valfera, here. Now these are a little bit closer. So let's do a bit of film noir. Obviously, I mean, there's a little difference in the poses, but let's see how these line up here. Interesting. So yeah, that's a whole lot closer. I think even this is too, wouldn't you say, Valfera? That's gotten a bit closer. Now, let me try these two, because we haven't seen these two together yet. All right, yeah, you can clearly see the difference in the lights. Oh yeah, we really need a bunch more over there. So let's bring our color back while we got these two guys in hand, because I'm going to start working on his lights anyway. So that's what we're going to be doing next, is catching up on these lights right here. So thank you so much, Valfera. And again, Valfera, if you wanted to post your Instagram link there so that people can see your that is boy, how many weeks have you been working just on the hand alone with all the electric work in there, the lighting and stuff? That's really been fabulous. And I do think, Valfera, that your freehand, that's been working out really good too. I just want to make sure we're caught up on stuff. Yeah, Dio, I was really hoping, as much of a struggle as it might be, just, maybe getting a little tired out from not having done that. You know how it is when all you have is just kind of, you're just sitting there with your thoughts, and none of those thoughts are happy thoughts. And I just was hoping that if she could be with you guys, she could at least, well, not only have some, not have those thoughts, but she could be hanging out with you guys. And I know, actually, Valfera, what we talking about that, I know with a few folks, if you have a little peace of mind, you're going to have some peace of body too, which that sounds weird out of context, actually. So maybe we won't say that, but peace of mind is a good thing. We'll go with that. We'll say peace of mind equals good. Not so much. Yeah, that could be a Twitch coming along saying, "Wait, what are you talking about here?" So yeah, we'll ixnay that. We won't go back to that expression. It works really well offline in a message, less so in a Twitch chat or Twitch stream. So yeah, we'll just leave that one. All right, I'm just going to use this here as a blending brush. Now he's holding the fireball. Start with the base of yellow, then orange, then red. Let's see. Actually, Rasco, what could be, and thank you so much for that sub. Ruin. Hey, Ruin, how you doing? That's 9 months worth, Ruin. You know what that means. after a little incident with the piece of body, we'll leave it at 9 months, right? Thank you so much, Ruin. So Rasco, ooh, actually this might not be a bad idea. So if you look at these, the flame sources on both of these, it's like a brilliant yellow pale. So you could even take something like a fluorescent yellow, mix it with white, so that main source of your flame is almost kind of a white hot sort of a thing. So if you can make it at least that one part almost like it's white hot, that you might find that worked out pretty good for you. So 3 weeks on that hand. Oh boy, Valfera, did you just did Valfera just drop a dad joke on us here? I think Valfera just did a pun because he's talking like a free hand on his free hand, which sounds like Freebird. That's what I'm thinking of. So yeah, Rascal. Now I'm not doing that here so much because we don't have the flame source actually out there, but it could be handy to have your right where that source of the flame is be darn near white. And of course, if you're using the oils, well, you could just practically almost pinline wash that if it's in a more of a recessed area. Now see, that was oh, and by the way, you can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. So yeah, it's going to be basically at 100%. Not like acrylics where you do sort of a glazy thing or whatever. Yeah, not going to be quite the same thing. And everybody please check out Pun Expected, what they just posted. And of course, give Pun Expected a follow. Because, well, as you can imagine, Pun Expected also paints with the oils, also does that on stream. Well, maybe not as much right now given the current injury situation, but hopefully that'll be all mended up soon and things will be good. Yeah, Pun, it really sounds like you're really having some fun. Looking forward to those. All right, we're talking about our lighter colors here. That's not enough orange. Too much yellow there. Too much yellow. Gonna cut that down. Poof, there we go. And by the way, we're only an hour and a half in, and again, we're painting 4 figures here. So there's the 3 little dwarves, plus the 1 Azog. And we'll get to the Azog, I think, later in the evening. We're just going to try and hammer away at our wee little dwarves here. See what we can do on them. Again, trying to get that firelight going this way. Then we're going to come back into this with some of our darks again, but I need more suggestions of the orange firelight here. Nowhere near as light as what's down there, of course. And Green Fairy also suggests that you have to make the sound effects. So Green Fairy, is that sort of like the rule that if you're going to move one of your vehicles, you have to make that sound? You know, if it's a tank or something like that, you have to make the sound. Otherwise, you don't get to move the tank. Something tells me that's the same kind of a rule situation there, that you have to make the sound if you're going to move the tank. See, Green Fairy says it is required. So Ostbot, there are several different Warg riders. So there's the Warg riders of. Oh, here you go. So this is a Moria unit right here. So these are the Moria goblins, and these are called Warg Marauders. So you got three gobos riding a Warg. Now let me see if I can find one of my other. Well, I think it's gonna be easier to show you this. So these are my Wolves of Isengard. So you can see those guys are riding wargs. So those are just, again, they're not Urukai, those are just regular orcs riding wargs. But then you've got some special characters. So this is Azog. He's basically kind of a super orc, and this is sort of a super warg. So these are two special characters combined into one very powerful unit. That's why he's so huge, because that's essentially a kind of a special character White Warg and also the orc on his back. All right, Pun, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the gift subs. I really appreciate that because, well, we missed at least at least two streams. So that really goes a long way to kind of getting the Twitch stuff also back in order. And also, No, I'm Not Him. Thank you so much for all the gift subs there. And sorry if I missed. Let's see. Bina's painted some of those journeyman figures. I just want to make sure I didn't miss, because the chat was moving pretty fast there. So I just want to see, because Bina had mentioned. I think we're caught up there. Oh no, here we go. I think we're all caught up there. Again, if I missed something in the chat, and feel free to type it again. You could also, do a highlight message or something? I think a few people have suggested that to me. They say, hey, look, just mention to folks that if I keep missing something, do the highlight chat thing, and that'll make your chat so much different than everything else. I'll just like, what the heck happened there? And then I'll kind of see that someone is definitely trying to get my attention. I've got some of this kind of orangey yellow here. And a couple of bright bits there. And then we'll have to come back to this, right? We haven't done any sort of light stuff there. However, need to know what's going on with this stuff, right? I need to establish how light is this, because if my highlights are brighter than the firelight, well, now we start to drift into the dreaded object source shading category. We don't want that. We don't want object source shading. We want object source lighting, which means you gotta get those darks as strong as you possibly can. Now here again, another advantage of holding the brush closer to the back than to the front. If I do this, well, once again, not able to reach that. Here, look at this. Brush is nowhere near the miniature yet. Total control there, wouldn't you say? Total control. This is a $5, $6 or so brush. Just a synthetic brush. These are the Princeton Velvet Touch, the Cotmans from Winsor Newton. I mean, if they're not the same thing, they're so darn close. I don't know if there's really that significant a difference, really, between the two of them. So I think it should be good there. And of course, it'll all depend on your area, right, as to what the availability of that might just be. Let's do some of our lighter yellows there. There. So Megan, I'm looking forward to seeing the replacement ear on the dog, and I don't know. I think that's really going to actually give it that extra little bit of zip. I really think so. Okay, so that's we're gonna leave him aside. We're gonna jump over to this guy now, see if we can get some of the lighter lights on him too. Oh yeah, we need a whole bunch of this. That might be too much. And as I look at that, I was like, wow, that's an awful lot of yellow. How's about we cut down on that yellow? get something more of like an orange here. So these are from Medbury Miniatures. I am desperately hoping to get some of the Dol Amroth guys prepped so that we can try and do, speaking of freehand, yeah, might be a little bit of freehand on those Dol Amroth guys. Oh, look at, we got Comp Native in the house. Comp Native, how are you doing? I hope that your weekend is off to a good start. No, not a great start. And for the folks that didn't get a chance to see on our another one of our Landscapes of Middle-earth series, we did a little Minas Tirith with Gandalfax. So that's what we're calling this. It's Gandalfax and a Minas Tirith. And that was last night's stream. I don't know, was that about 3.5 hours? Yeah, something like that. 3.5 hours, start to finish. What was fun about that, well, at least for me it was. I don't know about everybody else. What was fun for me is that was practically a watercolor for the first, at least the first hour, maybe more. It was almost approached as if it were a watercolor. And oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna say I can sneak in some of my orange over here. You can see we're kind of almost doing a little bit of a stippling brush stroke there to get that to adhere. Now let's see if we can start to lighten up this area down here. It's not like we want lava there per se. We're trying to do that off-camera light sourcing. That's really what it is, off-camera light sourcing. Now we'll hit this. Gosh, I can still remember, well, it still happens, where people say, oh my gosh, you can't do object source lighting and a whole army will take too much time. Well, no, actually, totally the opposite, because look, so instead of having to paint all these different greens and blues and everything else, I basically just have to paint shades of orange. Right, and here's, again, another one. So we would have to paint all of this all across it, or we just say, you know what, the heck with it, most of this side is just going to be orange. Half the shield just going to be orange. Oh, thanks, Bina. So how does that, oh, you go to the About page. Yes, the About page, and okay. So Bina, that's just like the, what was that, the Amazon wish list thing? I think that works the same way, right? You go to the About thing, and for everybody that contributed to that, I know so many people in the chat were super generous, and they were able to snag a lot of the items on there. Well, I'm hoping the process that was delayed, right, that we didn't get a chance to do last week at all because we weren't here. Maybe Sunday, was it So It Begins, right? Do we need a little video of Theoden at Helm's Deep there, kind of looking around, and he just surveys what's headed his way and says, so it begins. That's something that I'm hoping to get the ball rolling with Sunday. So Sunday is pretty much just going to be all about, well, tearing things apart. Not going to be building anything Sunday. Well, maybe late into the night we might be. But I have a feeling that Sunday is going to be all about just, well, a wee bit of destruction. And thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. I did just, I think it was it tomorrow, I'm going to be putting up episode 3 of Series 31. Episode 3, Series 31. And I also was going to try and film a basing video using some of the, I got 3 new texture rollers from Green Stuff World. Where the heck did the third one go? There you are. That's not it. It's around here somewheres. There you are. Let's turn it this way again. So these brand new rollers, never used them before. I did make some test rolls, right? So we can just get into actually making bases. But those are the 3 new rollers. We're going to give those a try in yet another basing video, because more basing, more better. More basing, more better. At least for me. I can never get enough basing. I absolutely love that. And of course, now that you have all the wonderful 3D printing basing bits too, from folks like Make It Epic, Pellinor, and I can never remember the, or maybe, boy, yeah, no, I can't remember. Armored Wolf would be able to jog my memory for that. And speaking of jogging the memory, I think it was, oh yeah, it was 80 Creations has discovered that I can actually take my highlights and essentially, for all intents and purposes, organize those into playlists. So I'm going to try and do that because, well, then we could say, okay, landscapes of Middle Earth, they're in their own little section. Okay, maybe the Khazad Dhum dwarves in their own little section. Easterlings, their own section. So that is something that I didn't realize that you could do. And actually, Lethal Shadows, I don't know if that really, if you do too much with your highlights, but for all those who save their sessions as highlights like we do here, I've always said that you can't organize them like sculpting, right? I would love to organize all the sculpting ones or the terrain ones. Apparently, you can do that. It's going to take a heck of a long time because I've got hundreds of them to go through. So Primordial Traveler, also the joy of basing, right? Primordial Traveler. Once you start basing, it's just it's hard to go back because basing is just so much fun. Yeah, Green Fairy, to me, it just basically turns every single miniature into its own little diorama, right? I mean, even as simple as it is, right? There's just something a little extra about these two guys with this. Thank you so much, Doubled Minis, for that raid. Everybody, if you could, because this here's Twitch, and this is the best part of Twitch, right, is sharing the love. We can share some love to Doubled Minis. So everybody give Doubled Minis a follow. And of course, Doubled Minis, I know you don't have any pictures of what you were working on because you just finished your stream, but if you got some Instagram images or Discord images, whatever links, you want to share that with the folks in the chat so that they could see what you were doing. Oh, that's really cool. That's no problem. I know you might have been stuck behind an ad wall while I was saying all that. But again, everybody please give Doubled Minis that follow. It's one of my favorite thing about Twitch. I know that YouTube is trying to make all these changes. They've even got, well, their equivalent of gifted subs, but it's such a laborious process. You would spend most of the stream just trying to figure out how the heck to do it. So YouTube's got a long ways to go. They're sort of trying. It feels much more corporate than the way Twitch does it. Actually, Bina, what would be really helpful, I know it sounds crazy, but if you could actually send me a message with your email address in there, because the list is so long that Patreon would cut that off. I would have to send you about 5 or 6 Patreon messages to get the whole darn list in there. But if you shoot me an email, I can pop you that list. Because Bina, what I actually wanted to do, and this was a while ago, was to just start sending people messages with the updated list, right? No problem. Until I found out that it cuts that list into about 5 or 6 pieces, which could probably be really confusing for people. Zero. So double. I'm glad to see you back. We're kind of continuing here on our Medbury Miniatures Khazad Dhum Dwarves, right? Kind of doing that off-camera lighting effect. So here's a batch that we painted a few months ago. I think we were doing 10 of them there. No, 9 of them in 10.5 hours. That's it. All right, no problem, Bina. I just kind of wish there was a way that I could just kind of get everybody to just like here's your email address, here's that list, because I'm sure that would be helpful for a lot of folks. What would also be helpful here, I think I need to get some of my orange into this. Not too much, I don't think, but some. Thanks, Doubleds. Appreciate that. So Doubleds, we got back into the 2D art again. I think you saw the Rohan one, our Helm's Deep, but look at that. We have Gandalfax and Minas Tirith. Just painted that last night. It was done in oils, but my gosh, if you look at it, you swear I was painting a watercolor. I think see, I'm going to have to get me a little bit of that orange down there. Again, the miniatures here, miniatures are from Medbury Miniatures. I do have another miniature that's kind of underway here. That's from Khurzluk, but we'll be getting back to him later. That's the Azog miniature. Now, and that's going to get some blood effects too, actually, after things dry here. So this kind of Moria based. Well, here's our Gandalf, right? More Moria basing on our Moria Fellowship. Here's our Aragorn. Same concept, and also, of course, some lovely little trolls. Those are from Diwali. The texture roller from Green Stuff World. Here's some more of the Moria army. And again, all the gobos on that same base, including this dragon. Yeah, which sadly I've got to redo that. Well, I'm just going to do another dragon because that base is too big. Because with Lord of the Rings, they have some funky base sizes. And they're trying to keep it very secret, apparently. Just what size base things go on. So once the battle droids are done, I'm going to be doing a spawn statue. Painting up in oil. Well, doubled. I hope that goes well. Now, were there any particular colors in that scheme that you're looking for to, take advantage of some of the super staining colors that we have in oils, right? Is going to have some shiny non-metallic or golds on it. So you know me, I'm just trying to think ahead and go, oh, there's going to be a lot of Prussian blue there. Or, oh, maybe there'll be a lot of, a combination of something like a phthalo green and, well, Indian yellow, which makes a fantastic pre-glaze, by the way. All right, we're just, yeah, you know what? I think we just need to let a little bit more of the orange work in that way. Anything that's facing up, though, not going to do that. So it really does change, right? This thing here was looking kind of kind of blah, and then all of a sudden our lighting gets in there and sort of changes the whole outlook there. Doji, nice to see ya. So Doji, hopefully this start time means that you can hang out with us a little bit more before you either have to head out to work or get the wee one that breakfast served, because I know usually it's a hello goodbye sort of thing. Thanks Doji. It's kind of nice being able to do a second painting with the Minas Tirith, and there might actually be a third Doji, because I think you heard me, you hear me talking about this through that whole broadcast. There's another, that's not really how Minas Tirith should look. You should actually see buildings and farms and all this other stuff, and the main lower wall should actually be black, just like Orthanc. So I thought we could do a more accurate representation of Minas Tirith for yet another Minas Tirith painting. Because, for someone who hasn't read the books, who's sitting there going, well, the outer wall is not the right color. Where's all the farms? Where's the Ramus Icor? Yeah, that's the guy that ain't read the books yet talking about that stuff, because that's how we roll. Ooh, wow, Doji, that sounds good. Ooh, that sounds really good. I like the sound of bakeries. I like the smell of bakeries, and I like to eat what comes out of bakeries. Now, doubles, I've always wanted to do sort of like a broken marble statue, with all the veins in it and stuff. But it always seems like it's just too darn broken up. And if I try and do all the crazy little veins in it, it just not gonna translate so well. Now I don't know if yours is a little, maybe there's more wide open spaces and it's not quite so broken up. All right, well yeah, Doshi, we'll be giving that another shot. I think it deserves another chance. Now I don't want to base it too closely on another illustration because not fair to the person that did that one. But we'll see if we can get a little some kind of variety in it. But yet again, make something that's a little more accurate to what the actual fake Minas Tirith. Because yeah, no actual Minas Tirith. Yes, almost said the actual Minas Tirith. Now, for folks who are asking about the Rings of Power series, well, of course we have. Look at this. We have Galadriel Warrior Princess from the Rings of Power series, also Make It Epic basing bits. So we painted this one up on stream. A bunch of the Lord of the Rings lore things that I listened to, they actually went to the UK. They got to see 20 minutes of footage, and then they actually got to talk to the showrunners. And they were much more optimistic after that, because apparently the showrunners were quoting them bits of the Silmarillion. Now, of course, they could have just memorized that before that occasion. I don't know, but they said that there was they felt like there was some genuine appreciation for the subject matter. So that's something that's kind of been on the minds of a lot of people when it comes to the new show. And you can catch any of those guys, Nerd of the Rings, In Deep Geek. A lot of those guys went. They were headed off to England for that. They said it's nothing is 100%, of course, but they felt a little bit better. They were the ones that were not even cautiously optimistic, at least advanced to cautiously optimistic. Actually, Lethal Shadows, I never actually read, and you'll get a kick out of this. I've never read any fantasy books. Was that Wheel of Time? I guess that's another one. The Song of Ice and Fire series. I never heard of those. When the Lord of the Rings movies first came out, I didn't even know what Lord of the Rings was. Never heard of Tolkien. Never heard of Lord of the Rings. Never read a comic book. So that's kind of the joke. Lethal Shadows is that the person that has no idea what the vast majority of this is going around talking about how Quick Meme actually looked and was described in the books, and movie Denethor versus book Denethor, and such thing, how this battle actually worked out and stuff. So it's kind of a running joke, a bit of a running joke these days, actually. All right, Green Fairy. Oh, it's 11:10 here, but thanks, Green Fairy. I appreciate it. Appreciate everything that you do. And I don't know. My ideal start time would be somewhere between 4:30 and 5:30 tomorrow. We'll kind of see how things go, but that's at least what I'm shooting for. Something like that. So hopefully we can make that happen. And maybe that means you can also hang out a little bit longer too. Oh, look at that. Look at that dark. Look at that nice little edge that's set. I'm going to do it again. Right there. You must have dark to show the light. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Unfortunately, is I don't even get a chance to listen to audiobooks because, well, I'm either streaming or filming or editing, right? And basically all I can do is listen to those lore videos because they're somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes long, and even then, it might take me 2 or 3 sessions of listening just to listen to one of those completely. Because actually, Lethal Shadows, I would love to get the audiobooks that Andy Serkis narrated. That was in September of last year. They came out with a new audiobook series, and boy, I would love to listen to those. That would be so amazing. See, Ostbot is able to do the audiobook thing, but that must be a lot of fun. I think we're all caught up. Yeah, so I think Kathy, years and years ago, she read sort of the first couple out loud. I think we were probably driving up to Minnesota or something like that, and she read those out loud while we were doing that. Maybe the first two or three, but aren't there tons and tons of those Wheel of Time books? And it was, yeah, I had no idea what Game of Thrones, aka Song of Ice and Fire, was either, which is, that's the funny story when it comes to the actual painting of the Song of Ice and Fire stuff. And I know I've told that story several times of how basically the person who is responsible for that game even being made, who is personal friends with George R. R. Martin, which is why he has the rights to doing miniatures and games of that stuff. Yeah, that's a whole story unto itself right there. Very humorous. Oh, there's 14 Wheel of Time books. And so I know that there was something where he hadn't finished them, and then somebody else tried to finish up the series. Hopefully, it's relatively satisfying, the result. I know it's not always going to be. Yeah, Grey Wolf, I think they came out last September, I believe. And it would be nice to have those, and then actually have the time to listen to the darn things. Oh, that would be so cool. I think we're all caught up, yeah. And basically all these things that I've learned about First Age, Second Age, Balerion, Gondolin, the secrets, all that kind of stuff is just it's things through all these different lore videos where they kind of cover all that stuff in a great deal of depth, but in kind of handy little chunks. Now this has got a little bit of the radiant turquoise in it, not just lighter, but it's also a bit on the cooler side here. And we'll do this. Well, actually, Osspot, I'm hoping for folks that are huge fans of that he's able to do it all justice. I mean, that's kind of all people want, really, right? Is just maybe it's not super spectacular, maybe it's not the greatest piece of literature ever, but if it can at least be an adequate end to the story, that would be nice. I'm guessing there's probably notes left over or something like that for uh, things that never were completed. So we're lightening again, trying to find some of the lighter metals in here. I might go more just straight up radiant turquoise. See, I was tempted to almost go a little bit of gold-ish stuff there, but I do like the idea of having this contrasting cooler color here. And as much fun as it is to have the firelight reflected all over the place, sometimes to just give the eye a chance to rest somewhere. Doji, you got your black spinel. I think you'll like it. And oh, Doji, for some of the folks that weren't here earlier, now this was something that I kind of proposed in the latest video on the Patreon page, but we did it on this Lethal Shadows gaming miniature. Just was it last week or a couple of weeks ago? We found out that this Richardson Oils Naphthol Red Medium actually has staining properties. I tested it again here, and it seemed to confirm what we tried for the first time on this Lethal Shadows gaming miniature. So yes, that potentially has some staining properties to it. Go figure, right? color me amazed that an opaque red that's kind of a medium, right? Not terribly dark or light or anything like that. That has actual staining properties to it. So I know that we talked about it several times early on. And actual blades, I meant to ask, let's see, how long is it now till you should be getting it's your thinner that you're waiting for, right? You got everything. You got paint, brushes, but no thinner. I think that's the one piece of the puzzle that you're still missing. I'm just doing that countdown because we did something like that for Bettany. That's right, because she was waiting on her, well, I think her painting area to be. The house was being remodeled, so she was waiting for that to be done before she could get to painting again. All right, we're gonna keep going with this, especially here on the axe. Can go a little lighter with that too, but just want to try and get to some of the blue-ish colors in here. I'm going to see if I can't go a little lighter here with our white. Might need to throw a bit more out there, but you can see I just threw a little dot of thinner on top of the white here. What that's going to do, it's just going to sit there and that's actually going to break that paint down. So you don't necessarily have to do the whole thinning the paint down and putting it in little jars if you don't have time for that. So that's another method that works. So see, we lighten that up there and feel like I'm starting to get some contrast into that. Same thing along that edge too. Now that's there you go, right, Doshi? Yes, indeed. But hopefully, I don't know, some folks will be able to maybe get that. I know it's Richardson apparently doesn't ship things to Europe, sort of like the, oh, what is that stuff? The Marion Street oils, but maybe they do. And we'll try and get a couple of capture some brighter spots on the chainmail there. Now I'm going to head on down to the base here. Let's just grab a little of the brilliant yellow pale. I guess we have an awful lot of the brown matter or alizarin mixed into that. So what are we doing here? I'm just going to take the either radiant green, or I'm just going to mix the brilliant yellow pale into that, oh, black spinel. Yeah. Actually, you'll love some of the nifty grays, Doji, that you can make. You could just do a set of color charts, take in only the black spinel and the radiance, and just doing some color charts with that and see all the nifty colors of gray that you'll end up with. Yeah, you'll end up with a ton of them. Now here, thinking this would be a little bit lighter anyways, because the figure wouldn't necessarily be cast in a shadow. And also lets me bring out some of that design a little bit more. Now we've got our knotwork over here. So there we go. Wait, this is it? No, yeah, this is about as light as we went, at least so far. Okay, here. Throw some of that lighter gray into here. It's also going to get that away from that sort of reddish color, not a radish. It's so funny, Grey Wolf Studio. When I was a kid, that's what I listened to Bill Alexander and all that stuff. That's what I actually thought he was saying. Now, of course, he had a wee bit of an accent, just a bit, but that's what I thought he was saying. I was convinced that's what he was saying when I was a kid. All right, little lighter there. So again, this is a warmer light. Up here, it was cooler, right? We went with that blue, the turquoise, the radiant turquoise here, taking the brilliant yellow pale, mixing it with that black spinel, which in some ways it can have a bit of a reddish tint to it. Something like so. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. As I said, we've got yet another army painting video that's going to go up tomorrow, because that'll be the 21st, when things aren't absolutely ludicrous and insane, as they have been. I try to every 3 days have a new video out, which is why if you do the Army Painter Pledge level, you're going to get, you'll be inundated by at least 20 hours of new content every month, potentially more like 24, 25 hours. So I'm just mixing this with a little bit of the brown matter. Just going to try and get some skin tone here, because he doesn't have a mask quite like some of the other guys do. Also, some a little bit different on the hair as well. Just a little indication of something right there. So everybody, please take note. For folks that maybe can't get the black spinel, the Schminke Mineral Black seems to work just as good or better. Now, RJ, how does it compare price-wise? Is it easier on the wallet too? Because if you're getting the same thing and it costs less, well, that's not terrible, is it? So yeah, if you don't mind, just letting folks know, uh, that info could be really helpful. And this is what I keep saying, is that all of the other folks that have taken up the oil painting and are kind enough to kind of let me know either in private or just like RJ did there in the chat, where they say, hey, look, I found this material, or I found this idea, and it helps everybody. So when you do those things and it helps out everybody else, I really appreciate that, because again, it's I can only do so much here and try so many things. So it's really cool. And again, I appreciate everybody that shares that info. Again, whether it's private message to me, or you can be in the chat there and kind of direct people to a resource. That's certainly happened many times, not just for paint, but also for printing resources, right? People talk about, hey, I found this really great resin that maybe nobody's heard of before. So I appreciate it when folks do that. All right, I'll probably come back in here with a little bit of blending brush action. So $7 cheaper as we welcome in Kane. Kane, how you doing? How you doing, Kane? So I don't think you were able to catch the stream last night where we did yet another landscape of Middle Earth. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun painting that. Another version of Minas Tirith. You know, I mean, that's you can't go wrong painting Minas Tirith, right? It's always going to be fun. So thanks so much for joining us here. Appreciate that. I'm going to come back in there with some darks too, I think. Yeah. So here is, I'm just going to get this brush out of the way so that we can grab this. So there it is. There's Minas Tirith with Gandalfax, which that's never going to get old. That is just never, ever going to get old. So Kane, yeah, sorry that you couldn't hang out. It wasn't the longest stream in the world either, was it? It was only, what, 3 hours long-ish? Something like that? No, 3.5 maybe. Well, looky here. Look who's joined us. Something wicked this way comes. See what I did there? Yeah, that's not original. But what original is Wicked Mini Painting. Everybody, please give Wicked Mini Painting a follow. So Wicked Mini, I hope that your stream went really, really well. I know that you might be stuck behind all the ads and the crazy stuff there. But as always, you know, drop pictures, links, what you've got into the chat, whether it's Instas or Discord or anything like that, so that folks can see what you are just working on. Now, we've been working on ourselves here 4 miniatures. So as you can see, a wee bit of object source lighting is the theme tonight, but we also have this one going. So in 2 hours and 9 minutes, yeah, we've been hammering away at these 4 miniatures right here. Hey, Kelt, how you doing? And again, thanks so much, Wicked Mini Painting, for that raid. Appreciate that. For the folks who are new here and don't know, this is all with oil paints. And believe it or not, we're actually using some homemade fluorescent oil paint. Pigment powders, linseed oil, poof, fluorescent oil paint, which also is opaque. And of course, we also do some 2D stuff here. We just did this on last night's stream. Guess what? Also with the oil paints, and we like to do our units too. This was all painted up on one of our Saturday streams, right? Some Song of Ice and Fire there, and of course, well, we sort of like our freehand a little bit, just a smidge, right? Because we had a little taste of freehand on this thing, because more freehand, more better. So yeah, Wicked Mini, and that also works. Let me see if I can do it. Yeah, look at this. Guess what? You can take anything that's a powder, you mix it with linseed oil. I've done it with weathering powders. Seriously, I've taken weathering powders, turned them into oil paints because, well, it's a powder. Starts off as a powder, ends up being a paint. Now, there's a little bit of back and forth, right? Maybe the first time you do it, it might not work out exactly the way you'd like. A little bit of trial and error. But for me, I actually I like my homemade fluorescents better than the fluorescent paints that I can buy, which is kind of fun. Oh, thanks, Ostbot. You can go back and watch all these now. Again, I was just informed that, so we did what, 5 streams on these right here, right? I can take all those streams and group them together and just like a Slava Ukraine, like a playlist. So apparently you can make playlists in your Twitch highlights. So we will, in our vast array of free time, we will also do that because we have endless amounts of free time, so it should not be a problem at all. All right, Doji, you have a good breakfast there. Oh, wow, that's making me hungry, Doji. Just thinking about it. Just thinking about some chow. Sounds good to me. Yes, indeed. All right, here, let's throw a little bit more dark on the top sides of these. So I think we got that pretty good. I think we've got that set. So these are those Green Stuff World texture rollers that we talk about so much, that we love so much. I really, really, really like those things. And now I've got 3 brand new ones to play around with. The Star Wars one, I'm not really sure I've got much use for it. I mean, you could try and use it with some 40K things, but of course, all the folks that are playing, was it Star Wars Legion? Maybe that's an option for you. You know what? I need to get back over here to my skin color, because his nose over there, his cheek, we just need to hit that with a little bit of this warmer, not quite pinkish color. All right, Grey Wolf. Well, thanks for hanging out, of course, as always, and thanks too for just just let me send you lots of messages and just say, oh, gee whiz, here's this thing that just happened or that thing that just happened. And I appreciate everyone that's supported us all this week. And thank you so much, Morgarin. I appreciate that. Says hello, little hobbit. Says like, again, you're a little late on the draw there. Dewey's like, but and don't tell me that a wizard is never late or early, because you're late. Otherwise, we wouldn't be dead. It's like, geez, that's kind of harsh. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. You know what I just discovered here? I think I need to get me some orange. Some more orange. Again, this is an off-camera light source right here. I was just going to put some up here. Then I realized, well, we need some down here, because those are facing towards the firelight. So yes, we love working with their oils here. It's just so much fun. There's lots of different advantages to them. They actually are really incredibly durable. So painting, well, whether they're gaming miniatures or not, knowing that that oil paint is really going to kind of be there forever, that's good to know. But then you factor in Sometimes miniatures can have accidents, and I'm sure if Megan's in the chat there, she's don't even mention that. I still think that cat is going to be an alley cat for a while, because that was cat versus dog, and the dog lost. All right, getting a little bit more of our lighter oranges in there, and here's a previous group. We did a bunch of these guys. I think it was 9 of them in 10.5 hours, one of our Saturday streams. But we love doing our object source lighting because it really can set a theme for an army here. Look at this, our Moria army, same deal. And then, of course, it can really make a very dramatic diorama. That's a 3D printed from Diwali, that Galadriel right there versus the Necromancer. So very fun. And again, using our homemade fluorescent oil paints. Green, purple, magenta. Oh, here's our magenta object source lighting. Again, that's using the homemade oil paints and other 3D printed busts. And this is another one of those live sessions, which I think we'll just have to organize yet another playlist and call it busts. A little bit more on my orange here. I think a bit more there. Again, focusing on the underside of this. I need to go a little lighter with that. I need to go a little lighter. So let's see if we can make this happen. Again, without getting too close to yellow too quickly. I don't know, let me go over here. I'll also thin that down. And I'm just going to stipple that on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Kane, it's really amazing. And I think, Kane, you've seen some of the terrain pieces that I painted with the oils.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
And boy, talk about way easier than acrylics. Painting the terrain pieces with the oils. Here's another 3D print. Now this is from The Printing Goes Ever On, and he's like, oh, you look a little more forceful than the last version of you. He's like, wait a minute, there's more of me. It's like, I don't know, like how many times you die in this story. He's like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to die? Spoiler alert. Thank you so much for that follow. Fun facto, I appreciate that. So I guess we've had ourselves a few little puppet shows tonight. And yes, for the folks that are new here, that don't be surprised that occurs every so often. Yes, every so often Gandalf makes an appearance. Sometimes he's greeted less warmly. He's still being actively hunted by Gwahir. I don't think that's ever going to end. I think that that relationship is impaired, at least in our demented version of Middle-earth. Yes, this is more like Middle-earth follies. It's not quite the Middle-earth that other folks might know. So a little bit of Middle-earth follies. Now what I want to do is grab this. I'm going to use this as a blending brush here. It's basically a brush with no paint on it. And I see a bunch of brush strokes in here. What I'm going to do is just kind of stipple away at those. The color doesn't really change, but the brush strokes go away. Right? It's almost like you're polishing furniture. Think of it more like that. And we've been able to advance that one. See, looking a whole lot more like this shield here. So Medbury Miniatures, one of the nifty things is that he does at least a half a dozen shield designs. Doesn't matter what it is, if it's Dol Amroth, if it's Aranor, he always makes tons of different shield designs. So you can really make a different type of army on our Candish forces, right? He did all of those different banner shapes, 6 different banners, yeah. Even the horses, there's different horses' heads, so you can get that variety that you're looking for. Thank you so much, Jojo, Brando. Well, look at this. We never run short of Gandalfs. He's like, well, are you sure you're going to ride that in here? He's like, dude, I can hear you. It's like talking horse. Fine, fine. Talking horse. I'm a talking horse. Thank you so much for that follow, Jojo. I appreciate that. And if you think we've run out of Gandalfs, nope, there's still more Gandalfs. There are more Gandalfs left. And we're getting close to another, well, sort of another 0. I think we're what, 4 away from reaching another little sort of a milestone. I mean, not nothing epic or anything like that, but it gets us closer to the we're inching closer to that 7,000 mark. So I appreciate all the new little hobbits. Despite the antics of Gandalf, we appreciate all of our new little hobbits. And there we go. Okay, so that really starts to get that glintiness of metal there, even if it's not necessarily going to be a bright, like say well, this. Here's our another 3D print right here. This is from Highland Miniatures, and we did an entire army painting series based on this. Lots of shinies here, lots of shinies in reflection. We even reflected basically the landscape in that. Well, Jojo, we actually do some 40K stuff here. This is one of my most recent tutorials. We finally did the Smurfs. We'd done but Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Imperial Fists. We even did White Scars, and then we finally got to the Smurfs. And well, I guess that's the other thing too with our series of chapter studies. We'll have to start getting into some of the chaos stuff too, because Emperor's Children could be kind of interesting. Could be some very fun color combos there. Oh yeah, I think so. All right, almost forgot about this here. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Looking to get something that's a little bit more like skin tone there on the knuckles. What the heck? I'm just going to use Radiant Lemon Radiant Violet of all things. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. And then here, I think I need a smidge of light. Can't all just be that dark. Possibly a bit more up there. Also, timing, very important with the oils. If we try and if we just slap paint on there and start doing everything all at once, you just end up with, well, you'll end up with mud because the paint has no time to set. It's not going to dry. That's not what we're looking for. Not looking for the paint to dry. We're looking for that paint to set. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let's do a couple of more lights on that beard. And I think you can see the different now. So we've been able to take this a little further. Now we got to do the same thing with this guy. We've done a lot with the oranges. We got to come in the same way we did up here with some of those the blues and such, right? But I want to set this guy aside because we've been working on him for a while. I'm working on him for a while, and we're gonna, as you can see, we're looking to carry this as far as we did this one. But let's start to get some action here on this. Now that probably we're gonna be toning that down, I think. Which means I'm going to find myself another brush here, and we'll just, again, a bit of a pin line, and that, boom. Okay, so that darkens that down. That's pretty key. So now Primordial Traveler, if you're talking about Williamsburgs that I haven't tried yet, I know the one that everybody keeps begging me to try is that Severus Blue. I actually had that and the Williamsburg Burnt Umber in my cart before all the fun times happen. I was actually going to get those because people have been asking about them, and I just wanted to see, okay, does the Williamsburg Burnt Umber have, well, staining properties to it? And much in the same way I was surprised by this, could I also be surprised by something like burnt umber? I mean, that's kind of a dime a dozen color there, right? But for one brand to have a staining version of that, unlike all the others that don't, that could be interesting for folks. JoJo, and believe it or not, well, this is going to kind of show how long ago it was, but the army that I most wanted to play and I played was Demon Hunters. So that now you're talking about 4th edition, 40K there. Uh, Gray Knights is what people would probably call it, but I didn't really have hardly any Gray Knights in the army. It was mostly Imperial Guard and Inquisitor retinues. That was my thing. Now I also, well, of course back then they were witch hunters, but now they're Sisters of Battle, and we have some of our. Where the heck is my sister? There we go. So yeah, this is my old Sisters of Battle army right here, and lots of conversions. Those are the old timies. Right, and here's there's the display board that went with them. Yeah, there's stained glass, 39 stained glass windows, but there's the interior. So these are the new Sisters of Battle there, and those are all done with the oils. So well, we're gonna keep going. I have more Sisters of Battle from the starter box, or from the Sisters of Battle box. So we'll be doing some more sisters for sure. So I think yeah, Severus Blue. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. That's the one that people keep saying, hey, look, you got to try this. Haven't had a chance to try that yet. Again, it was kind of in the cart. I was going to get it, but things happen, and that took us away from that quest. Maybe we'll be able to get back to that. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, well, Shadow Minion, thank you so much for joining everything, and well, I hope you have some fun with your painting. So it went down 8 hours earlier, and now you get to go home and have some special time with the brushes and the paints. And here's hoping that you have a heck of a lot of fun with the brushes and the paint, because, well, I mean, that's going to happen, right? It's miniature painting. So yeah, we'll be working on the sisters still. We'll keep going with them. I think, well, oh, that's right. I would have some Grey Knight Terminators in a Land Raider with, oh gosh, it wasn't an Inquisitor. Oh, Inquisitor Karamazov. That's who I always wanted to have in my Witch Hunter army. Which didn't they actually? I think they actually made an Inquisitor Karamazov figure. Maybe it's a Forge World thing or something. Again, I plead ignorance on that, but there might be. I'm gonna try and get some orange. I think it would be just more dramatic if we had some orange reflected on the mask here. Would it necessarily reach there? Maybe not. Maybe not. Ostbot.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Big Jim. Thank you so much. Vertica, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. That'd be fantastic. Big Jim, did you get that the crazy thing solved? I know the one game was lagging on you. That was just it was making you nuts. I hate when that that kind of weird thing. You're like, there's no reason this should be happening. But everybody, please give Big Jim that follow. Now we're gonna go in reverse order here. So we're actually gonna take a look at one of my other previous armies here, and then we'll head over to Wappelville as well. So what we're gonna do here is look at, this was my last fantasy army, and you can understand why, because it's Tomb Kings. Yes, 5 minutes after I finished that entire army display board, the whole thing, they got rid of Tomb Kings. So these are all massively converted, because they don't come like that. Those that barding and stuff, yeah, that was all sculpted. Obviously a new Howdah here on that War Sphinx. And all that stuff that you see on the top level, that was all sculpted from scratch. Hyro Titan on the left, Colossus on the right, those Sphinxes, the birdies, and that screaming skull catapult, yeah, all that stuff. And everything there on those walls told the story of the Silver Pharaoh. Now I'm gonna see, I think, oh, here we go. Now, this is even further back. We're talking about 2012, 2013-ish. And you can look at these on the blog. So those are all MDF buildings. Yeah, that's not FDM. That's not printed. That's the old laser etched wood, right? And all of those buildings have their own article on the blog. How all that stuff was painted, the interiors. There's wallpaper on the insides. There's wanted posters everywhere. Lots of articles, even on how I made the trees, those gravestones. And now I really wish that I had oils when I was doing this. First of all, for the buildings. Second of all, for all this stuff. Can you imagine how easy it would have been painting these with the oils? It would have taken a third the time. Seriously, 1/3 of the time. So again, Advantage oils. Advantage oils. So I'm just going to get back down to my scene here. There, we're back. We are back. Oh, Link's kilt. And of course, there it is. So Big Jim, what was the character that you were playing? It was, in some ways, it was reminding me of this guy right here. It was sounding an awful lot like that. I don't remember what your character was, but that was part of the Kobolds group, right? Hey, JP, nice to see ya. So JP, yeah, that was the golden age of Wappelville right there, and Wild West Exodus until it was purchased, and then they kind of wiped out everything that was that sort of American history about it, and it sort of became what was that thing? Oh, Malifaux 3.0 basically. Which if you want, if you like Malifaux, well, that's cool, but that's we wanted Wild West Exodus. So that kind of curtailed. Well, we stopped playing it basically. I still have all the stuff. I still have a ton of Wild West Exodus miniatures. If I wasn't so busily engaged in trying to get all the Lord of the Rings stuff going here, and well, soon Conquest, that's going to be arriving at some point. All those Conquest miniatures. Uh, when I try to look at the tracking info, it just boots me out of the site, but those are supposed to be on the way. So JP, nice to see you. Nice to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Um, yeah, we'll try and lighten up a couple of things here. If we can. Again, we've got that object source lighting that's coming through this way. Yeah, JP, we did another 2D art painting last night. Now we dropped in a little bit of 2D art last night. Another landscape of Middle Earth. And here we're gonna, I think I need to actually get some dark around some of these, yeah, some of the rivets here. As much as we're trying to get lighter tones on them, we also need to get some of the darks here as well. Yeah, JP, it was sort of a more of a long view of Minas Tirith. Let me see, I just want to make sure, so I'm glad that you were able to get that solved then, Big Jim, because I know that was really just being a bugger there. So this was our, well, Gandalfax and Minas Tirith there. So again, that was last night's stream. Yeah, we'll try to do another one on Thursday. I think we should be able to. Again, I never quite know what's, well, especially these days, never quite know what kind of interesting things might come along. All right, I'm going to just try to lighten that a bit too. Because here, especially on the other one, the floor wasn't cutting off the light. Here, or it was, here not so much, right? So we can have a little bit more of that reflect up here. So Shadow Minion, there was definitely not really looking forward to it, of course. Now it seemed, I think, well, the short version is, I think you can call it sort of a win. And hopefully it means that maybe things could be getting back to more of a normal type of a thing. There's always the follow-up stuff and everything, which always, especially when you are not used to that kind of thing at all, it's you can interpret all the follow-up stuff for sinister stuff, and sometimes it is just follow-up things. So it seems like that was again a can't necessarily wave the final victory banner or anything like that, but it did seem there was some encouraging things for sure, no doubt about it. And to the point where Kathy just might be doing her Tuesday night stream for a Gen Con, yeah. So she might just be doing that. Regular streaming, I don't know. She'll probably not do her reading streams on Friday, because having read to her at the hospital there, that's quite the breathing exercise. I mean, I was having a heck of a time with that. Yeah, Shadow Minion. I was just delirious to get out of there with what we did today. I was happy about that, and hopefully that just that trajectory keeps going upwards. Lethal Shadows, I do not have one. Don't have one of those. Now, I'm pretty sure that Adepticon has a laser cut. Well, I know they have the laser etching and stuff, but that was all done. Oh, Burn-In Designs. Burn-In Design. Oh my gosh, did he do tons of stuff. So much terrain. Yeah, that's all from Burn-In Designs. I don't know if he's still doing that. That I couldn't tell you for sure. Now here I actually have to get rid of some of the red stuff in there. But first I think I'm going to have to go darker. We'll just take that Van Dyke brown and some of the blue here. And I do once again want to express a hearty thank you for everybody that, well, just kind of tried to keep tabs, and then all the folks that sent messages or asked, hey, how are things going? Because even just the ability to look at those and answer back, it was just a nice way to not have to be thinking about stuff, right? Any possible things, just kind of staying in the moment, I guess. So that is really appreciated. I know it was super helpful for me, that's for sure. And again, we're hoping that maybe the rest of this just sort of heals itself and such. And we'll see how things move down the line. But definitely felt a whole lot better at 4 o'clock in the afternoon than at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that for sure. All right, we've gotten some more of the bluish tone in there. Boy, I was hoping to get some kind of brightest highlights here. I may have to throw some more of my white out there. It's possible. Oh, and by the way, wow, it's only 2 hours 38 minutes in, and we're getting close to knocking out the second of the 3 miniatures, with the third one pretty darn far along, right? So there's this plus one other miniature, and that's all in the last 2.5 hours. So things have been progressing very, very nicely. I'm going to maybe try and get a little light on that. Where's my other batch of light? Well, just stick with this over here. I'm going to try and lighten that too. Okay. So Shadow, this is it's to match basically my entire Moria world here. So here's I started out with this and all the little gobos here, and they're all on the same basing, that same green stuff world texture roller with the off-camera light sourcing. So think of it more your Mines of Moria, right, where everything is kind of being lit from underneath. And it's the same thing for the Fellowship here, right? So the Fellowship climbing around in Moria, and then of course some of our Moria. Here we go, our Moria trolls here. So same type of basing and lighting. So this way I can try and kind of play all three together, kind of have them in that same environment. And all of those were painted on stream. And there's also some YouTube videos, I think, maybe broken out of some of the dwarves there. So yeah, you can check out the YouTube channel as well. Kane, well, I know you were saying that it hasn't been glorious recently, and that you were just kind of getting back into things. And thanks, Kane. That's why we're really appreciative of all the folks that, again, just kind of were there for us, even if we just was saying, man, we wish we knew what was going on. We wish we don't understand this. And of course, folks that maybe had more experience with these kind of things, that was much appreciated because they could say, look, that seems really weird and it seems very unusual, but that's actually kind of what happens. So they could sort of give us at least a little bit of a guide as to maybe what could be expected or whatever. Because, yeah, when it's all just lots of unexpected, that your mind can just kind of go to scarier places, of course. So that's why we're really, really grateful for that. And yeah, all along the way, people have been able to kind of go, well, here, look, it's not always going to be exactly the same, but here was my experience with this or that or the other, and maybe you can also expect, this to be happening too. So that really, I know it worked for me. Yeah, that definitely kept things not necessarily super positive, but at least where they said, look, don't be too freaked out by this or that or the other. So that really meant a lot. And hopefully, as Kathy starts to get back into more of her regular schedule and her regular activities and stuff, that's going to have its own set of benefits, right? Just doing normal stuff again. And of course, hanging out with folks. We all like to be able to hang out with our friends. So she already was doing that a bit tonight, which was fantastic. So the actually you can see the stream where the Balrog was painted. Yeah, that was we did that over one stream, and then all of those Moria Gabos, you can see those too. And gosh, I think we painted about 25 of those guys, ish, something like that. We painted a bunch of them. And I've got some more from Khurzluk. I've got the drum majorettes, the drums in the deep, so we'll probably be painting those on stream as well. So Kane, actually, I hope that maybe through, well, like you said, through the hobby stuff, that it won't be, oh God, I hate calling it just a distraction, but sometimes a distraction just for maybe an hour or 2 hours to be able to be thinking about just something else that's not what you're already thinking about could go a long way. Because that's why I appreciate all the folks that when I was doing the streams while she was still there, That worked out really well in some ways because there were times, well, you can't really sleep when you're there because they're going to be waking you up and such. And then how do you get back to sleep? So we could actually be streaming, and then she could actually at least interact a little bit with folks in the chat. So that again is also appreciated, that she kind of had a little bit of company there. Now here, let's get to some other colors in the beard here. Now JP, it's kind of funny. I'm guessing, well, it's all plastic now, right? JP, well, I think, oh yeah, we had, and again, everybody that was so generous to donate to the Defense of the North Fund. So this is basically the funds that were supposed to go to that. Well, obviously, they went elsewhere, and folks were very kind, and they helped me get the new Easterling stuff, the Dale stuff. I mean, yeah, that would be nice, but I think there's 3D printable stuff. And of course, Easterlings, that's kind of the near and dear thing for me. And I thought we could do some really nice tutorials and some really nice live sessions with those. Right, like, there he is. So obviously doing more stuff like this. This was, actually, this is a shortened version up on the YouTube channel of this guy here. So again, more object source lighting. That would be called your on-camera light sourcing though, because you can actually, well, see where the light source is coming from. I'm going to try and get a couple more darks this way. And we'll darken that down too. Now let me see what's happening over here with this. Might just have to darken all this down. And these are 3D prints from Medbury right here. It was, ironically enough, Diwali also did Vault Warden teams. I went from having no dwarf armies, never was going to do one, to all of a sudden having three, well, at least three different folks making the dwarf stuff, which is kind of hilarious. Again, never had any intention of making a dwarf army, ever. Yeah, definitely Kane, because you're kind of being bombarded by so many things at once that it's kind of just takes the breath away a little bit, and just that little bit of space there, that just being able to maybe hang out with some folks can provide is a big deal. And well, you just start to think, okay, there's there's this whole other life that is still there. So again, very cool that she'll be able to hopefully get back into the streaming stuff now. We're gonna get some of those darks that we were talking about here. I think we might take some of a little bit of the Egyptian violet, maybe mix that in there. See what we can do here. So yeah, the Balrog stream, that was a lot of fun. Now I've got the Khurzluk Balrog printed up. I wanted to do a basing video of that. I also have I think it's the Diwali, basically Cave Drake, and I want to try to paint that. But that larger stuff, I'm glad that I just kind of waited, because I want to try and get the new camera set up for that and all those larger things. All right, there, just hint at those little dark rivets or whatever, something like that. And maybe I think we need to just go darker there. Also, I think here too. And I'm just going to try and hint at maybe some chips and that would also, yeah, let's do a couple. I know there's one over here. There. And we'll just throw some of those there. I knew we were kind of missing something. All right. And we'll do that too. Bit more this way. Okay, and then we'll maybe do some lights coming up this way to capture those little chips and dents and everything else. I know there was something I wanted to get a little bit more of my dark right there. So you see how that kind of cut down on that little light line? Okay, and this, I'm going to take one of these brushes here. We'll just grab a little bit of Van Dyke Brown, I think. And just tone down, let's kind of scorch that edge maybe a little bit. And the same here. So Van Dyke Brown for the most part. There's probably a little bit of the blue in there too, but okay, I knew there was another thing happening here. I just need to get rid of some of the red there. Now, more dry brushing of some shadow type color in there, or shadow values in there. That all starts to make a little more sense now. Okay, and I think I'm gonna take this as a that's gonna be a very dry brush for sure. And I'm just gonna see if I can come back in here. And this is the other advantage of the oils. I just call that blind blending, where I'm just literally sticking this brush in here. And even though, look at it, see all that dark color? It's actually blending back in there. There's just, can you imagine trying, well, there is no way to layer that stuff back. There's no way. That's just not going to happen. But I don't have to try and do that here. All I have to do is just literally take that and very, very gently dry brush that on. And we had a little conversation about that earlier. See how I'm holding? I just have basically 2 fingers on the brush here. JP, the Prussian blue is just amazing. Now, of course, my favorite I think is always going to be the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, but I mean I still use the Gamlin version all the time. The Gamlin version is fine, but boy, that's why I want to try and get that burnt umber from Williamsburg to see is this special, maybe as some of the like the Van Dyke Brown is. And again, for folks, now this is probably more for folks in the US, but a little discovery that's been made recently is that this Richardson oils, the Naphthol red medium, apparently has a staining property. Not a lot of it, but there is some, because we've tried it on a couple of recent figures. We did it on these guys, of course, and then on this fabulous Lethal Shadows gaming miniature here. Lots of that naphthol red, and it actually provided some staining on this. Now we're going to be finishing that off, doing some blood effects for it. Maybe extra splashy blood, kind of like what we did with those Daughters of Sekhmet, the arch-villain figs. And those are original miniatures from Lethal Shadows Gaming. Well, in addition to all the fabulous prints that they do, they also have their own miniatures. And we also painted, remember the ice, the frost elf, we painted that up on stream as well. All right, we got our reinforced some of the dark there. Now I think Lethal Shadows, it was so much fun because don't usually get to paint that type of a figure. So that was really fun getting a chance to paint that, and then of course, you know, now being able to maybe a little extra splashy blood on that too should be very fun. Give it even more dimension and life because you have that extra blood splatter stuff going on. All right, picking out a couple of more lights there. Dano, yeah, oh, well, I'm sure that's why, Dano, is just because you've been singing the praises of it there. So, Dano, I guess it'll be interesting then to see the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown next to the Williamsburg Burnt Umber, and then also take the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown and then compare that to the Williamsburg Burnt Umber. That could be a pretty wild comparison, don't you think, Dano? That could be very interesting. So looking forward to maybe being able to snag the at least the Burnt Umber, because what was the Steelage? Oh, the Windsor Newton Burnt Umber, and she said, oh, or no, she tried the Windsor Newton Van Dyke Brown, and it was like Burnt Umber. She's like, what the heck is going on with this? And that's when we first started to become hyper aware that not all colors are quite the same. Doesn't matter what their pigment numbers are, and it doesn't necessarily matter, what the price point is either. Sometimes you can have different results from different companies, the way they grind them, uh, whether they're using safflower oil or linseed or whatever. So we're starting to put a couple different highlights there on the floor, just make some of the patterns stand out. Not everything, but not really a shadow being cast over there, right? All right, JP, you have a good one. So Dano, I'm trying to think what would be, because we've done sort of an updated version of browns, like we did the reds, and I'm trying to think what other. Oh, we could put the Richeson's ochre maybe, which is down over here. Yeah, that could also maybe be included in another episode on browns. I'm not quite sure just how much lighter I want that to be. I don't think so. And we'll go with maybe that much of the light there. And then here I might also try to tone down some of the stuff that's orange there. I think we'll try and gather up a little light here too. Something like that. So JP, you have a good night, and thanks, of course, as always, for joining, staying as long as you could. Again, tomorrow, don't know what the schedule would be, but I don't think it'll have to be one of the late night streams at least. I think we'll be able to get started at a much more normal hour. You know what? I'm just going to use this. I've got this lighter color sitting on there. I didn't necessarily, I just wanted to get a little bit of the orange away from there because I'm thinking this, right? Maybe block some of the light coming up that way. And here's another area too where maybe not so much of a shadow being cast, and we'll try and maybe lighten up some of these little stones over here. Something like that. Now, where's our third guy here with that? So let's start to get some of the, like we can really see more of the skin tone there, right? So we're going to try and get some more of our cooler colors involved with this, sort of like what we've done with these two guys, right? So doing some more of those cooler colors. Here we got to, I think, get a couple of more lights in there, maybe some more leather colors. But first, I'm going to try this. Just a brown matter. And it is mixed with some of our brilliant yellow pale. It's not like there's a ton of skin tone here, but there's a little bit, and we'll try and make sure we get some of that. And then we'll have to try and do, I might try it and then see if I can't get a little bit of a goldish type of thing going on here. Where's the brown matter. I don't want it to end up looking like the firelight, of course, so that's probably going to be too light. I could almost tell straight away. It's where the gold slash brass, whatever, has to be toned down a bit, or cooled down a little bit. Can't be the usual kind of warmer golds that we do. I might even use a little bit of the radiant violet actually to lighten that, because what that's going to do is tone that down just a bit. It'll still be lighter, but that might just tone it down a bit here. Maybe we might, in a couple of areas, emphasize the firelight more, or we would emphasize it less. I also now have to start getting some lighter stuff here to try and get some shiny glint to the metal here. That's going to be important. I know here I got some lighter stuff right over here. Let's see if we can make this a bit lighter. And also might have to come back in with the turquoise. That would be more of a color shift. The value would pretty much be the same. There will almost be no difference in value, but you'd have a color difference. That little bit of bluish turquoise versus, well, either the firelight or this tiny hint of gold here. Let's see, you got pigment brown 25. It's supposed to be a very staining dark reddish brown. So Winsor Newton calls it transparent maroon. Well, RJ, we've talked about it a couple of times. I would certainly look forward to seeing what your experiments bring out. I had actually looked at because of what I had done with some of the brown matter and purple matter. I tried to get rose matter, but I could only find it in Winsor Newton, and even then, it was a $20-something color, which I just said, well, no. If I start using all these, it would be like using nothing but cadmiums, using nothing but cobalts and cerulean blue. So I just said, all right, we can't have people needing to buy all of these expensive colors if they're looking to replicate what we're doing. So I try to keep the pricier stuff to the absolute minimum, I guess. Holy smokes! So Megan, what the heck happened to the other one? Now, of course, Megan, you know how this goes, where you're just hyper aware because it happens the one time, and then you just become so darn aware of it that I'm not going to break the other ear. I'm not going to break the other ear, which, well, you know where that goes because you're kind of there, it sounds like. So, Megan, is he going to have two artificial ears then? And I'm guessing that it wasn't the cat what done the second one. Windsor Newton purple matter has pigment blue. Okay. Hey, Warp Zone Gaming, how you doing? Let me see if I. Oh boy, it might be difficult to find it. It might be a little bit buried here. That's indigo. That's not purple matter. Nope, that's cobalt violet. That was a color that we did try. I think I found it. I think I found it here. So there's our purple matter, and yeah, pigment brown, and then violet 19. So brown 25 and 19. So Megan, sorry to hear about that. I mean, gee whiz. Let's see. So primordial, I do enjoy the 75 mil because it lets us do some different stuff, right? I mean, even here, or 72, 75, because there's just stuff we can do at this scale that you just can't do at this scale, especially on stream. So these are really more for streaming. Painting wise, I like obviously the gaming size because I can actually use this for gaming. So that's if you're wondering why I kind of like the 28 mil, that's just so that I can actually play the games. And thank you so much Warp Zone Gaming for that follow. There's yet another Gandalf that we have not revealed. Now, of course, there's things like Bus, and it's like he's like, dude, yeah, you're really giant there, but could have used you when that Balrog shows up. Like, yeah, you know what I could have used when the Balrog shows up? Arms. Like, didn't you used to have arms? I was like, I did, till the Balrog shows up. Yeah. Who'd have thought that like a glow stick and a kitchen utensil, not so good against the Balrog? It's like, yeah, didn't you die? He says, yep, yep. It's like, well, what did you win? He's like, oh, my prize? Oh, I got a white robe. That was really cool. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Warp Zone. All right, Kane. Well, I hope, just like for you, I hope that there will be some, well, that the light at the end of the tunnel also is not a freight train because, you know, uh, that's also something that I wanted to be sure is that, yeah, well, look, that light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, wait, that's not a hype train. That's no hype train. So here's hoping that things also get just that much better for you. And I'm going to try and lighten up some of the floor here too. Lake Shadow. Well, it's again, it's all part of our Middle Earth follies. Now you can look at some of the gosh, what are they called? Clips? Yeah, they're called clips. Now, of course, I'm gonna have to. I think Bithron. Well, he's obviously working. I'm gonna have to say, Bithron, you got a lot of work to do. There's a bunch of things you need to clip. We were actually thinking of doing some kind of TikTok thing or YouTube Shorts or something like that, literally made out of all these crazy clips because I'm not sure if you're familiar with Alex the Cave Troll and Dark Queen Schmaladriel. And of course, that contentious relationship between Gandalf and Gwahir. And of course, you might remember Grima and his relationship problems because Eowyn broke up with poor Grima. Eowyn broke up with him by Palantir. And of course, he doesn't know how to use the keyboard app on the Palantir, so he couldn't even get an answer back. She breaks up with him by Palantir, and he can't even get back in touch with her. So that naturally, where's yeah, where did he go? He's around here somewhere. That just kind of left him in a bit of a sad state. It's like, dude, you better watch where you're walking. It's like, well, I can't even see, man. Can't you see? I'm just crying into this handkerchief here. And that's when he comes along and he just says, yeah, so check this out. He's like, so, okay, how exactly am I supposed to use this thing? Because, you know, there's like a big old eye in there. I just want to, you know, like figure out what's going on. Was it me? Was it somebody else? Thank you so much for that opportunity there to delve into again the twisted world of Wappelville, Middle Earth. And it is quite twisted to say the least. So yeah, a few folks have said, well, geez, put them on TikTok or whatever. And I was thinking YouTube Shorts, but then we don't want any black helicopters landing on the lawn from the Tolkien estate or something like that. So I thought, well, maybe something like a TikTok short or whatever, because they're only a few seconds long. We certainly enjoy seeing our friend. Now, of course, Dark Queen Galadriel now has the ring, which of course makes her dark and terrible, and everybody loves her and despairs. She had a little bit of an ordeal trying to get the ring because, of course, Alex the Cave Troll was told to hide it by Boromir. And cave trolls don't have pockets, so he kind of ate it. And the diet there in Moria is not great until, what was it, 20 loaves of lambus bread that Galadriel gave him. And, well, that did the trick. Moria is never going to be the same again, though, I can tell you that. Don't eat 20 loaves of lambus bread all at once. And of course, Alex comes along. He's like, yep, that leaves a mess, let me tell you. That's a little too much fiber for this cave troll in one sitting. So there's Alex the cave troll again, just words of advice. Just because you got 20 loaves of lambus bread doesn't mean you should eat them all at once. Apparently, his system is a little more dainty than, say, a hobbit's. Yeah, Shadow, well, and of course Treebeard. He's part of the story too. He keeps stepping on things because he's nose blind. Everything smells like an orc to him. So he just kind of keeps stepping on stuff, and then after the fact is, they're like, so where'd the hobbits go? He says, oh, you mean those two little orcs? And they said, no, they were hobbits. Were they dressed like orcs? He says, I don't know, you all smell alike to me. You all smell like orcs. Now we're going to try and also get some sharper edges on this. I do like the octagonal spear shaft here, but the nice thing, of course, being a 3D print, is that there were no mold lines running through this, because anybody that knows me, they know what a fan that I am of mold lines, especially running through things like hands and spear shafts and all that sort of stuff. I'm really not the biggest fan of the mold lines. And of course, with the 3D printing, that is something you just don't have to worry about. Now here, I think we've got our orange in place. I don't think I want to mess around with that anymore. I'm going to see if I can take maybe some indigo here. We're going to do a couple of different types of darks. Up there. And then along the sides here. Yeah, I think that's something we're missing. We have mid-tone there. Maybe some lights, but no deepest darks. And it's all got to be along in this area here too. And the nice thing is that I can take my blending brush here. All right, we position those. We'll just, I guess we'll use this as a blending brush. So you can see we added those little bits of dark there. And instead of a whole bunch of layers, why do I need to do a bunch of layers when all I need to do is just take that brush. This is where the time savings comes in. This is also the reason why these don't take as long to dry. I know for some folks, they say, man, it just takes forever for things to dry. Those are the kind of things that happen when you get more experience with the oils. That you just use less and less paint, less and less paint in a variety of ways. And you'll just kind of find that things just take less time to dry. Less is more is way too much. That is one of our Book of Wappel sayings about the oils. So Megan, I guess, are you furiously printing another ear, or are you going to use that other piece? Well, I don't know, would that work for the other ear? Because it's kind of flipped over on the opposite side. And yeah, Megan, I still can't believe that it was the other one after dealing with the first one. That's what I need to do down here. Yeah. Okay. That was almost too much of a pin line wash there. Okay. A little bit of our dark right there. So that, now I've got that bit of a leather studded armor. Better shape. More dark up here. And I think we will go over here to our, well, sort of yellow. Sort of gold for that. Let me see if I can. I got a little bit of my white left over here. So again, this is to give it that extra little bit of sparkle. That's what we're looking for here. Primordial, some people like the and this it might sound a little unusual, but they like the weight of the metal figures. And sometimes, well, since a lot of the Lord of the Rings range is still metal at this point, there are folks that's the one thing they may not be so enthusiastic about with the 3D printing. So what they'll actually do is they'll add weights, right? They'll add washers or something like that to the underside of the base just to make them feel a little heftier. Now, of course, Dark Sword miniatures, Reaper miniatures, those are, well, I know Reaper's got all the bone stuff, but the majority of Reaper miniatures are still probably metal. And of course, well, basically almost all of the Dark Sword miniatures, those are also metal. I don't mind metal because there's less miscast than there are with resin. Resin casts, those are my least favorite because now you're getting into mold release. You're getting into potentially, well, basically air pockets where there's nothing in there, where it never actually cast. And of course, things that warp, so you can't get stuff put together. So resin cast stuff is going to be my least favorite to work with. The plastic stuff, yeah, there's a lot of advantages that I can see the plastic stuff. And I know a lot of people they don't like the metal stuff because it can be harder to put together. You can't use obviously plastic glue, but that's why I use my little green stuff glue trick, where you have maybe one part of the one part that has the glue on it, then the part you're going to glue it to has glue on it, and in between is a little thing of green stuff. So, and again, everybody has their own taste with the miniatures, right? What it is they're looking for. Now, I can say this: if I'm gonna get a 75 millimeter cast miniature, I think we would want it to be resin. I have done some 75 millimeter metal, and that gets really, really heavy. And of course, well, all of the new Easterling stuff, well, that's resin cast. Just like my latest that War Priest that I did, that's a resin cast. That's from Forge World. All of the dragon, or the cult, let's see, the dragon acolytes, the black dragon acolytes, those were all Forge World. I want to see if we can get a little bit more of our darks up in here to create a sharper edge. So now we got a sharper edge there. Same thing along that spot. Something like that. See what we can do here with our spearhead. I'm going to try and get some Prussian blue on that. I don't want it to necessarily be all blue, but it's not so much about changing the value. It's just getting a tiny bit of different color there to contrast with all of that orange. So yeah, wow, that's primordial. That's good. Were those more historical types? Because I know that well, a lot of the historical figures, I think those were metal, and some of them go up to what 120 mil or whatever, something along those lines. Ah, okay, so they were more along the lines of historical then. I thought I just had an inkling of that. What's the other thing that also made out of pewter? Flats. Uh, we had actually gotten a few of those. I think it was at a convention that was here, and it just happened to be more historical type figures. And there was some flats, and those are also done with pewter. I haven't had a chance to paint those. I don't even know where they are right now. All right, so let's see. We took the Prussian blue, and not only were we able to tint some of that more towards the blue, but we also were able to soften the edge there, right? It was a lot of hard just it's almost like outlines. We didn't want outlines there. We wanted to be sure there was some kind of actual shape there. Here, I'm gonna take, yeah, see, that
Hello,
really
dear
has much
hobbits.
more of
Spark
the,
my gun,
much more contrast to it. Thank you so much, Leilina. Appreciate that. And we're back to our original Gandalf the Great. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not really gonna go for that prize. The whole white robe thing. Seriously, I need a better prize. And of course, Gardner gets to be the hero. What's up with that? Yeah, that's something he's not too pleased about, hearing that the gardener is the hero of the story. Now, everybody, please go check out. Oh, are those the some? Oh, those must be. Yeah. Oh yeah. What was it that we were talking about? Lethal Shadows. As far as the Book of Wappel coasters. Oh yeah, the contrast coaster. That's what it was. The contrast coaster. Could we fit all of the different forms of contrast onto one coaster? Well, sometimes you got to fit all forms of contrast on one miniature, and it's not just light and dark. There's color contrast, which we have here, but we also have temperature contrast, right? These warm, glowy colors, and then those much cooler colors. Also, color intensity, another form of contrast, right? All of our fluorescence, well, you can't get much more intense than a fluorescent oil paint in combo with the not fluorescent colors here, the much more grayed down colors. Ah, the new dice line, okay. So Lethal Shadows, you'll have to send me a picture. You have to send me a picture of your dice, which you don't ever want me to touch any of those. If you ever want them to roll something besides a 1, I think Lethal Shadows, you've heard you've heard about my penchant or my miraculous ability to roll nothing but 1s. Well, maybe punctuated by the occasional 2 or 3 at times. Yeah, that was why my baseball strategy game was on a 3d6 curve, because remarkably enough, on a 3d6 curve, rolling triple 1s could be just as good as triple 6s. So that was, yeah, I know. We were play testing that, and people would say, "Oh my gosh, you just rolled 2 1s and a 2." And I said, "Oh, that works out just fine for me. Not so good for you." All right, I think now we've really got the octagonal shape going there. Yeah, primordial. It got to the point where people would buy me those blocks of 20, oh no, 36 dice, I think it was. I don't remember what size those are exactly, but they would get me those, and they were all enthused, and they'd say, "Here, roll these." And I'll never forget the block that I picked up. I picked up 10 dice and rolled 9 1s. Yeah, that happened. Just there are witnesses. So if you don't believe me, there are actual witnesses to that event. All right, that was just a little too much of the light there. I'm gonna come back in here. Yeah, that was too flat. Yeah, primordial. That we can't choose our superpower, I guess. I wish we could, because I wouldn't have chosen that as a particular superpower. Needless to say, that's going to be too light. So what I need to do is, I believe it or not, is even though I wanted that to be darker, the whole surface couldn't be. It was just a flat dark there. Now I need to maybe even get a lighter edge to it, and we'll see if we can do that here. See if we can do that here. All right, something like that. And then like so. Getting a little bit the edge of that. And then up here, I think we've got the tops of this that we want to try. So yeah, it's a weird, silly, stupid superpower that we just don't want, right? Don't want that particular superpower. I'm gonna. Do I want to let a little bit more of this light creep its way down here onto the? But I don't think I've actually ever painted this part of this pattern before. I don't know. It might be. Oh, it might be maybe close to the edge or something. I don't know. Could be close to the edge. Now here, no, I was just about to actually lighten that up a little too much. What I are going to do though, uh, just like we did on some of the other ones here, I'm going to grab this brown matter. I'm telling you, it's a very cheap color. It's actually good for things like ruddy flesh tones. We never did get to paint our Corsairs of Umbar. I have some new 3D basing bits though for those guys, so I think I might try to print some more of those up and then use the new basing bits of rope and some other more piratey looking things. Oh, thanks, Lethal Shadows. But it was to the point where people wouldn't allow me within a certain proximity of their dice. I would actually look like I was trying to wave some kind of a weird spell or curse on their dice or something like that. Because I think, I don't know, the only thing as paranoid as somebody about their dice would be somebody who's a 3D printer. Because, of course, those various incantations that we have to do to make sure that we have successful prints. And making certain bizarre sacrifices to the printing gods to make sure we actually can get that successful print done. All right, here more with our light over here, like that. Just to bring out some of that pattern, and the same over here, possibly. This is another part of that dwarf texture roller pattern that I haven't really had a chance to paint too often. Just kind of works out that way. And I'm looking forward to trying the next basing video with the new Grain Stuff World texture rollers. What I might actually do is maybe prep some Song of Ice and Fire miniatures and see if I can't do some basing with the new texture rollers and some of the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. Probably Baratheons, which may not mean a whole bunch to folks in the chat, but we've painted a lot of Song of Ice and Fire stuff here. And at some point, who knows when, those conquest figures are on the way here. All right, we'll lighten that up too. Yeah, so I think now, see, we've got there. I can see a little bit more of the pattern there. I didn't want to highlight the heck out of everything. That wasn't the goal. All right, now down here on the reflected part of the axe, we need to do something. I was just kind of waiting for that to set a little bit more. It's by no means dry whatsoever, but I'm just going to see if I can't add some of our actual fluorescent orange here instead of just that yellowy stuff, which we actually have over here. I've just been kind of waiting to use that for a while. It was hours ago when I first set that up. There, see that one little bit of highlight, and maybe here too. See if we can do this. It's relatively thinned out. Also, again, look where my hand is on the brush. Far, far away from that metal ferrule. And I think, yeah, I better, gotta do some stuff here. That's a little rough there. I think that's actually still our original sort of a, yeah, it hasn't really been touched for a while. I just took some, I think a little bit of the brown matter, maybe some Egyptian violet or whatever, and just toned down the lights that were there because that's not metal, right? That's just leather, so we shouldn't have the same sort of glinty type of highlights maybe that we've got elsewhere. Now I'm also going to get to some indigo here. No, maybe some Prussian blue. What the heck? We did that on the other guy's helmet and on the just, lance. We'll do that here. Yeah, just a smidge of that blue. Oh yeah, definitely up here. That's got a little too much thinner in it. We'll get rid of some of the thinner. Again, I don't want that to turn into a pin line wash. I think we're good over here. I don't think we have to do too much with that. I will maybe try and get a little hint of a bluish color there. Back to this chainmail again. I'm going to try and darken, now maybe even indigo here. I'll try and darken some of this down and then bring back some light. So again, if you want to have light, you got to get that dark in there first. Also, chainmail, you need to have just a few brights sparklier. You don't want it to actually be just uniformly light everywhere. Now what I might do is I just might have to go check on something really quick here. So I might just throw my I'll be back screen up for just a moment, and I'll be back as soon as I can. So just give me a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes, I think maximum is all I would need. Don't go away because we'll be back with this, and we still have our Azog figure that we're working on, right? So I'm just gonna throw up my I'll be back screen, and I shall return. Where is that? Where's that screen? There you are. So don't go away. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully, didn't miss too much stuff going on. So we're gonna get back to my scene here. There we go. I also had to try and get something something else to drink because, well, we're all out of our special stream sauce. So we're out of our medicine. We'll have to try and get some tomorrow before we stream again. Again, not quite sure when that's all gonna happen, but we'll definitely try and make it earlier than, say, 10 o'clock at night start time. Hi, AD. How you doing? AD, I've been telling folks about the being able to do those organize your highlights basically into playlists like that, like you spotted yesterday. So thanks for spotting that, and of course thanks for the reminder too. Appreciate that. And well, we've been painting well, some more dwarves, more object source lighting, because, well, more dwarves, of course. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon there. Again, appreciate that. And everybody, please also check out Armored Wolf on the Instagrams and also on Etsy. And be sure to pick up your crushed glass snow from Armor. That's the only place you're going to get the crushed glass snow. You can't get it anywhere else, just from Armored Wolf. And I mean, while you're there, check out Armored Wolf on Etsy and get all those amazing dice bags. Get yourself one. It can be completely customized, and quite the works of art. So go check those out. All right, now I've got, there we go. So I just had to wait. I tried to do that earlier, and the paint was just a little too wet there. So AD, yeah, I'm hoping that I can sort of go through, and I started to realize that, there's so many other little subcategories that'll be really helpful. Not just Lord of the Rings stuff. I guess that's the other thing too, is AD, can you make subsets of subsets like you sort of can with, I'm guessing you pretty much can't like you can on YouTube, but at least even be able to break those down into, hey, look, go check out all of the Candace stuff, or go check out all of the terrain stuff. Could be very helpful. All right, now we'll catch a couple of lights that way too. Maybe on the hair, I don't know. And we might come back in with just a few more lightest lights. We haven't really done anything incredibly light yet. I'm going to see if I can't get out some of the brilliant yellow pale, I think, because, yeah, we'll just throw some of that out here. Just a tiny bit. That's all we need. Oh, AD, just even that would be good, right? Even just that much would be a super, super help. And so, yeah, AD, we did the visit thing today. Well, it was really more of a follow-up thing. It seemed to go pretty well. So I think maybe we're finally on that trajectory of looking up instead of at best sideways. Not gonna completely spike the football and plant the flag and all those all the different cliches, but certainly feeling a whole lot better about things than at the start of the day. It really wasn't the longest visit in the world. We weren't even gone from the house 2 hours. So yeah, if it was something, there was something crazier afoot, we would have been gone a little bit longer than 1 hour and 50 minutes. And then, of course, we've had so many folks be generous with the fun there, and really do want to emphasize how much that's appreciated. I think what this guy would appreciate maybe is a couple little more lights here on the bottom of this. Maybe not quite as much of the just straight up yellow there. I think this needs to get a little bit more of the orange in it. Oh, yeah, that is it, AD. Now I know why I was never a fan of roller coasters. Yeah, I was not super interested in roller coasters as a kid. And now I know why. Now I know why. It's kind of funny because most people would say that, you know, riding horses and that sort of stuff was probably percentage-wise more hazardous than riding a roller coaster. But always enjoyed riding the horsies. I guess that's why this is the cavalry channel, right? That's why this is the cavalry channel. Why we've got a little bit of horsies on this channel. And now that, well, we've got plenty of Song of Ice and Fire cavalry. And definitely AD, we appreciate everybody that had us in their thought. Oh, now AD, this is something I know you didn't get a chance to hear about. I think we've kind of confirmed that this has some staining properties to it. That's the Richardson Naphtho Red Medium. I know for a lot of folks out there, like, so what? What's the big deal? For an opaque red that's kind of a medium tone like that, that's pretty remarkable. That is not something that you would ordinarily see. So that's kind of a big deal. And that's just a discovery made by accident. It was part of when I was doing a color theory video for the Patreon page. As I was using it and making the color chart with it, I said, "Gee whiz, this is acting like a staining color. It can't be." But then I tried it, and lo and behold, it does seem to be. Well, AD, that's kind of what. Well, let's see. Where's our Fanchon red? That's why this was sort of a surprise here, right? And even this is not 100% opaque, as you can see here, because that's the actual paint on the tube. That's what I do like. Well, even Richardson does it. So those are the actual paint colors. That's not printed on. That's the actual paint, and that's kind of handy because, well, you can really make a better assessment of actually what that is than just, well, some randomly printed color. Ooh, wow, we gotta do something with this down here. I don't know. See if I can't utilize what's on this here brush and just dry brush this on. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, that unifies that a whole lot more. Feel way better about that. Yeah, AD, I haven't had the spooked horse thing. I know there's some folks that have had not so happy experiences on the horses, for sure. And I can understand that. You do something, it doesn't work out really well, that's going to leave a mark, as they say. Now, what I also want to leave a mark is a lighter mark, and that would be down here. Yeah, see, I tried putting something there earlier, and it just kind of bounced off because I had to let this paint set. By no means is any of that dry, but it has set now. Yeah, AD, what I'm hoping to do now is well, the plan is anyway on Sunday to maybe begin that tear down and reworking of the filming streaming area. I mean, it is a necessity because I literally keep knocking things over and breaking things because there's just no room for things around here. Some stuff will just kind of get packed away because it's just not something I can do anymore or use. And all of the current stuff, that's going to take center stage. I do so. Do so. Oh, Michael Harding do the same thing. So that's yeah. Deuce. I can understand why that's not necessarily the easiest thing for them to do. Right? Is to print that stuff or have that stuff on the label itself. Printing much easier for sure, but the info that you get from actually seeing that pink color on the label is, well, as they say, priceless. Most definitely. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of my yellow in here. Not so much there. I'm just going to let that be orange, what we've got there. And then not too much here. All right, so I think Pokey guy is doing pretty good there. I'm going to go back over here because remember we got the darks on the rivets. Now I'm going to try and come back with the lighter stuff here. Let me see if we can make this work. See if we can make this happen. Boy, Sarge, I'll try to remember to send you photos of what it was like when I first did this area about a year and a half ago, and then what became of it over the course of that year and a half. See, look at that, how now that starts to stand out. Glad that you're back there, Sarge. At least I hope you are, from the 15-hour shift. But all the 3D printing stuff. I mean, quite literally, I just have boxes piled on top of boxes here. Now, part of it is we always need to have those props around, right? Because if we want to say, here, it's like this, if we don't have that right there, it doesn't do us much good, does it? So that's one of the reasons why we need to, again, create that extra space, is we also create some cut marks and some chips here. And there's been a couple of times where figures have just fallen down and broken. I almost knocked over basically about a 5-foot high shelf of all painted miniatures. That would have been less ideal, and that's why we've got to rework this whole, aside from all the camera stuff, even aside from that, and potentially even a new monitor as well. Well, a larger monitor at least, so that it might be easier for me to see the chat when things get moving a bit faster. Let me see. Yeah, oh, Dano is, you've seen those pictures, so yeah, Dano, just trust Dano. Trust Dano. I'm sorry. It was, you could actually see walls, right, Dano, in the first one, and there was only like a few little small shelving unit things. Now you've got you've got shelving units on top of shelving units with stuff on top of the shelving unit that's on top of another one. It's that level of insanity. So, I guess it's good we don't live in a necessarily an earthquake-prone area, because that would be a little bit unsafe, to say the least. Now, yeah, Dano, that's, my goodness. Now, the other thing that I'm hoping to do is maybe get another air conditioner in here, so that when it inevitably is a bazillion degrees outside, then it won't be quite so boiling in here, and then Kathy won't melt in her filming area either. Well, Shadow Minion, hopefully storm doesn't get too crazy, because sometimes those they start to take on a life of their own. And I guess there was bound to be that way, because, well, in some areas you're looking at snow, I believe, in North Dakota, or at least freezing temperatures. That usually creates its own kind of mayhem when you have that sort of a range of temperatures. Mostly minis and paints for Sarge. Oh, the swag bag. Well, Sarge, now were you happy with this the swag that you were able to acquire there from Adepticon? I know they've got what, two different things. There's the VIG and then there's the regular one, but there's a lot of stuff in there, I think, right, Sarge? Oh, sorry, AD, that the super hot stuff is headed your way. And of course it's okay, yeah, it's late May-ish, but still seems a bit much, doesn't it? All right, so that has, we've extended that. Maybe, where's my other one here? Okay, here it is. So you can see here we had to focus our lighter stuff up towards the top because this, we just kind of said that's blocking a little bit of the reflected light there, but here we can let more of that, the light, I might even go a little bit further down this. Yeah, more of the orange, and we're doing that sort of stippling type of a brush stroke here. And then maybe, you know, we could do a couple of more cut marks or dings or dents or whatever on our metals over here. Yeah. Because I realized there's a bunch of bolt action things that I'll just kind of put away, put them up in boxes, because I just don't think we're getting to that anytime soon, sadly. And then we'll try and create more space for things like those 3D printed bits. There's just a whole lot of new things that didn't exist as recently as just a couple of months ago. Oh, geez, you got the VIP. So you got the what is that? The Dominion box plus a whole bunch of other big boxes and books and stuff. I know. The ReaperCon swag bags. Sorry, how many years of ReaperCon swag bags do you have? It's gotta be a number now. Oh yeah, Shadow Minion. That's well, after last June, well, I was never huge fan of all the weather stuff, but last June here cured anybody of that. It was way too crazy here last June. Now, fortunately, we've tried to do some things to prepare for that again, and I think that's helped a lot. Since 2013, Sarge, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe 2013, maybe 2014 was my first ReaperCon, because I don't know, was 2013 the first year at the tiny hotel? Now I have to say I did well. Obviously, I think everybody liked it at the tiny hotel as opposed to the abandoned strip mall. I'm pretty sure that's universal, right, Sarge? Okay, there we go. Some more of our orangey stuff there. That was one of the creepiest places ever, right, Sarge? And we'll throw a little bit more of our light along this way. And then let's see what we're doing around here. Metalovich, how are you doing? So Metalovich, that's really just the advantages. And again, with the oils, you're using so little. I mean, this is it. This is a high quality thinner. There's no odor to this, and this is all I'm using, this tiny little bit here. And then when it comes to the cleaning of the brushes, oh look, this is for dried acrylic and oils. It's not hazardous, no vapors. And cadmium colors are pretty pricey anyway. so a lot of folks don't even bother getting the cadmium colors. There's, well, here, so Fanchon Red, this is offers a lot of the same advantages as cadmium colors, but there's no heavy metals in there or anything like that. So yeah, definitely you can really minimize that for sure. You know, again, the brush cleaner is no, it's not any super nasty thing, right? Because as you could see, it's you also can use it for acrylics. The oils are ultimately they are cheaper for sure. They are more durable. The unfortunately I can't grab the miniatures that I would like to show you. The colors are so much more vibrant. The darks are darker. Just so many fantastic things about them. And okay, they will take longer to dry, but since you're using so little paint, they don't really take as long to dry, I think, as people think they would. Hey, Trashorama, how you doing? So Shadow, again, it depends on what it is that you're going to be interested in. If I had to choose between the two, it would be Reapercon every time. I mean, that would it really wouldn't be a choice. That would always be my choice is Reapercon over that one. I know they're both on the same weekend. Now, of course, Nova Open is going to have much more GW stuff there. Obviously, Reapercon not really going to have a whole bunch of Games Workshop related stuff, is it? But my preference between the two, again, I know Sarge probably hasn't been to Nova Open, but I think Sarge can also vouch for Reapercon as well. Yeah, Lethal Shadow, it goes that way, doesn't it? And I know that that is the painful aspect of the shows, right? Just watching that all go away. That is so darn painful. Well, yeah, Lethal Shadow, I know we talked about the, oh gosh, that was ECC, no, that was, that was the delayed, not ASIN, that was the delayed ECCC, I think. Now Shadow, well, obviously, Adepticon, that's our home convention. That's where we do the Fort Wappel thing. And since it is just within driving distance of where we live, it makes all the logistics so much easier for us. Top to floors and windows. Oh, actually, Sarge, that was Adepticon. Yeah, I think that was Adepticon back at the old hotel. Because the one that we're at now, I think that started maybe, I want to say 5 years ago. Of course, I have to account for the 2 lost years, but I think that, well, it would have been their 5th year in that new building. Yeah, Sarge, there's the Reapercon thing. It has, well, it's really grown, right? It's much bigger, but it does have sort of a like a family atmosphere, right? It's you got all the folks doing the gaming and stuff, and then you've got you got the paint contest, people like that. So if if you like paint contests, ReaperCon still does have a paint contest. It works differently than say some of the other ones. Doesn't work the way Nova Open does. Because Nova Open, well, they don't have the open system the way ReaperCon does. And actually, I can just shut up and let Trash and Sarge also talk about ReaperCon instead of me monopolizing all that. And of course, well, ReaperCon has lots of classes, so obviously Nova Open does too. But ReaperCon has lots of miniature painting classes and sculpting and all that sort of stuff. You do get a chance to really meet the artists because what's that called? It's called Artist Alley, right? Trash and Sarge. Pretty sure it's still called Artist Alley. So yeah, Lethal Shadow. I was wondering, what if everybody charges the same for having Wi-Fi in the booth, or are there differences? So again, for the folks that haven't been to ReaperCon, that's in Denton, Texas, and there's a lot of fun things that you can do there. It's nice because it does offer a slightly different experience than some of the other conventions. It's a unique thing, and I don't know, price-wise how it compares to other conventions. That I couldn't tell. So there we go. So Trash kind of laid it out there. Like, let's say if I wanted to do a Lord of the Rings tournament, which I would love to do, ain't never going to happen. I would have to go to Nova for something like that. But if you want to really be able to meet the artists instead of just taking a class from them, then then ReaperCon would be your place you'd want to go. So Metalovich, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you. Okay, there. Just a couple of little lights in there, maybe on the beard over here. All right, now I'm going to set these guys aside for just a sec so that maybe I can try and do some stuff on Azog here. Let me see if I can't do a little bit of... Wow, it's got an awful lot of magenta, and I don't think I want that much magenta there. I'm going to see if I can't. Okay, separate out some indigo and some Prussian blue here. And see if we can't get some darks back into the armor like this. And yeah, more on this side too, because can't just have only mid-tones and lights here. We also don't want that to be too shiny, do we? And then we'll have to start to get some of the lighter colors in our wolf here. And I don't think that we need to do any, I don't think we need to do any rust on his arm. Maybe we do, I don't know. So yeah, Metalovich, I started doing the Twitch thing, oh gosh, a little over 2 years, well, actually now almost 2 years and a few months ago. And it's kind of been a nice addition to the usual YouTube stuff and of course the Patreon vids. This lets me do longer format things. That's kind of nice. We've done some streams that were 12, 13 hours long. That's definitely not something you can do on YouTube. You can, but I don't think it's going to work out quite so well. So yeah, really enjoy all the different things that Twitch allows for. Okay, let me see if I can get some lighter tones in his skin. Might even, yeah, here, I'm going to grab a little bit of this radiant violet here, I think. And we'll see if we can get some more lights there on his face. Some more over here. And I'll just grab a little bit of that brown matter, perhaps, and just try to It's not about necessarily lightening this up. It's a change in the color just a bit. A little bit of a color change there. Yeah, well, that's right. Warlord is there. It's always nice to see the folks from Warlord because, well, really love John. John is fantastic. So it's always great to see the Warlord folks at ReaperCon. It's not a gigantic booth. Well, actually, maybe it's bigger than most, now that I think about it. Might be bigger than what I'm remembering. All right, here, let's get some of the same lighter skin. And you can see all I have to do is just kind of brush this on here, take my blending brush, go in there. And see, it still mixes with that pre-glaze that's there. That's stuff that's been there for hours. That's why I say it's not dry, but it has certainly set. And of course, yeah, the artist alley is a nice thing because you really do get to actually speak to the artists themselves, which is a very nice thing. All right, we'll lighten this up too, but also get some of that all-important brown matter mixed in there too. Thank you so much, Faces and Bases. Wow, we love our bases, right? Especially when they've got the Green Stuff World texture roller on. Thank you so much, Faces and Bases. Appreciate that. Let's see. So Faces and Bases, I think it's also on the YouTube channel, but there is a session, a past session that I did on the Twitch channel here with some of the night haunts. Now we wanted them to be glowy, so I actually started out with a lighter color. It was almost like white mixed with fluorescent blue or something like that, or whatever. And then I actually started to dry brush the darker stuff like Prussian blue and stuff over the top of it. Probably some phthalo blue as well, or maybe phthalo green. So that is one way that you could approach that. So you could start with a lighter color, even if you wanted to do green glowy things. You know, I mean, here's something a little bit like this. If you wanted the green to be kind of lighter from the inside out, you could do it that way. Here, this was more of a like a phthalo green pre-glaze with maybe some Prussian blue. Wipe that away and then come over the top of that with actually the fluorescent green. No, Trash, I haven't seen that yet. I'm trying to think if I've seen Facebook, you know, like or Instagram advertisements / promos of that. I don't know if I have. Here, we're going to have to get some lighter colors on the skin tone here, I think. Yeah, Faces and Bases. That's what I could suggest is potentially doing the... Oh, let's get him some chompers right here if we can. Because what I basically started was almost basically practically a white, and then just obviously it was wet into wet, but it, that dry brush type of a routine of the darker colors over the top. And we did some of that with those ghosts that you saw, some of the Army of the Dead. So oh yeah, Metalovich, I do that all the time. Well, especially that there's like a deadline or something like that that changes, because that happens a lot with commission things. And it's going to take me a while to scroll up there, but there was, it's one of these, wow, it's been a while since I've even looked at these guys. Where's my creature caster? I think it was, yeah, it was this guy right here. So I painted most of that with oils, even in a video series. It was all dry, and then I was going to paint the rest of it on stream, and that's when they said, oh, by the way, that deadline is not 8 days from now, it's like tomorrow. So that I literally had to paint the rest of that with acrylics, probably about the last 20%, last 25% with the acrylics, and then pack it up and send it on its way. Hey Valendar, how you doing? So yeah, that is, you can do that. You just obviously want to let the oils dry. You let the oils dry as thoroughly as you can. If you felt like you wanted to seal those, where's the Army Painter Anti-Shine? So just here, the Army Painter Anti-Shine, you can just brush that on, which is a nice advantage because it doesn't really matter warm or cold, humid or dry. You're doing it inside, so you're going to be pretty climate controlled. So AD, I have some creature caster stuff here. I actually have a few half-assembled things. The one that I would really like to somehow get put together, and obviously this would have to wait until I have all the new streaming stuff set up, like the larger, to be able to film larger things, is that zombie dragon, because I have one of those. And obviously I haven't even started putting that thing together, but that is something that I thought could make for some interesting either streams or tutorials or something. Probably streams, because that would be a very long tutorial video, wouldn't it? So that might be something that we do in some streams. And again, that would be something that I'd have to wait until I had that new filming area all set up. Oh, so Sarge, you've tried that in the can? But yeah, I love the brush on stuff because, well, here, and I know that any time of year I can just go ahead and utilize that. I really do enjoy that about it. Hey Drax, how you doing? So everybody, please give Drax a follow. Sorry if I missed you there, Drax. Apologize. And Drax typically streams. That's going to be midnight Central Time, typically when Drax starts streaming. Let me see. I think we're all. Also, I just don't want to fall behind there. So as far as the oil paints go, as long as you have something like Terra Rosa, Van Dyke Brown, the Indigo, those are not expensive colors. Prussian Blue, not an expensive color. So that's the nice thing. And then you can just sort of build those as you go along. You don't need them all at once. Especially if you're just learning the oils for the first time. I always suggest that you maybe even just use one light and one dark color. Don't even try to paint colors, so to speak. Sergio. How you doing, Sergio? Nice to see you. Sergio, great to have you in the chat. We're 4 hours and 12 minutes in, and 4 hours and 12 minutes ago, these 4 miniatures had no paint on them. There was no object source lighting, no metals, there was no nothing. They were just this. They were just this primer color right here. So everybody please give Sergio Calvo a follow, because I'm sure most of you already are, if not all of you. So Sergio, nice to see you. Oh, it's also part of the larger whole, because this was a set of, what, 9? Yeah, we painted these on stream, 10.5 hours or so. 9 of those guys. So some Ultram Black primer. Like Sergio. Now this is from Khurzluk, the Dwarves. These are from Medbury Miniatures, of course, and here's a few more. So obviously more Vault Warden teams, and then we've got ourselves a couple of more, obviously command types right here. But what's nice is you got all different types of shields. Now, of course, it's been interesting on stream. We painted up we made our own chapter, a little bit of Slava Ukraine there. We had some fun with this, and there's some more there. Couldn't resist doing the Flower Maidens, and of course, just a wee spot of freehand here and there. So that was a fun little set of figures that we did. And then, of course, well, love painting units. Love a Song of Ice and Fire, with some 3D printed basing bits from Make It Epic. Love doing those. And last night, guess what? Well, we were doing some of our landscapes of Middle Earth, and we've done a bunch of these. We did the Hornburg. Oh, here it is. So this was 2 weeks ago. We did this all painted with the oils, of course, the miniatures, the paintings, all that done with the oils. So Drax, is it going to be more vampire counts for next week coming up? I think you said that's what you were going to be doing.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Sergio. We welcome yet another new little hobbit. And he's like, wait, what happened to the dwarves? He's like, dude, you were too late. He's like, but a wizard is never, yeah, no, a wizard's never late, always early. You're just always not on time. It's like, okay, I blame the weed, right?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Middlovich. We appreciate that. You know what? You know what this calls for? It's like, yeah, so you got a white warg. I got a white horse. And this one talks. Thank you so much, Megan. Well, we're down to the Gatorade now, but thank you so much, Megan, and hope you were able to solve the issue with the other ear. Still can't believe that one also broke off. Now, did the cat just decide, like, well, I took out one ear, I'm going to go after the other one, or was, what the heck happened there? No, you got a whole second box to build? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And well, let's see. We also love painting some of our busts here. Let's break out a couple of the Printomancer busts. So a little object source lighting there, and of course this fawn bust. I think these are are they 1/10 scale, something like that. Yeah, they're definitely not 1/8. Definitely not 1/8. And then a little more of the 3D printed stuff, and of course a little more object source lighting and non-metallic metals. Well, Megan, obviously just vent, write me some messages, vent the frustration, because I'm gonna 100% understand and go, yep, that I can see that happening. I can totally see that happening. So yeah, don't worry about venting. All right, so what do we do there? We just, again, chunked in some of that lighter color. What are we going to do now? We're actually going to take some of that. That's the radiant blue. And we're not just dry brushing here. We're doing a little bit of blending that's happening there. And if you remember, where did they go? Where did they? Is it these guys? No. There we go. So when we did the polar bears, you remember the same thing. We used mostly the brilliant yellow pale on the fur to get that kind of yellowish look, and then some violet and other stuff. Now here, well, that's Wally the Walrus right there. I'm looking for the Troll King. There he is. So there too is the same thing on his beard, but then we wanted it to be white. We wanted to make sure we had a little bit of a yellowish touch to it. Yes, Sergio, all of these painted with the oils and start to finish, right? Not painted partially with acrylics and then oil washes over the top. This is all 100% oils from start to finish. And actually, this was a fun one here. So this bust is painted half and half. Half of this is true metallic metal oils, and the other half is non-metallic. So it's on one side or the other. And this was it was a video that I did, a little tutorial video to show folks that TMM and non-metallic metal, well, they both have a lot of the same requirements. And actually, here was a fun thing. This was something that I sculpted for myself. I had a blast with this. This also painted with the oils, and we continued all of our same Easterling theme with the freehand and such, because that was very fun. And here's another miniature we just did. It's another 3D print, all done with the oils. And what was this? Lethal Shadows, was that about a 5-ish hour stream? Something like that. And the oils are also very good for doing things like freehand. So this is all done in one session. But because you can make so many adjustments, because it's wet into wet, right? You can go, okay, I want to cut a little bit of the way. I say, you know what? I don't like it at all. Wipe it all off and then come back in with the oils. And of course, well, let me see. We've got, oh, yeah, this was very fun. The intensity of the oil colors is really fun. Uh, Indian yellow here, Fanchon red there, Prussian blue on the kitty himself. So it really allows for all of this stuff. Was so easy to do. All we have to do is just kind of plop colors on there, grab a separate brush, and just start to push those around. So just so much easier. Let me see. So, oh, thanks, Megan. Appreciate the link to the Patreon page there. Boy, Megan, I just, oh, God, that just, it doesn't sound delightful. It does not sound delightful whatsoever. Gotta tell you. And here's some of our, well, here we've got our done lendings. Right, here's our Moria army on the goblin side of things. And the fun thing is those are actually buildings painted with oil paints. So I built both of those from scratch, painted those with the oils. And of course, well, here's some more of our oil painted stuff. And let's get to, oh, here's my Candish army there. And Sisters of Battle again, all done with the oils. And oh, we have our, where's our Armada stuff? There we go. So these are all painted with oils. Those are the Armada ships. Gosh, we've done dozens of these things. We've done the Dictator. We've done decent-sized Orc fleet. Not too bad. And then here's some other advantages of the oils, using, actually, believe it or not, homemade fluorescent oil paints. So a little Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama there. Oh, and these guys were really fun. Where's the Motto Riders? Those were all done with oils on stream. And let's see. Oh, and our Daughters of Sekhmet. We did all of this stuff on stream. It was just so much fun. Oh, look, we have our Nazgul 9 that we painted. Those were very fun. So let me get back to my scene there. Hey, Geltip, nice to see you. Yeah, Megan, there's just something about the oranges, right? Something about the orange. Well, Shadow, boy, we could all use more chill, right? I mean, we need somewhere where we can just kind of go where there's not things exploding all around us, and just somewhere we can kind of let the guard down. Just, okay. Just sit down, kind of relax, chill out. Oh, thanks, Metalovich. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
Hey, Geltip, look at that. You just got yourself a gift. Yeah, got yourself a gift sub. Now, Gandalf. Well, wait a minute. Where's we need Sauron. It's like, you know what they dug in there. Basically, those stupid dwarves that he's painting, yeah, they got too greedy. They dug too deep. And I know what you don't want to see. You don't want to see that. So those are the mimes of Moria. Yes, they are French. Yes, they are street mimes. Yeah, jetez-moi, that says toss me. Oh, look, they wear chef's hats. They wear top hats. They wear berets. Of course, striped shirts. Now, Charles de Gaulle, he's only a 2-star general. But when you've got a mustache quite as dapper as his, I mean, do you really need more stars? These were the stars of the team. Well, at least they thought so. That's Francois and Pierre. They weren't real big on the blocking and tackling and all that kind of stuff. That wasn't their vibe. They weren't into the rough stuff. But as you can tell, they were pretty much master sommeliers. So if you had like a Pinot Noir or a little bit of White Merlot or something like that, they were all into that. Now, of course, this goes way back to, speaking of metal miniatures, we were having that conversation a while ago. Those were all metal miniatures for the most part. So that meant cutting them apart, hacking them apart any way I could, and then trying to do as much sculpting as I could. That's what, 2006. That was my Blood Bowl team for a few seasons. They actually did manage to go to the playoffs twice. Yes, they did. Hey, Sergio, if you wanted to post links, I know I'm sure you've got a whole bunch of recent stuff on your Instagrams there. I always ask folks if they want to post things they're working on or anything like that. If you want to post that in the chat so that people can check it out, that's always fun. We love seeing what people are doing. Now here, this has a little bit of that brown matter in it. And we're using this basically, again, like a bit of a blending brush here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Combo Crazy. Appreciate that. He's like, this is where I really wish I could grab that eagle Uber. It's like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to leave you alone because that eagle, he's looking for you. It's like, oh, jeez, is he up there? Is he up there? Thank you so much, Combo Crazy. I appreciate that. And what is that? What are we talking about? It's like, oh, dude, did I just miss him? He's like, yeah, he was just here. Smells really bad, too. It's like, you think he smells bad standing next to you? Try him riding on top of you. I hate that guy. So yeah, Gwahir and Gandalf. Let's say that they're on the outs. I think it's pretty safe to say that Gwahir and Gandalf, they're on the outs. They're not really best buds anymore. Because I think Gwahir not super enthused about Gandalf just jumping on him all the time. He says, "I'm not here as your personal Uber. That's not why I'm here." Let's see, not like painting minis. Yes, definitely, for sure, Shadow, no doubt about it. Just that chance to kind of immerse yourself, right? All right, back to that blending right here. Let's make sure we grab a little bit of that, again, the brown matter. Put that in here. Bam. Now I'm gonna find this. There we go. So this is a not not dry brush here, because see, look at all that dark color that's getting picked up, because all of this paint is actually wet here. Even though this looks like a dry brush, again, what's the advantage? That this is mixing with everything else that's already here. Hey, Dark Dan again. Nice to see ya. So Dan again, I don't know if I think I sent everybody the message that we did do the thing today. We did the thing today, and well, at least right now, definitely, well, certainly feel a whole lot better today than, well, earlier today. Again, there's, not gonna spike the football, hoist the flag, or anything like that just yet. Still could be twists and turns, but there was, I think, some definite progress to be had there. So that definitely like the news of today way more than of the last week. So hopefully that's just kind of the start of things starting to get back more to normal. I think Kathy's even going to try and do at least her Tuesday night stream next week. Again, things always can change, but at least that's her thought. Yeah, so everybody, like we've been saying, definitely give Sergio that follow, because, well, there's like a 0% chance that nobody already knows. But you'll want to go check. If you don't, I think you'll want to go check out Sergio. Actually, Sergio, what kind of stuff are you painting at the moment, and especially on your streams, right? Definitely would like to know. I don't really get a chance to watch anybody else's stream. It's kind of a bummer. I would like to, because it would be nice to see somebody else having to do the painting. That would be fun. Now here, it's starting to work some other stuff into his eyes, onto his nose. We're going to do something with his chompers here. I don't know. I'm going to start out with a little bit of the Indian yellow at least. on those. Then we'll try and get some even lighter tones on them. But also, as you can see, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Look at this. And you see how nice and neat that I did that? Yeah, why neat when you can do this? Take that other blending brush and essentially stipple some of that yellow into the fur, which I'm going to do over here in a couple of spots. Again, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Bam. Something like that. And of course, the oils work everywhere, right? These fantasy figures, sci-fi, right? Again, here's our latest little tutorial. We did that, what, about 90 minutes or so. You want vibrant colors? Well, you can get yourself some seriously vibrant colors. We love all of our crazy lizard men that we have painted. And oh, let me see if I can grab this one. It's gonna be a little tough to get to this one. Oh my goodness, that's heavy. This one was pretty crazy right here, but we were able to make short work of that water, right, with the phthalo green, the Prussian blue, and even some of the cobalt blue, I think, worked its way in there. So that was very fun. Oh, yeah, Gelt Tip, well, Kathy, definitely, it was a wee bit of a crisis last week. And we're kind of hoping that we are past that stage now. We're really hoping, which is why you kind of see this thing, that little bar there. And people have been super, super, super generous with that. We really appreciate that. Yeah, Dark Dan again, just after a while, you kind of just think you can't even allow yourself to go, well, maybe this will work out because so many curveballs have been thrown your way. You just kind of like, well, you just sort of wait for the next thing to blow up in your face, right? Now, of course, well, we still have to paint things with acrylic sometimes. And this one over here, there was a deadline on this. It literally had to be dry within minutes. So, okay, I had to do this with the acrylics. I would have preferred to do this with the oils. Basically, what I'm going to do is try and get some other miniatures that have a similar barding. This is something I sculpted myself, basically. All the armor and the robes and the flag and everything. But I want to try and do all of this freehand with the oils because it would be so much easier and take so much less time doing that freehand with the oils. But that was done with the acrylics because, again, well, it absolutely positively had to be dry within a matter of minutes. So, sometimes we still have to use the acrylics. Oh, thanks, Megan. Thank you so much. Here again, we might throw some rusty stuff on his armor too. But right now, trying to work in a couple of more lights here, if I can. Couple more lights. So shadow, it's nice to get to see. Well, actually, that's how we're talking about this grip on the brush, right? None of this, because first of all, can't even reach the miniature. And, what if I want to be able to paint this stuff in here? Look where my hand is. It's closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. If I do this, well, again, I'm coming up a little bit short here, right? I have the ability to reach all the way out into here very easily, right? Can get all the way into there. But it was actually seeing other people paint, and I literally saw one person practically holding the brush like this. And I went, what in the world is going on there? So that kind of made me a little bit more aware of it. And I started to emphasize that more. We made a chapter of the Book of Wappel based on that, right? Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. And I think you saw earlier there was folks, some testimonials where they said not only were they getting better results, but literally their hand didn't hurt. Because I've seen people and I said, how in the world is their hand not, like, they have arthritis? How in the world are they, I don't know how they're able to do that. How do they even get paint to stay on the miniature? Because they literally have that death grip on the brush. And I just look at that and say, man, that's got to be mighty uncomfortable. It really does. So guilt tip, I hope that things have been okay for you. We did start the landscapes again. We started up the landscapes of Middle Earth. Of course, we were about to do a massive reworking of the studio here. Not just new cameras and mics, but a new desk, new shelves, new everything, new monitors. Well, new monitor, just to try and kind of optimize things instead of right now where it's just, well, this thing became totally out of date probably 8, 9 months ago. And over the last 2 months, it's been like catastrophically out of date as far as what we're trying to do. So yeah, we really need to rework this area very badly. And of course, folks were super generous and helped us out with, you know, one person gets a new one of these mats. Another person gets an outlet strip, a kind of a special type of outlet strip. People contributed to the desk, so we really appreciate all the folks that kind of banded together and made all that possible. Doji has returned. So he rode the bike for an hour before breakfast. Well, Doji, sorry you didn't get to do the bakery thing, but it sounds like you were able to still have a little bit of fun, there with the kids. So Dark Danigan can also attest to that big change. I mean, it might take a little getting used to, but it's extra important when it comes to the oils, right? Because you want that lighter touch. When we were doing all of the dry brushy stuff, if you remember, when we were first starting on the dwarves and trying to work in the object source lighting, remember how light the touch was? There was a ton of paint on that brush. Oh, in fact, here, look, we were able to paint that much, but yet what we were actually doing was this dry brush right out here on the side. All right, Sergio, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that. Well, hopefully maybe we see you tomorrow or later today, because it's already later today for you. It is here too. It's 1:54 in the morning here. Not sure what kind of miniatures we'll be streaming. I always have a lot of stuff that's prepped and ready to go just in case. So we'll break into some of our already prepped miniatures and hit those. I did the bakery before the bike ride. UV. Yeah, Primordial. There are, I think, there's still some of those, the 400-pound monitors around here. I think there's still some of those around. Not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's still some of those gigantic monitors laying around here somewhere. So again, everybody, please give Sergio that file. I'm sure you already are. It's like, really, do I need to tell people to do that? But double check, because sometimes Twitch is twitchy. I know I've been unfollowed. There's people I'm like, I'm following you. Why the heck did I have to follow again? So just double check. I think you'll be glad if you did. Now here again, we don't want to make this armor too light, do we? So boy, Megan, I really, I don't know. Did you decide, like, to say, okay, look, we have this other bit for the other ear, we'll just put it on there? At least, well, no, I don't. I'll jinx it. I was about to say something there, Megan. That would have been bad, because it surely would have jinxed things. And I won't even utter the words, because if I do, yeah, I won't even say that. It's kind of along the lines of, well, gee whiz, nothing worse could happen. So yeah, you never want to ever say that, right? We've learned our lesson. That's a Murphy's Law bomb waiting to go off in your face, isn't it? All right, is this my lighter? Yeah, this is my lighter half of my blending brush here. So Megan, is it all this time? Has it actually been you that's stealthily been? You've got oh, what were those? Oh, voodoo dolls, right? You're sticking pins, but unfortunately, uh, the pins, like for every pin you stick in me, there's one that gets stuck in you too. I'm just imagining that like a boomerang voodoo doll. And that's all I can picture now. Well, here we go. We have something refreshing. Speaking of Master Sommelier, look at this. We have Paintwater Sommelier.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you for that follow, Tenebrum. Boy, Tenebrum, I swear that we already welcome you in as a new little hobbit. It's like, yeah, well, we're not going to welcome you. Well, that is unless you want to get stomped by my warg here. It's like, dude, come on, man. Chill out. I got the bird after me. He's like, oh, yeah, by the way. Ooh, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. And Paintwater, as you can imagine, well, we're 4 hours, almost 5 hours in. And of course, we painted one or two miniatures, right? Start to finish here, doing a little bit of object source lighting. So again, 4 hours and 40 minutes ago, all four of these will look like this. Just primer. Oh, thanks, Tinderbrom. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody, please give Paintwater that follow. And Paintwater, you know the drill. I'm sure you don't have pictures of what you're doing right now, but I know you got Instagram/Discord things that you can show folks in the chat. So if you could please post some stuff there for people to look at, I'm sure they would get a kick out of seeing it. No doubt. And here's some more of those these are from Medbury. These are 3D printed. In an earlier session is actually one of our Saturday sessions. We painted up 9 of those in about 10.5 hours. And of course, while we've been working on some of our Easterlings, here's another example of some object source lighting right there. And of course, here on our done landings, Moria army, all the good stuffs. Hey, Laminas.
So say we all.
How you doing, Laminas? I think I sent you a message earlier with the news of the day. I'm pretty sure that I did. If I somehow didn't, I apologize, but I think I shot you a message earlier. Oh, thanks, Tenebrum. I love the object source lighting, and it doesn't matter whether it's armies, individual miniatures. Here's a bust with a whole different color of object source lighting on it. So it doesn't matter what the coloring of it is. It just sets things. Here's another little. Here's our Schmandolf, the much bigger and tougher older brother of Gandalf. A little bit of blue object source lighting there. So everybody, again, please give Paintwater that follow. So Paintwater, what were you working on your stream? Ah, thanks, Bithron. Bithron, how you doing? It's funny, Bithron. There's a lot of clips. Yeah, the story kind of advanced a little bit, Bithron. I mean, not a huge amount, but there's been some fun little thing, especially with the dwarves here hassling Gandalf about being a little bit too late to the party. And so, Laminus, I hope that you're doing good. Hope that you're doing well. Again, I hope that you got that message. And yeah, there was lots of it was encouraging for sure after, well, a whole week of not. So yeah, there was a whole week of not cool whatsoever. Not that today was, super spectacular, but definitely, hopefully, the first steps in the right direction, or at least maybe even who knows, maybe even a second or third step in the right direction. Yeah, Laminus, it's yeah, we can't quite just say, all right, we're all good, but at least, I mean, they wouldn't have just said, okay, here, just make these other appointments for some other time for these other follow-up things. I think if there was something really, really weird going on, that would have been a little more urgency, I think, placed on it. So we can just hope, right, Laminus? So yeah, I know Bithron, you've got like the kind of the on again, then off again hours that are going to be happening these next couple of weeks here. Yeah. So here, let's get a little bit more of our light this way. I think on the armor here. Again, trying to give it that sort of that beat up, weathered look. So now Bithron, are you kind of tired out here? Won't be able to. I was hoping maybe later tonight or tomorrow for sure that you would get a chance to do some of your painting again. Actually, Bithron, yeah. Well, you can. No, I'm gonna look at this. Oh no, he didn't lose one eye. He had both eyes, I think. Yeah, we'll give him both of those. And then we'll also try and take a blending brush to some of this and take away some of those edges. So yeah, Laminessa, it's been, well, less of a spectacular day for Megan, at least when it comes to keeping the ears on dogs. Well, I'll let Megan explain that. I won't presume to speak for the Megan there. All right, now I'm going to try and get a little bit of this red in here. Now, Bithron, do you have, I don't know, is there like an overall goal where you say, look, I got these 4 days here. I would like to do this much, or are you kind of drawn in by, I almost said bolt action. Are you kind of drawn in by the Flames of War bug, and you're just looking to see what other minor access powers that you might want to partake in? Oh yeah, the ye old fireman. I don't know. There was just always something about those that always added to the game, to the experience, was having things like the counters and the markers and such. I don't know what it was. Always was something, just felt like that added something. There, look at that. See, I just shoved that lighter color in there, take my blending brush, poof. That's all I needed, right? Oh, look at this. Look at this. What we have not used yet, we haven't used any radiant green. I'm going to throw a little bit of that out here. Now, of course, we're going to be doing the snow effects, right? On these bases, just like we did right there. Now, of course, if I had them at the time, I would have loved to do some of the Make It Epic basing bits on here, but I just didn't have those at the time. And everybody, please go check out the Discord post from Paintwater. So Paintwater, again, that's what Paintwater was working on during the stream. So please go check that out. Paintwater, I hope that it went well, at least mostly according to plan, if not totally according to plan. And of course, as always, everybody, please give Paintwater that follow, because that's the cool thing about Twitch, right? Sharing the love. Got to share that love around. Trying to check out some forces. Now, Bithron, is it is it conceivable that you could have, I guess, some smaller, like for, I don't know how low point games are. I kind of have a better idea for, say, bolt action. What's a low point game or a high point game? Wasn't sure, because I know when I first tried playing my French, because of the way the forces had to be constructed, I couldn't even play game. I would just automatically lose games, because with the stuff I had, I just couldn't form things the way the order of battle had to be done. So there's a little bit of that green in there, right, in the armor. Not too much. There's about a little bit of that down here. A little bit of that down here. And of course, Luminous, we got back into our landscapes of Middle-earth. Check that out. Look at that. Boom. There we go. All right, Megan. Man, oh man. Sorry that it was that crazy of a day for you, but that's kind of par for the course these days, right? But yeah, if you want to shoot me a message or something like that, and just go, look at this. Look what happened to me. That's fine. If you find yourself awake or anything like that, ooh, Terra Rosa and the brown matter here. Just a little smidge of glazy stuff, and maybe even in here too. Not a ton, just a little bit there, and then also maybe the hair, and then we get back into some Van Dyke brown, something like that. So Megan, thanks again for hanging out. Appreciate that. Thanks for posting the links there, and of course, just say hi to Queez, and hopefully, maybe Queez can do a little bit more 40K stuff. Silly Moss, how you doing there, Silly Moss? Nice to see you again. We've made a lot of progress on what 4 miniatures here in 4 hours and 50 minutes. Not too shabby. I mean, kind of like what you would almost expect, but here we're gonna get maybe some lighter skin tones in there. Might even try and get some green into that as well. Speaking of green, I'm going to take that is actually some of the whoops, a little too much maybe. And that was the Perline Black, that really dark green-ish type color. Let some of that work its way in there. Yeah, let's get some differences, right? Some nice differences. Oh, thanks, Dirk Danigan. Look, oh, we have an even number again. Thank you so much. We're down to Gatorade here, but we'll raise that Gatorade. Thanks, Silly Mouse, for joining. And of course, I still wish this would work because that's way more fun, isn't it? Wouldn't we like that? So again, I have no idea why that doesn't quite play out, but would be nice if it did. Now here, let's get just doing a quick little sort of a pin line wash thing in here. Just some different stuff happening very quickly here. That's gonna set it apart from the wolf, or from from our warg, the white warg. Okay. Boom. There we go. And then we'll just let that set there, right? Gonna be a little glossy at first, but no problem. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Hey, Thranual, how you doing? Nice to see you too. So yeah, it's set to that other sound. It's obviously set to Boromir, but for whatever reason, it doesn't play that, and it just plays the default sound. I think that's what it is, the default sound. I have no idea why. It's always been that way since the very beginning too. But thank you so much. And again, the news, you know, not 100% of everything is final, but well, we certainly were way happier with the news, after 2 o'clock than what we were thinking was going to happen before 2 o'clock. So we will count that as a win. And Kathy she might actually be streaming her nighttime one, her Gen Con stream on Tuesday. Again, maybe she doesn't quite feel up to that. Maybe a little bit tired since it is at night, but that's her goal anyway, is to try and do that stream. So here's hoping that she'll get to do that. Yeah, Bithron, because I know they redid everything, and I don't know if that was maybe part of it, where they didn't want people to end up with, oh, well, I can't even play this game because I just don't have enough of this or that or the other. Because well, I know you were doing your Churchills, Bithron. Now, let's see, if you were to get, let's say you get yourself, well, like the Hungarians there, would you want to do that really nifty sort of Hungary or the dark green, or would you want to do that? It's almost more like the early war French camo, because the Hungarians kind of, you could go both ways with that. Just more that sort of dark green or whatever. All right, George, thanks so much for the bitses too. Appreciate that. And well, I know you're awful exhausted because 15-hour day. So I know that you are completely wiped out. And well, he's hoping we can hang out with you tomorrow. And of course, again, thanks to everybody for contributing to the fun there. And well, that especially right now, because you don't necessarily know what is coming next. So having that out of the way instead of hanging over your head before more stuff might come along, always gonna be good. So thanks to everybody for helping that along. That is gonna be a big deal. You know what I need? Speaking of big deals here, can we find? I don't know. I might just use this. Might just use that and a little bit of that. That is that red here. I'll get some of that over here too. A little bit of the naphthol red. Well, Bithron. Ooh, there is actually a very fun sort of a camp for the fins. But I guess you could also do the winter wash. Oh yeah, Bithron. I guess you could just do winter wash too. That wouldn't be too that wouldn't be boring. That would be really fun. I think some winter wash. And believe it or not, oh gosh, I don't even know if I can get this thing out of here. So this was supposed to be a captured T28, and this is something. Obviously, we did this on stream, right? Doing the winter wash type of thing. So it could be fun for some of your finished stuff to have that, wouldn't it? All right, I'm going to try to work in. Here, we got some of this yellow. I want to get some of that into the eyes if I can here. And we'll have to lighten those up again, but just trying to find some different. Oh, look at that. See how that pin line wash is, it's not dried, but it has set nicely. And I'm just trying to put some crazy colors here on this, almost like a crazy green, and then we'll get some of our, yeah, some of the brown matter, I think, in there as well. Now, Obithron, I get that's the nice thing. I mean, it's your army, your way. I mean, it's not like you're joining a league or anything like that. Now, what I might also do is something like this, and then we can maybe put some additional blood effects on there. Yeah, well, Bithron, you saw the Crusader that I did, right? Actually, we did that with the oils. So yeah, the Crusader was a very fun vehicle to do in that early war scheme. Well, Valendar, I know a couple of folks. Sometimes they'll send me pictures of the cat, where the cat just says, "All right, this is what you're doing now." Yes, you think you're going to be doing this, but I say this is what you're going to be doing. So we can definitely understand that. And once again, thank you so much to everybody that has contributed towards the fun. That's already a massive relief. Actually, Dark Dan again, I mean, that is going really well. It means that, well, what I was going to do is try and, well, I still will probably do it, is actually crank out some more of these like we were talking about last night on the stream, some spacescapes and stuff, and then see who might be interested in snagging some of those. there is a certain, I don't know, interest in actually having the 2D art actually be a key player again. There's just something a little bit satisfying after 20 years to have the 2D art kind of bring itself back. All right, Doji. Well, I hope you have fun. I'm sure that the little one's gonna have some fun there, and I hope that you guys can too. And I the plan would be to start streaming at maybe 4:30 to 5:30 or something like that. It kind of, well, it depends on a lot of things these days, but that would be the plan anyways. That would be the plan. So hopefully we can enact that plan and make that all work out. Looks like Shadow Minion has a lot of feathers and scales. Boy, Shadow Minion, if you check out that one creature cast, well, there's a few creature caster sessions where we were painting this. Basically, there was teeth and eyeballs everywhere. The teeth had eyes and the eyes had teeth. It was insane. There was thousands and thousands of them, and that was quite the conversation in the chat for several sessions afterwards. Was all the insanity with the oh my gosh, with the never-ending. It's like the buckles. It was the never-ending teeth and eyeballs. Nah, no, that's not quite right. I'm guessing that's still going to be skin tone there. At least I think so. So you have a good one there, Doji. Have lots of fun. I'll try and lighten up this now. Of course, we can try and paint some cuts and slices on his skin tones there too, or we could use the blood effects when this dries. Could do that too. Again, this miniature is from Khurzluk. This is not from Medbury. It is from Khurzluk. You know what? I might let's see if the fluorescent yellow just might work here in the eyes. I'm gonna actually do this just to get a little bit of the excess out of there, and then poof. Let's see if we can do another one over here, because we hit it with the Indian yellow just to tone that down a bit. There we go. All right, that's good. Oh, thanks, Bithron. Boy, I was looking forward to doing some more of those. Actually, that wasn't for me. That was basically a commission thing. Boy, I would really love to do some of those for me. Now, I do actually have some old, well, not old, but Flames of War vehicles. I think I got some. I think I got some Lees and some Grants, and I think I also have. Oh, thanks, Dano. Thank you so much. Oh, we're gonna have to. I don't know. He might look a little too sedate here. We might have to angry him up, but we're not going to be angry over that contribution. Thank you so much, Dano. Appreciate that. So yeah, and of course, Shadow, where you've got the cybernetics attached, you can try and do that sort of angry magenta sort of effect on the skin, right, or the fur. You could try and do that too. Albinosaurus Jones, nice to see you back, boy. It's been a little while. I hope that you're doing well. And of course, Shadow Minion, you could even just try it somewhere else, right? You could, if you had maybe some sprues with some leftover bits or something, you could give it a try there first, and just kind of get the, well, that's what we always talk about with freehand. Draw it somewhere else first, maybe several times, get the muscle memory going, and then once you really feel like, okay, I've done this several times, then maybe actually transfer it to the miniature. So that has always been kind of a helpful thing. Yeah, well, Dark Dan again, I've been wanting to do the Spacescapes anyway, right? And folks really they dig the 2D stuff, and I thought, well, why the heck not? And again, there's a nostalgia to it. You know how much I've been wanting to paint the 2D the spacescapes again. So that's taking care of two things at once. Let's see. They also. Oh, I don't think there was any Crusaders. Don't think there was any Crusaders. Might have been some Fireflies in there. Of course, I mean that's kind of a dime a dozen, right? The Fireflies. But I'm trying. There's some other vehicles again. Well, I'm probably going to be running across them because they're going to be moving all that stuff. Because tomorrow, I think the Great Reset with all of the studio stuff might have to get underway. No, Sunday. Sorry, I keep thinking. Well, tomorrow is Sunday because it's 2:22 on a Saturday morning here. So again, working in with our Warg here. I'm going to try and take the. Oh, and Dark Dan again. I'm not sure if I might have forgot to tell you. We've kind of confirmed that Richardson. What is that? That Richardson red color. That is a staining color. Said nobody ever about this kind of red. So this apparently has staining properties because we used it on these, and it left some stuff behind. So kind of wild, huh? Here we're just painting on these little blood effects things. Again, I could use my actual blood effects, so I might just not do too much of that just yet. All right, let me use this. Something a little bit crazy there. Not quite sure if that's just the print itself or if I'm not quite reading what's there. I think that's supposed to be a big old scar right here. Pretty sure that's what that's supposed to be. Yeah, Bithron. Gosh, I'll let you know what I found. I think there might have been. I don't know if there's any German vehicles. I don't know. I'd have to look around and see to be sure about that. Now here I'm going to try and get a little bit more of the dark in there, and then we're going to look for some mid-tones in this. Indigo. Yeah, let's not forget the indigo here. Up there. Some more over here. All right, Lamines. Well, thanks again for, well, also too, I've been just trying to say thanks to everybody that has messaged with us or just let me send messages like, man, you won't believe this, or, well, here's the latest thing. That was really, really, really helpful. Just even just the act of being able to just kind of sit down and type the message was just enough of a break or a distraction from things to kind of keep things sane. So thanks again, Lamines. Appreciate that. And again, everybody else, all the folks in the chat there who are being very generous with their time all day into the night. It was really, really appreciated. All right, I almost forgot that we wanted to get these a bit darker. We're going to throw some lights on those too, but for right now, just need to make those, the claws at least darker. I think I might want to get a little bit more of some light colors on the lower part of his legs here. Easy enough. Seriously. Again, not a dry brush because it's the paint's mixing. You can see it's mixing with that pre-glaze that's still down there after all this time. That's hours later. Oh, thanks, Lamines. I really appreciate that. I mean, that was helping me keep the sanity going, no doubt about it, for sure. Oh, let's lighten this up here. Which side are we on here? I'm gonna grab this, power this in. Now, Bithron, hopefully the Flames of War books are not quite as expensive as, say, the GW books are. I mean, they're fantastic, right? They have tons of great info in them and such. And thanks again, Lamines. You know, I'm going to try and do a little bit more of the... I like that sort of a yellowish leather look there. Don't often remember to do that. This just kind of happened to work out that way. Wasn't really planned. I really had no plan for this at all other than, well, White Warg and Azog. That was the plan. That was the extent of it. Anything else beyond that, didn't know. Did not know. Let's see what this is going to look like here. Is that going to look too crazy? I don't know. And if I don't like it, I can always just change it. Can always make a little bit of a change there. And we'll lighten that up, more green-ish color there. Actually, well, yeah, Kathy was even able to do a bit of a Discord hangout tonight. I mean, it wasn't super long. It wasn't hours and hours long. I guess it was a couple hours at least. And that's the kind of stuff that's really going to do wonders. I mean, you can start maybe being better, feeling a little bit better, but nothing like the company of friends and such to really feel like you're finally back. So that's really going to be great when she can start doing that again. So Bithron would just say, see, I don't know if they break it down the way they do for Bolt Action. Say like Bolt Action would have an Operation Sea Lion book. Then they would have like an overall desert book, right? But then they would have something that was more specific. They might have a Operation Torch book, just a book alone for Operation Torch. Now, I don't know if Flames of War divides their stuff in that sort of a way into larger and smaller books. Oh, see, I need to brown matter. Just maybe used again the Radiant Radiant Violet, sorry. Just to get that going. And thank you so much, Shadow Minion. Thanks, Shadow. Appreciate the bitses. Thank you so much. All of the bitses and subs are extra important here because, well, when you miss streams, obviously Twitch doesn't like that very much. So all of the bitses and subs are actually super important at this time because it kind of gets us back to where we might have been if we were just doing our normal gig, right? Doing our normal sets of streams. So every bit, every cheer, and every sub, it's like it means double. It's at least double, maybe even a little bit more, like 2.5 times what it might mean just in a normal period. So much appreciated. All right, just gonna plop that in there. No, I got another blending brush I think that I can use here. Yes, I do. So I see that big old blob of yellow. How's about we do something like that, and we just pull that and stretch that out, and all the while it is mixing with what's underneath. Now I think I might want to try and almost do something like rust here. We've got our Terra Rosa. Not quite enough of a pinline wash. Hey, Lethal Shadow. Yes, well, and it was pretty wild to have Sergio in here. That's not, I didn't even know that Sergio did Twitch at all. I mean, I know, well, obviously lots of YouTube and stuff, but I didn't know that Sergio was also doing the Twitch thing. And oh yeah, I'm gonna throw some more here. So obviously Lethal Shadow, I was hoping to get to this Azog right here because, well, Khurzluk, they're a huge friend of the channel, and just all the stuff that I was going to do of theirs I didn't get a chance to do. So trying to make up for a little bit of lost Khurzluk time here. But I mean, this is an older sculpt. It's an older one for sure, but I haven't done anything like the, and everybody obviously has painted Azog a million times. I have yet to paint Azog, so now we're making that happen. Okay, well that's cool. And Bithron, it has a whole bunch of scenarios, right? as well, like special campaign scenarios, I think. At least hopefully it does. Again, I only have. It's been a while since I looked at the books, and of course they're of the older variety for the most part. I know that the Kathy's podcast crew, for I think it was for Christmas or something like that, he had gotten me one of the, I think it was a newer Flames of War book. All right, trying to get again a little bit of the sneak some of that lighter, not too much. And thanks Armored Wolf for posting the link to the Patreon page. Of course, everyone, please also support Armored Wolf. You can do that a couple of ways. You can obviously get the Armored Wolf basing supplies replica nature of the best grass tufts, best grass and flower tufts out there. And speaking of crushed glass snow, which we're going to be putting on this, only place you're going to get crushed glass snow is indeed from Armored Wolf. So again, go check out Armored Wolf on Instagram, Etsy, and then while you're at it, buy some dice bags. Because Armored Wolf is never busy enough. He would love to also have to do about 10 dice bags every single day. Yeah, Bithran, you'll have to let me know what's in there. I'm sure there'll be just a lot of fantastic stuff. You know, as neat as Bolt Action is, as far as how they try and make it fit in a 28 mil skirmish type game, you do have a much more realistic force type structure in Flames of War, obviously. So you really are sort of composing your stuff, I guess, much more like an actual section would be. All right, where's my blending brush again? So I throw in a couple of that little brown matter spots there. We're just going to blend those up a little bit. I'm going to try and get some more lighter skin tone back here, but also something that's got a little bit of that red. That's the naphthol red, so it's almost going to have some pinkishness to it. We'll see what we can do with his hand over here. I want to get some of this on the underside here too. I'll just take again a blending brush to this. And we've got some other colors in the skin tone too. We actually have a little bit of greenishness there. We got a bunch of different colors, not just white, not just the pink. Trying to have a lot of different colors going here. And of course our hound over here might actually just now I'm going to actually maybe go in and do a little bit of an adjustment here on the way the eyes are looking. And then we're also going to have to again get some of the lighter stuff on the on his his claws there. And I might just go with that. So that's a little bit of the, well, remember the snow is going to be all around it. So here we got some of the indigo, some of that violet. And all I want to do is get a little bit of that out here. Just a bit. Like so. So again, so I don't have to reset the area too much. I just got some of the Lord of the Rings figs that will try to paint up. I think this one's actually from the Printing Goes Ever On. And so I think we'll try and maybe give that one a try. Now, Bithran, do you think it might be a slippery slope? Because, well, Bolt Action, you know, it started out with the French army, and then, well, 17 armies later. I don't know, maybe there will come a time where I can just kind of try and do more of my bolt action stuff. Wouldn't be on stream for sure, but hopefully one day. All right, I'm gonna maybe try and lighten this up a bit. I don't know. I'm gonna grab that's green with a little bit of the violet in it. And if that doesn't quite work out the way I like, I can always just, again, change that back. I think I need a little something here, and maybe not necessarily reflected light on the metal, but a little something. Yeah, Dark Dan again, more stain, more better, right? And, well, Egyptian violet, and of course, well, we found that the Williamsburg indigo, potentially a stronger staining color than even the Windsor Newton indigo. A little bit of a surprise. I thought they would kind of just be about the same, but it's sort of like the Egyptian violet, right? How it's still more intense than some of the other ones. And again, Dano, I really appreciate the funds there. It really is. Wow, that is also providing a huge amount of relief there. Seriously, just to, well, let's say a certain orifice kind of starts to relax a little bit. It's not quite as tightened up, so we appreciate that. It's always nice that there's a nice little visual for you. Now, Dan, oh, you know, the other thing I wonder is for some of those scenarios and stuff, do they have special terrain rules? Because, oh, here's another one. Mithron, I think they actually had a Battle of the Bulge book. It was literally an entire source book just for Battle of the Bulge, and it had all its own terrain rules. Right, obviously the Germans had to roll for fuel exhaustion. Well, AD, thanks again for joining. Appreciate that, and of course we appreciate that heads up on that nifty ability to make the highlights into some kind of organized setup. So thank you so much again for that. And hopefully we see it tomorrow. Again, I don't know exactly when that's going to be, but I think I should be able to tomorrow. And everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Sorry if I forgot that. I thought I remembered, but might have forgotten. So everybody, please again give AD Creations that follow. Because, well, follows are free, aren't they? And let me see. I need to get more of the, yeah, let's get some more of the lighter stuff in the fur back here. I think we've only been working on this guy, what, hour and something, maybe? Tops, maybe a little more, I don't know, but it hasn't really been all that long. Not very long at all. Now his schnoz right here. I would like to get some lights on the underside of the nostrils there. I think we did that. And then here again, I might just go with this sort of a pinkishness. Again, trying to match it up with, well, basically the GW version that I've been looking at the pictures of. We're definitely going to do a whole bunch of blood effects on him, though, for sure. I think that that would be essential. Just all kinds of blood effects. That would be very fun to do that, I think. Azog here. I'm not going to go back over to this crazy greenish color there, because that's going to mix with that. Almost become like a brownish gray. Yeah, Bithron, well, there was terrain stuff as far as getting bogged down in the mud and the snow. And because, well, obviously that's pretty much what that's what they were after, was the fuel, right? and they almost made it to the big fuel depot. Basically, the Americans had to set that on fire to keep them from getting it. And then, of course, well, the weather clears, and then you're able to have all of your airstrikes on vehicles that were basically out of gas, just sitting there. And oh yeah, you had to roll for fuel. I think it was every single turn, or at least after maybe the second or third turn, you had to start rolling for fuel consumption. All right, we're gonna keep going here with our lights. So I really enjoy this. See, there's like yellow, greens, reds. Even here in the metals, there's some green in there, pinkish colors in the skin tone. It's a kaleidoscope of colors. That's actually why I wanted to do this, because there are dwarves, right? We are trying to set the fire stuff, and we have to stick with the cooler, grayer colors up here. Here we had to go with grayer colors, but we had a little bit more of an expansive set that we could work from. Actually, this is almost more like painting some of the bolt action figures by comparison, where we're doing grayish green overcoats or something like that, but yet we're working in all kinds of interesting colors. Okay, well yeah, I would assume Bithron, right, that it's got it has a lot of detail to it. I mean, that's why all the people that I know played it. That's why they liked it. However, the group that I was going to have to play it with, they didn't like that detail. They wanted, well, they kind of just wanted World of Tanks with dice. That's pretty much what they wanted, actually. That's a little bit closer to it. I mean, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I was kind of interested in a little more depth. Now, where's the... We'll just go with this here. I want to try and get some of those lighter colors here on his paws, because there is going to be that snow there. So you just have to keep in mind that while the paws look light right now, yeah, once that snow is on there, the crushed glass snow, again, that's from Armored Wolf, that's going to be a whole different deal. So I'm trying to I might try to paint sorry, another one of the dwarves tomorrow on the goats, so that we can maybe have some more stuff potentially for a basing video, like crushed glass and stuff. Bina, what is that? Oh, that's a neat little mug right there. That's a yeah, sorry, I haven't done any new emojis in a while. Again, I think I can do either 3 to 5 new ones. I haven't had a chance to do that. In some ways, it's good, because I think there's some other characters that we would do that maybe we wouldn't have done before, like Wally. Wally the Walrus, of course. Now, obviously, Jack, that was another one we wanted to do. I think we'll just try and maybe avoid GW miniatures for that, because, well, we do have Prinkles, so I guess we're okay. Never mind then. I keep forgetting about Prinkles. Don't forget about Prinkles. That's not a good plan. Oh, that steel is Tiny Stein. Actually, well, now Bina has Stila been able to kind of keep up with their usual streams. I know sometimes work just gets crazy for her. It just it just gets insane, and she's not able to stream sometimes for a few days or whatever. Actually, Bithron, I seem to remember. Actually, I think World of Tanks was also trying to maybe do something with Warlord games for bolt action-ish type stuff. Not sure, but I am going to try and get a couple of more lighter tones on the skin here. I might still need to get some darks in there. Because, yeah, Bina, I was getting alerts. Now, of course, you basically have to totally discount the last week. I mean, it's just, the only alerts I was getting were the crazy things So yeah, didn't see any alerts for people streaming this last week, so I thought maybe she had been, and I just wasn't seeing them because of all the stuff. But that's I'm trying to think what major event is going on. Obviously the Olympics. Gee whiz, that was weeks, if not months, that her stream schedule was all kind of messed up by the Olympics there with all the translating and stuff. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of my light there. And now I'm going to do this. Let me see what happens. That's some indigo. Ah, there we go. Okay. Again, trying to make a little bit of a change there. Not sure if that's meant to be some kind of almost like a tattoo on his forehead. Van Dyke Brown, if I have some here. I don't know. Let's see how that works for trying to create a little more shadow. We have an awful lot of light. I think we need some more dark in there. So bits around, I'm just imagining that's kind of a, is it a battle royal thing? Or more like, I guess, how the computer game goes? Or is it still more closer to a regular game of Flames of War? We'll try it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to find me a couple more lights here. Then I'm going to go back to the brown matter, because that I think should be more or less skin. I'm just going to throw that on there just to have it for right now. The latest she crashed the Oni. She had painted on stream. Yikes! Oh, Mina, oh, was that one of the large Onis? And I'm guessing also too, Bina, wasn't she really focused in on commission stuff as well? Ah, boy, that wow, I'm really hoping that wasn't a commission thing. That would be all kinds of no good right there. So, I mean, it's not like it would be great if it was their own personal thing, because that would have its own level of tragedy to it. But man, I hope that wasn't a commission thing. But it sounds like it might have been, because if she had to reprint it and do that again, that kind of suggests to me that, oh my goodness, boy, have I completely jinxed everybody. Because everybody around me is having all kinds of bizarro things happen. So it was the large Oni and probably a commission. Ooh, that's not. I guess I'll have to send her a message. That's remind me to shoot her a message just to see how the heck she's doing then after that. Cause oof. And that was on stream, you said? I mean, did she just have to basically stop the stream and kind of collect herself and just say, look, I got to find the pieces? Ah, okay. Ah, faces and bases. I'm glad that you were able to find that, because I obviously we only just learned about reorganizing the videos so that it was more like a playlist. It'd be easier to find. I'm really glad you're able to hunt that down. Also, it was after the stream. Oh boy. I mean, it's after the stream is no better than during the stream, but I can only imagine having. Remember, we had that happen here. Uh, Dropped a thing, arm breaks up. I didn't even know where it was. I had to continue the stream with the arm broken off. That wasn't fun. Now, so faces and basic. Really glad that you found that one. And now, of course, since then, I've learned even more. Just even less paint. Less is more. And well, as more is way too much. So yeah, I learned from that one. And of course, I didn't have the radiant colors then either. So that would certainly make a difference, having the radiant colors. All right, just trying to shift up that the skin tone a little bit. I need to get some of the pinkishness in there. So it's his hand right here grabbing onto the fur. like that. And how's about some more of the lighter skin tone under there as well? Body and arm of the club, same happened to me, but geez, Bina, I'm sorry that had to happen to you too. Good grief, what is going on here? Well, that's to prevent some of those types of disasters. That's one of the reasons why on Sunday I just have to start the big reworking of this area. It just has to begin on Sunday. I don't know what that might mean for streaming on Monday. Uh, and of course, I'll have to just try out the camera and the mic on a different machine before we completely wipe out this one by changing everything around. Now that wasn't an artisan guild, right? Because the artisan guild onies, those go back quite a ways. I'm sure that was somebody else's figure, not an artisan guild. So this figure, actually, the other one that I might try to paint up tomorrow, if I can actually get this thing out of here, I might try this. We could maybe do it with the metallics and stuff. This is actually a Lost Kingdoms miniature. And boy, I couldn't tell you the last Lost Kingdoms miniature I painted. I don't know if I actually have. I may not have technically. Well, no, I did paint one. I know I painted one, but it wasn't one that I printed myself. That was the one that Landrass was kind enough to print for me. Dirk Danningen, yeah, I actually, believe it or not, I actually created basically a file folder that says Studio Rebuild. And I've got the pictures that I sent you, right? The kind of the befores, then the more recent befores, so that we can then have the durings, and then the afters. At least if I make an Instagram post out of it, if not some kind of video or something, I don't know. But it's going to, I'm sure, involve some trial and error along the way, because it is fundamentally different than what I have right now. Avoid superglue. Use 2-component glue for 3D printed resin. Now, Bina, does that have a relatively fast hold to it, or do you have kind of another thing that sort of does the instant grip while that stuff takes hold? I know for me, I kind of always rely on that green stuff glue tactic. And of course, Bina, I don't know, have you noticed, because you use obviously a bunch more different resins than I do. I just use the Soraya Simple. Do you notice that certain resins will glue together differently than others? Because that's something I really haven't had a chance to explore for sure. I'm just going to throw some of that down here and just go with that. Couple of more lights here. Like so, and I think I need a little reflected light there. We have been pretty much using the green here. Blending brush again. So that forms a little bit of just a smidge of reflected light. We don't want it to be like our like the Knight of Dol Amroth or something riding a warg, although that would be hilarious. Talk about a wild ride. It sure would be. So this has been kind of a more entertaining than I was hoping. It wouldn't be too boring with well, you know, White Warg and essentially a white orc riding the White Warg. And I think it'll be even more interesting once we can get the blood effects on there too. So some 5-minute epoxy 2-component glue. So Bina, it doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, crystallize then? I guess in the way that, say, super glue might crystallize. So that sounds like good stuff. Now we're gonna lighten up again a couple more parts of the tail here. Possibly get a little bit more light on his leg there. You know, I might just lighten this up because if we are going to hit it with the blood effects, having the light there, it'll make the blood effects look a little bit more translucent. That's actually a really good thing to have, is that little hint of almost translucency. Let me see if I can on the corners here of the armor and on his hand. We'll need to lighten that up a bit and then have the fur. Might need to darken this up. I'll just, what the heck, I'll take this almost like a grayish color here, a bit of the Van Dyke brown, chuck that in here. We'll go with that. And hopefully that's enough of a difference between the two. Now, as far as the eyes, I'm gonna try the eyes on our Azog once again. Let's see if we can make this work here. Just gotta move this up. I think where it's a little easier for you to see it. Okay, yeah, that's better. We didn't quite have that eye set very well. Let's do the other one here. Now, try and come in with some of our darks. Back to the indigo. Now I need to maybe thin that down just a smidge more. And I want him sort of looking this way over here, the same way that our White Warg is looking. And now I feel like I've got the nose separated a bit more from the body. Hi, Celery. How you doing? Oh, no problem, Celery. Everybody, please give Celery Paints a follow. Celery, that was literally looking outstanding. And actually, Celery, if you wanted to, if you got any Instagram or Discord pics of that, because it was really looking sensational, if you wanted to post that into the chat so people could see it, I'm sure they would get a kick out of it. Nevag, nice to see you too. Well, Bina, wow, that's actually really good, because Bina would just say that, well, I know there's some printing resins that are actually flexible. I mean, they're genuinely meant to, well, I don't know how much they're meant to bend, but you can bend them a bit. So that's, well, a little bit of flexibility goes a long way, right, Bina, to keep things from just snapping. So I could see that being a plus for sure. Yeah, so I was really loving that sort of turquoise-ish armor, the non-metallic metal on that. It's always neat when it has sort of a color theme built into it, right? On its own, so that was really looking fabulous. Now we've been painting, what is this, 5 hours 43 minutes, and we might have done 1 or 2 figures here. So all of these guys in the last, 5 hours and 43 minutes, when we first started, they were nothing but primer. That's it. That's all they were. It comes in 2 small tubes, the binder and the hardener. Well, Thranio, I know that's been your quest, right? Is trying to dive into the NIDs there. So I hope that you're able to, well, especially with those test parts, just find some kind of a nifty combo. without having to mess with all of the, the nids that you've prepped and stuff. So yeah, I hope that works out really well. All right, now I'm starting to feel this a little bit more here. I just needed some more dark here. Yeah, this is from Khurzluk Miniatures. And I just got, well, I've printed out the Dwarf Chariot. Well, there's still one more build plate. I gotta try and print that out after the stream here to get that one going, because that'll be pretty important, I think. That's something that we might need to, if I try and assemble the whole thing, well, we're gonna have to then wait till we have the larger camera setup going, although it might be possible to paint just the chariot by itself and the crew by themselves. I think that'll probably work. Unlike the Candice chariots, where there was pretty much no way to paint that stuff individually. I guess we could even paint the individual goats, of which there are 6. The thing is, oh boy. Well, I wonder... I don't know if you can get the Mumak-sized base on eBay or not. I think we'll just have to make one. Oh, it's just called 5-minute epochs. Okay. Yeah, Bina, I've never tried that stuff. Obviously, well, we're just gluing together so many darn things here. But I might try and check it out and see if there's a way to incorporate that. Maybe on some more large, complex 3D prints or something like that. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page, as always. And yes, well, it's now the 21st, so at some point tomorrow afternoon, I'll be posting the next video to the Patreon page. That's going to be another army painting series episode. And I will try Sunday to film another basing episode. I'll be testing some new equipment at the same time. I figured a basing video might be a little bit easier to film with new equipment. Actually, on a machine where I used to film basing videos. So that'll be interesting. Ah, boy, Shadow Minion, I'm telling it, wow, do we all just have the dropsies here? Is just every one of us infected by the dropsies and the fumbles? I'm glad that it can be fixed though, Shadow. Because yes, I do believe, well, we were on stream when I know Armored Wolf had, well, there was the crazy situation with the chat and stuff, and all of a sudden tried to take care of that, and the miniature went boom, and then the cat made it go boom again, and yikes. Too many things going boom. We need less things to go boom. Actually, how about no things? How about no things go boom? That's my compromise. We'll just take it all. No things go boom. That's too many things going boom all at once for too many people. Oh, Shadow, I could see that. Yes. I mean, well, if it comes out of nowhere, I could definitely see that. All right, yeah, I might. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. If I don't really like it, we don't have to keep that. Trying to do a little more Terra Rosa here on this armor. I might take the Terra Rosa. Well, normally I mix this with like a cadmium yellow. Well, we're mixing it with fluorescent yellow now. That's going to be an interesting potential rust color, I guess. Thranduil, that's boy. How long have were you waiting for the brilliant yellow pale there? It might have been a little while. And boy, Thranduil, that is just, it's so amazing. And I can't even to this day really just pinpoint what it is about the Brilliant Yellow Pale, but it is, I mean, obviously super opaque, but it just got that extra little bit of intensity to it that helps you not, when you start mixing it into things, especially with skin tones, whatever, it just gives that extra little touch that even, say, the Radiant Lemon, even as much as I like the Radiant Lemon, that still wasn't the same. Yeah, I think around here, Shadow, we just kind of say, well, I usually just say very strong metaphors, or also, yeah, some sad words. That's for sure. And there's been a lot of those with all the miniatures that just keep getting knocked over here, and stuff breaking off of them. So yeah, that was another. Even if it wasn't trying to change all the camera stuff, I would need to rework things just to keep those incidents to a minimum. Yeah, well, Thranduil, we're hoping that maybe, well, it's not going to be completely over. At least the most intense part of the latest craziness might be past. I'm not really going to do much with this thing at all. I'm just going to say, the heck with it. We're going to go tons of blood effects on that, because no need to have to paint something there when you would probably just want the blood effects on there anyways. So we'll save time, just like, remember the troll that we did? Also from Khurzluk. No problem, Shadow. Again, we all feel that. So we all feel that with you. So Shadow, thanks again so much for hanging out. Hopefully by tomorrow, if you're watching the stream, that means that it's all back to where it should be, right? It's back to where you want it, not modular. No modular miniatures unless they're intended to be that way. Yes. Intentional modularity is good. So yeah, Bina, we're definitely hoping that, well, today's news was definitely way more, well, we really hadn't had any kind of good news, and today's news was hopefully a big step in the right direction, and it just keeps going that way as we try to lighten this up a bit more. And we want to say thanks to everybody that has contributed to the fund down there. It was really important. That's I get more peace of mind, and well, it's obviously easier to heal the body when your mind is not dwelling on lots of stuff. So any relief from that in any way is always good to have. And I'm gonna try to lighten up this too a bit more. Speaking of folks that there was Drew. I think we solved the mystery of Drew. He was just kind of busy and not really doing as much streaming. But Anna Mare is somebody that we used to raid on the weekends, or our Friday and Saturday streams especially. And I haven't gotten any kind of an alerts for Anna Mare going live. And remember, she was the lady that did all the sculpting, larger scale stuff. Remember that Frodo she was working on? And I haven't gotten any alerts for her streaming in a long time. So, well, just like people worried about us, right? Why hasn't Kathy streamed in weeks? Why did Jim not do his normal Monday or Tuesday or Monday, Thursday or Friday stream, whatever? And you just kind of wonder what might be going on. So hopefully she's okay, and maybe just schedule things or whatever is this kind of keeping her from doing the streaming she might ordinarily do. That's a little too late. So tone this down a bit. Again, I have to Try and get some light down there on the bottom parts of these paws, because once the snow effects are there, those are going to seem mighty dark. Those will seem quite dark. And well, Thranio, I think too, in that mix that you were talking about with the Indian yellow and some of the other colors, I think Brilliant Yellow Pale might just be the light color that you're going to want to mix into that, I think. I'm gonna oh no no problem, Thranual. No problem. Well, I hope the convention's gonna be good for, and you get a chance to do the stuff that you would like to do. Sometimes conventions can be, there's just so many things that you want to be able to do at a convention, and can't. Sometimes it's hard to squeeze them all in. All right, the tail here is a bit. It's an interesting sculpt there. Of course, this is an I don't want to say an early miniature from Khurzluk, but he definitely. Well, you should see the Easterling stuff that he's working on. Oh my goodness! Wow. Yeah, I think that's July, maybe his Easterlings. Those are going to be incredible. I thought maybe instead of, well, I might paint a few of them in my color scheme, but I thought I might even try a different Easterling color scheme with those. Instead of necessarily just having those figs in the existing army, maybe try and do a different one. Who knows? Maybe do some kind of darker armor instead of the shiny gold. I think the shiny gold really is just so much fun. Pascal, how are you doing? So everyone, please give Pascal a follow. Pascal, definitely post some pictures of your recent stuff from your Instas, because obviously people, they're going to be amazed. So everybody, please give Pascal a follow. And actually, Pascal, have you had a chance to stream much in the last, I don't know, say 2-3 weeks or so? Yes, please give Pascal that follow. And of course, we've been working on several figures at once. We've got 3 of our dwarves going, including a lovely little Vault Warden team. Look at that. We haven't actually had these guys together, but look at that nice little Vault Warden team. And then another guy with the axe there. So I don't know if they're going to be Khazad warriors, Grimhammers, just not sure. Or Hearthguard, that's another one. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Pascal. It's, well, I've been missing everything that's, especially last week, missed basically everything that was going on. So I probably wouldn't have seen any alerts. So I hope that you're able to fire that back up again. Lots of secret stuff. So it looks like Pascal may be doing some box art type stuff. I don't know. Does it start with a K and end with an A, and have Imera Ymir in between? Still bummed that I never did get a chance to work on those Chimera figures. I mean, the paints would have been fun, but I was actually kind of looking forward to some of those Chimera miniatures. Well, not so miniature. Not quite so miniature. Because, well, we love large-scale stuff too. Gives me a chance to do stuff, well, especially on stream, that normally don't get a chance to. Okay. Well, Pascal, we won't ruin the secret. We won't try to get you in trouble by revealing any secrets is there. Pascal, believe it or not, much to my surprise, we had Sergio Calvo was in the chat. He just kind of popped in there, and I went, okay, all right. So that was something new and different. I didn't know that he was actually on Twitch at all. So that was new and different and a surprise. I'm gonna do some box art too soon, printing the miniature now, and at the same time working on the sword fairy. Yeah, it was a surprise. I actually, well, there's another, well, there's Sergey. Actually, it was one of our Russian or one of our friends there, and I thought it was Sergey. I was like, "Hey, Sergey," and then I looked at him like, "No, I'm not Sergey. He didn't, unless he's added an O somewhere along. That's not Sergey." So I said, "Well, I guess we have Sergio Calvo in the house." And of course, well, he was immediately bombarded by all the oil stuff, right? Actually, Pascal, I meant to ask, I think you've probably already answered this. Did the going with the extra gloves help a little bit with the well, having no reactions to the resin and stuff? Because as soon as I started going 2 and 3 layers of gloves, and we're talking nitrile, these weren't cheap gloves, but for whatever reason, it seemed like as soon as I went to the multiple layers of gloves, there was no craziness with any reactions to stuff. It's the darndest thing, right? So hopefully that also helped a little bit with anything like that. Just trying to lighten this up to a smidge. Where's my blending brush? Just to make sure. Because again, once the snow effects are on here, it's going to really change things. Yeah, Pascal, okay, that's another thing too. Yeah, I'm literally only there just to take the stuff off the build plate, maybe change the USB real quick, make sure there's no, failed print stuff laying around in the bed, in the vat, or anything like that, and then just start up the next print and leave. Now, fortunately, it's already an isolated area anyways. Just the nature of the way that the walls are and stuff. But it just seemed when I was trying to remove the the supports and stuff, that was, I think what was happening, Pascal, is that trying to remove the supports, there was some kind of microscopic holes being poked into the gloves, and it might have just been seeping through those little tiny holes. And that really did seem to take care of it. And I sort of, well, I think you heard how I kind of recycle the gloves, right? I'll take the outer layer gets thrown away, but the inner layer gets saved, and that kind of becomes the secondary layer, and just kind of keeps rotating around. Then that becomes the outer layer. So it kind of moves from the inner layer touching the skin to the one in between, and then to the one that's kind of on the outside. But I'm glad, because, well, 3D printing is very important to us, right? If we can't print up stuff, that causes a bit of an issue. So I'm really glad that's back up to speed again. Let's see, I had the sex boot way too low. Yeah, Pascal, boy, it's always crazy trying to find those settings, isn't it? I know for me, I have very, very, very cautious settings. The prints will definitely take a lot longer, but between the resin that I use and those very cautious settings, at least things tend to work out most of the time. So yeah, Lethal Shadow, I just noticed, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, how the heck can the resin be touching the skin, because I'm wearing really high quality gloves. But the one thing about the Soraya Simple is that it's a little bit more of a challenge to get the supports off. So I think that was part of it, basically creating those little microscopic holes in the gloves. So again, I'm going to use the blood effects here. We'll do it, well, maybe not at the same time as it. Well, I got to do the snow effects first. Yeah, and that would be a little bit like this here. So this is also from Khurzluk. So you can see the blood and snow effects. See the crushed glass, how it seeps into that. So that's not really painted on. That just actually is seeped in on its own. And actually you can see that video. That is on the YouTube channel. And again, the crushed glass snow. You're only going to be able to get that from Armored Wolf. Oh, it looks like we did pass. Okay, so we're at 6702 for our follower count now. So thanks to all the folks that have followed. I think we've had a ton. I think we've had at least maybe 10, 11 people or so just in this stream here, doing being new little hobbits. So Lethal Shadow it was just on the tip of my fingers. You could just kind of, the skin would sort of peel away. Now that's not unusual sometimes in the winter, especially if I'm doing a lot of things like basing, doing a lot of stuff with Sculpey that can dry out the skin, but it was in just too unusual a place. All right, Bina, thank you so much for the contribution to you were the first. You were the first one to get the ball rolling, to get that arrow headed more towards well, it's more green than it is white now. So thanks for getting the ball rolling on that, Bina. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Lethal Shadow, they're the largest, right? And I just it was an experiment. I said, well, what have I got to lose? I've got, I can just sort of save the gloves that I've used and let that stuff kind of dry out a little bit and then try them on that outer layer. So the outer layer literally is just to prevent holes being poked into the inner layer. That's all. They're, again, not supposed to make any contact with the skin, of course. Oh, here, you know what? I got myself a little violet here. Just a little bit of violet into that. Maybe let that get a little lighter. We had a lot of dark down into that crevice there. And I think we're going to maybe cut down on some of the... There's a few little hard lines in here, even with all of the stuff we were trying to do with our blending brush, right? What language do a Naphtol Red Series 3? Let me see, Dark Dan again. What do they have this at? It did say the series number somewhere. Oh, Series 2. Dark Danigan, your language paints are probably pricier than the Richesons, because I think you've heard us saying, right, the Richesons are almost supposed to be a bargain Williamsburg, if there is such a thing. Yeah, that again, if there is such a thing. I don't know if there really is. All right, and that's a little brilliant yellow pale getting in there, because it's white, right? None of this is white. There's grays in there, there's purples, pinks, now this sort of yellowish white color that's going in there. There's some blues, there's even a little bit of the greens. We're really trying to work up as much variety in there as we can. That's pretty darn important. Okay. So Danny, as always, just let me know if they provide the staining. Now, I like that color anyways. I mean, it was kind of nice just for regular stuff. Is this the one? Yep. No, that's this is the one here. Now you can see there is a difference in the color temperature, right? The Naphtol is a much cooler red. that so much warmer red. So glad I have these because people say, what do you mean cooler red, warmer red? Well, there it is. That's got more blue in it. This obviously has more of the more yellow to it. Thranduil, there's, oh gosh, I think Kathy might even have this book. There was some book, I think this is, well, it was years ago now, but it was just all the rage. Everybody was getting this book, and I think it's called something like Lightness and something, Lightness and Shadow, or whatever it is. I don't know the name of it. Somebody else might be familiar with that particular book. I think there might have even been a sequel to that particular book. I don't. The last art book that I had, or painting book, was in art school, and that was a long time ago. Sleepy Slang, nice to see you. Thanks so much, Sleepy Slang. So, James Gurney, color and light. Well, Dano, I know because you kind of like the language, right? I think you like those too. So, well, actually, again, please let me know what you guys find because even if I never ever have any language paints, I can always just say, look, we have it on good reference. We have it on good authority between, sorry, between Dano and Dark Danigan that the Naphthol Red has some potential. Well, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. All right, you know what? We need to get just again a smidge more of that light down here. Again, I'm not really. You could say I'm not doing much at all with this because I just want lots of snow there, right? I want to make sure I got my snow happening there. And we're going to lighten this up too. Now, of course, obviously it's a little bit tougher fitting him on the screen because I sort of had things adjusted for the dwarves. So I do apologize if he's maybe wandered out of frame a little bit. What do we have here? I think we'll need to get a little bit more of my lightest on the top of his arm here. Yeah. Oh, wow. Big difference there. Big difference. I knew there was something that was kind of missing over here. Couldn't quite get my finger on it. And I think now we got that solved. So what is that called again? James Gurney Color and Light. And I always knew that light was part of the title. And even that name, the James Gurney name. Sorry, I just couldn't think about that. And I'm sure that was, I mean, there wasn't a day going by that I didn't see somebody on Facebook posting about how they bought that book or how they, kind of consulted it and it helped them out. So hopefully that's also helpful, Thranduil. I know maybe some of the lingo might be a bit different, right? Because we have our crazy Wappelville lingo. I try to keep it simpler, right? I try not to use the kind of artsy terms. Sometimes can't avoid that. It's just like when I'm trying to do anything that involves tech stuff, and there's a kind of an alphabet soup of different circuit motherboards and this and that and the other, and your RAM and this and that and the other, and after a while, you just say, "Is it this thing right over here that I'm about to hit with a hammer?" So there is a second one. What is it called? Imaginative realism. Well, that's kind of sleepy slang. Doesn't that sort of describe what we do at miniatures? I mean, really, right? Because you can't make it realistic because the darn thing is only, well, in most cases, less than an inch and a half tall. So we kind of have to take a little bit of liberties just because of feasibility. So I'm actually just sticking with the brilliant yellow pale at this point. You might think that's white, but that is actually not white there. Sleepy's thing. I haven't heard as many people, buying the second one. It almost sounds like the second one would be potentially even more helpful than the first one. At least, when we're getting specific to miniature painting and such. All right, again, use my blending brush. Let that get mixed into the pre-glaze to soften some of the edges of the brush stroke there, and then back into it now to lighten that stuff up. So yeah, now of course, I know a lot of folks, they keep asking me about doing a painting book. Oh gosh, is it Dave Taylor doing the Art of series of books? I guess what Chris Shure is the latest person doing those. So you can well, I'm sure check out Dave Taylor or Chris Shure. That's his latest. I think they're doing a Kickstarter right now. I know I might have started already, and I'm sure people have seen Chris Shure's stuff on Facebook many times. And I know Chris did some 3D printable sort of plinth type files. I don't know if I've had a chance to get those yet, or maybe I just got one or two. No, I don't think I've gotten his yet. Hopefully, maybe one day we can get those. Now, yeah, Thranual, it would be neat to be able to have some of the miniatures that we paint here, and while it's neat to have them in the video form, it'd be kind of wild to be able to have a book with those for sure. Unfortunately, that is something I just, well, there's no time for the other stuff, right? As much as I'd love to do that. Now, there actually is another book project that I'm supposed to do with the folks who was a person who used to work at Big Child Creatives. The other thing I was hoping to do with this studio rework is to actually have at least a small photo area here in the room. Some kind of small photo area, at least in the room here, so that maybe I might be able to snap some more in-progress style pictures, which is kind of difficult right now. So the Kickstarter is live. So again, that's Chris. I'm going to just pronounce it as Shure. I could be mispronouncing that. All right, we got that lit there. I guess we could try and put some dings and dents in the armor here. Why not? Let's give that a shot here. Let's see if that'll work. There. Let's do this side over here. This is going to make for a very interesting thumbnail picture. These three guys and then Azog. It's like one of these things is not like the other. One of them probably doesn't belong. And again, I'm going to take my blending brushes to see we have a little bit too much of a difference between the dark and the light. So if I take this, essentially what that's doing, see how it's going to smear the white into our pre-glaze there, and then all I have to do is just literally take the same color here and go over it again. So instead of having to layer the fur colors, which would have had to do back in the day of acrylics or whatever, here don't have to do that, right? That's what the pre-glaze is for. And yes, that pre-glaze is we welcome in Wargaming Yeti. How the heck are you doing? That's the key part of that pre-glaze, isn't it? That is absolutely critical. All right, let me see if I can't. I don't know. Let's take the naphthol and mix it with something else there. I'm going to see if I can do a couple of little small cuts on them. Maybe not necessarily with the blood effect, or we just put the blood effects over the top of this. but we're going to do something like this. There we go. And then maybe on his head, I was almost thinking that we could do some kind of tattoo type thing, but I think we'll just stick with scarring like this. Something like that. And then another one here. Again, just to show some kind of scarring here around the face as it is. Blending brush. So Wargaming Yeti, I hope that you're doing well. And I hope that your Saturday is going to be a great one. Well, of course, for a lot of folks here, it's closer to Sunday than it is to Friday. Here, it's 3:37 in the a.m. 3:37. And it just feels really, really good to be able to do some kind of a stream here with some level of normalcy attached. So yeah, we'll work some dark in here, and then we'll get the blood effects into this. But I'm going to try and open this up a little more, perhaps. Because that's kind of what your White Warg is all about. Yeah, Pascal, that's what's made, well, that's what makes things like Adepticon difficult, and that's what's made, well, the last week difficult, because when you're used to going to bed at maybe 5:30, used to getting to sleep sometimes not until 6:30, and all of a sudden now wake up call is at 7:45. That's a wee little bit of jet lag. Yes, it's like what do they call it? A staycation or something? Yeah, that's like in place, in situ jet lag right there. What? I ain't going to try and say that more than once fast. That would also be a little bit spicier. Just like our little thing earlier, where you take that out of context, sounds a wee bit spicy. All right, and you can see the reference picture in the lower left-hand corner there. Obviously, that's the GW Azog right there. So we're trying to do a similar thing. Actually, I'm going to see if I can look at my references here. You know what? Let's do that over here too, like so. Boom. And another one there. Then we'll get more of the red around the edges, and then we can maybe try and lighten this up a little more. I don't know, some fanchon red. Like so. I might darken that up, make a smaller line here. Because I think, Pascal, normally when you start streaming, it's got to be about 4 or 5 in the morning my time. At least I think so. Now, it's possible. I don't know if this is really going to translate very well. But let's see if we can make this work where every so often a little bit of the fur goes over the blood effect. So I kind of see it sets that down. There's nothing there. I just painted that there. We're going to try and fake it to give this dimension. We're going to try and do the same deal over here. It's almost like some of the little cut marks we've got in the armor here. So 10:40 a.m. there. So yeah, Pascal, I'm always kind of, I can never remember where the line for, say, Central Time is there, or more Eastern Time. Obviously, well versed in what that is in the U.S., not so much in Europe. So Bithron, an hour behind. Yeah, Wargaming Yeti, of course. Well, Armored Wolf, our moderator. Gee whiz, it's barely Saturday right now. So and of course now Stila. Well, obviously she must be working hard because she's always a few weeks, if not a few months ahead of us. So she is the official time traveler. But we always ask her what the future holds. She needs to start telling us what's in the future, since she's already in the future. Now, it has been 6.5 hours, and I think probably Joya Painting Minis is probably live right now. I think so. So we might head over Joya Painting Mini's way. Well, he's painting. Well, he's not painting miniatures. Um, so if anybody knows of somebody who's actually painting miniatures right now, that would be good. Because, well, I also kind of have to start setting things up if we want to also stream tomorrow. So apparently everybody that I follow, normally, like I said, Anna Mare might be streaming at this point, but I just don't see her. Shadow Minion, I know Kathy, she had to drive to a convention. She was in far western Oklahoma, I think, or far western Texas, one of those two, and she was still in the central time zone. And obviously here in Chicago, we're kind of at the far eastern end of the central time zone. There we go. A little bit of a cut mark there. Maybe some here. Nah, that didn't work. That's just too much. We'll just get rid of that. Oh, frayed brush. Thanks, Ermin. Well, geez, I thought I was already following. See, there's another example. I thought for sure I was following frayed brush. All right, I think that pretty much takes care of that. So yes, we will try again to get an earlier start here. At 4:30 might be a little bit too soon. Again, just it might even be as late as 6 or 6:30. That will depend on certain factors. But we'll get a raid countdown. Well, first we're going to actually type that in. I'll get that typed in. Just here, let me get the frayed brush. Boy, I thought for sure we were already following. Well, I'll just get that typed in here. And there we go. So this is our 4th miniature, but Vault Warden team, object source lighting, non-metallic metal, all the good stuff's right there. And thanks, Dano, appreciate it. And you too, Thranul. And here's another one. And I just want to say thanks to everybody that contributed to this fun. You've been really just so spectacular to us all this time. We really, really appreciate it. And hopefully Kathy's going to be back next week, at least doing some initial streaming, right? Probably not a lot, just trying to get her strength back. And thank you so much, Dark Dan, again, Dano, everybody, Shadow for following, all the bitses and subs too, because those mean so much. Now I want to get this array countdown started here. And again, this is from Khurzluk, right? And then our dwarves is here. These are from Medbury Miniatures. Medbury Miniatures. So thanks again, everybody. We're gonna get our raid count raid started right now.